hand and come with me because you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. I said you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. 4, 5, 6, come on and get your kicks. Now you don't need the money when you look like that, do you, honey? Big black boots, long brown hair. She's so sweet with her get back stare. Well, I could see you home with me, but you were with another man, yeah. I know we ain't got much to say before I let you get away, yeah. I said, are you gonna be my girl? Take my hand and come with me because you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. I said you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. 4, 5, 6, come on and get your kicks. Now you don't need the money with a face like that, do ya? Big black boots, long brown hair. She's so sweet with her yeah, black stare. Well, I could see you home with me, but you were with another man, yeah. I know we ain't got much to say before I let you get away, yeah. I said, are you gonna be my girl? You say you home with me. We're both throwing smoke into the night. It's raining, I suppose you need a ride. She said, I've got nothing to do, neither do you. There's a place down the road where we can waste the whole afternoon. I overheard that she was 19. She's got a fake ID and a nose ring. Those kind of girls tend to know things better than I do. And I'm dying to figure out what she's hiding. Just playing it cool, but she's lying better than I do.
Test. Good morning, Panther family. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce the Grand Marshal, our General, the Commander-in-Chief, the President of Florida Tech, Dr. John Nicklow.
Well, good morning. Thank you, David. Just wonderful to see so many Panther parents. I'm just really excited to be and honored to be with you today. I thought I'd share just a few moments of my unique perspective as both a university president, but also a dad to an amazing college-educated son named Ethan. My wife, Dr. Stacy, and I have been exactly where you are right now. We certainly know it's a time of heightened emotions for many of you, heightened, maybe even a little bit conflicted. So let's start with this. It's okay to be excited about the next phase of your life. Truly. And whether you're an empty nester or just one fewer kiddo on the roster, this milestone moment for your child is also a pretty big thing for those who remain at home. So, of course, I realize the excitement that may be shoved aside by the anxiety, a little bit of sadness, other concerns. You know, those emotions can be kind of pushy that way. So I'll also tell you this, it's okay to be a little worried. It's okay to be a little sad as you see your son or daughter head off to continue their lives without, for the first time, your in-house guidance, supervision, and protection. That's heavy, I get it. But it's also a part of the parenting cycle, right? We start out as boss, the chief executive to our young children, and as they get older, our roles shift to sort of like manager, still guiding and supporting, but also making room for their own growth and hopefully decision making. And now, like it or not, we're consultants. We have critical roles to play in offering opinions and offering advice on different matters, but no longer do we occupy that sweet corner office in our child's life. So let's look ahead, and as I start my third year leading this absolutely remarkable university, I can tell you we are building success now and really planning for an incredible future in our classrooms and across our vibrant and growing campus. You may have seen across Babcock, Crimson Crossing, which is our building under construction of the main entrance. We'll open this 6-story, 556-bed residential complex in fall 26, so your students will see it and be a part of it. It's a brick and mortar testament to the surging undergraduate enrollment here at Florida Tech. Our STEM focus, our future-proof degrees continue to power the evolving economies of our region, of our state, country, and world. And we are attracting the best and brightest young minds, and we're happy that your children, in fact, fit that bill. Visionary projects, I think, like Crimson Crossing, are just the start for us. We recently have an approved master plan that lays out really an ambitious and an impactful roadmap of campus growth and improvements for the next 20 years that reflects the foresight and relentless excellence that this university is known for. And in the meantime, our strategic plan we began building about 2 years ago, aptly named Forward Together, Boundless Potential, gives us a framework and focus for decision-making as we develop and fulfill initiatives now that strengthen Florida Tech's position as a leading national research university. So we're working for the present, we're working for the near future, and we're working for a decade or more out. This is the comprehensive, forward-looking approach that your new college student will experience, and I hope they enjoy it because they'll benefit from it during their time here. And it's what will literally and figuratively help them find that lucrative, impactful job and career they desire once they cross the stage at our joyous commencement ceremony. And all of that starts at the top with Florida Tech's Board of Trustees and their inspired leadership, and it's carried forward by our renowned faculty and our diligent staff. All of us, no matter our position or role, remain focused on the success of our students that now includes your sons and daughters. They're why we're here, and we're here to support them. So as your orientation nears its conclusion, be sure to give and receive lots and lots of hugs, emotional support, and celebrate this unfolding new chapter in all of your lives. And make sure you FaceTime them. I have a trick. When my son went off to as a freshman, I said, "How often do you want to FaceTime?" And he said, "Once a week." And my wife said, "How about 3 times a week?" I said, "Let's compromise. Twice a week." So every Wednesday and every Sunday, we would FaceTime. And he's in graduate school in a doctoral program now, and I still FaceTime with he and his wife twice a week. You know, the New York Times bestselling author Brian Herbert told us, quote, "The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill, but the willingness to learn is a choice," end quote. People who choose to learn are the ones who choose our future, and your children have wisely chosen this path, and it starts here at Florida Tech. We're so happy to have you. It's going to be an amazing year, so go Panther parents.
Good morning. I have had the pleasure of meeting a number of you already during this process. Got to say hello, see if there's any issues that I can address, but I see a great number of faces that I've not connected with. I want you to know that I'm accessible. I serve as the Vice President for Student Affairs, but let's be honest, I have an amazing Dean of Students and a wonderful team, so sometimes I'm the Dean of Parents more than anything else. So I'm here to help you, but I want to set a paradigm for you. We are producing students that are internationally recognized by HR professionals as being highly employable and capable individuals. Part of that, as we talk about, is the rigorous academic environment. They're going to learn a great deal. They'll master information. But the other part is they come out of Florida Tech as independent, autonomous adults with the ability to critical think, take on challenges, work with others, and create success. To get to that point, my challenge to you is, as Dr. Nicklaus said, you're serving in a consultancy role. When you do, empower your student to go take on the challenges. We hear sometimes about helicopter parents. In some places, it's moved to bulldozer parents. There are folks moving ahead of their students to see they never experience an impediment. That's a problem. Our students need to have challenges. They need to face failure. They need to learn how to overcome obstacles. We can work with you to see that. Empower your student along with the challenges that we have. I talked about an academic rigorous program. There are support teams here to meet those challenges in balance. Those students need to be able to reach out and seek that support. They need to connect with the resources so that we can do everything we can for them. Our A+, B- student, or B+, A- students are the highest utilizers of our tutoring center. not our C students, not our D students. So what your students have seen elsewhere, going to tutoring is admitting failure, is not the case. It is your ability to refine and excel to go seek all the help that you can get. Nudge your students back into how to access those resources. If you hear that they're having a problem, call me. You and I could talk about strategy if we didn't identify how to resolve that. In the end, if it's a real impediment, I will help you fix it. But be careful, don't call the coach. Don't say my child's not getting playing time, you need to fix it. Don't call the professor and say, give him an extension, he had a hard night and he slept in. Let your student work through the challenges. I thank you for that. I am going to rush over and see your students and welcome them and get their day underway. But as you see me on campus, stop me, say hello, let me give you a business card or scan my QR code so you have my cell phone number, email, all the information. I'm available to you. Many of you know me from the Facebook parents page. I'm that guy, and you can DM me from there. I can slide into your DMs, as our students would say. The other quick moment I want to touch on is hurricane preparedness. I've seen some parents that have expressed a little wariness, not really sure. We are blessed, and we acknowledge that, but we are also prepared. The geographic environment of Melbourne is such that often storms coming up will hit the shallow reef relatively and move on beyond us or stall out to the south. So we've been very good. We do see wind coming in from the west and it will come across to us, but usually by that point it's mainly just showers. But we are mindful, as we just saw Milton recently, weather is changing. We're also mindful back in 1977 that Hurricane David was a Category 5. We do not have hurricane-rated facilities on campus. Most of the storms that we experience are telling our students to shelter in place, stay in their buildings, don't go out in the winds and get hit by a flying palm frond that has barbs on it. You want to hunker down, and we provide them with all the food, bottled water, resources they need to be fine. It's an amazing support system. But we do have the potential that we will be expected to evacuate this area when the civil authorities tell us so. In which case, we guide your students to have a plan to go both north and go south, depending on the track of the storm, or get over to Melbourne Airport and hop out of here. Make sure your students have that plan, understand, have the resources to be able to reserve a motel room an hour and a half, 2 hours away if that's what's needed. There is a resource guide that we provide to students that Dean Nanny is making sure is out here on your way out. Make sure that you get that and you can see our plan. When we have a storm, at the top of our fit.edu page, you will see us providing information of how we're tracking it, what's going on, what we can tell you about our plans from here, and we will keep you posted minute by minute. Dr. Summer, our Vice President for Communications, is amazing with his team about making sure you can be comfortable in knowing what's going on. Again, if I can answer any questions, I'd be delighted to get to meet you and help you. Welcome again to the Panther family.
Okay, hi again, everybody. Thank you, VP McMahon. We are so grateful to have such an incredible Vice President of Student Affairs, so I do hope you get the opportunity to meet him. My name, here we go, we're gonna get started. It's this one. That is a big picture of me, I am sorry. I should work on that next year. My name is Kat Nanny. I am the Dean of Students here at Florida Tech. So I will go over what that means because I get a lot of questions from families what that means. But a lot of what VP McMahon said, we are literally here for your students. That is our job. And what a Dean of Students essentially does, I've been talking to parents throughout this week. I am literally their home away from home, their mother. The students call me mom, call me whatever they want. But my job is to assist college students in whatever they need to help them have the best experience that they can. I do oversee student life, which I'll go over in a second, but that includes helping current and new students that need help, just like VP McMahon said, if they're having academic concerns, if they need support in somewhere, if they're just really struggling. I had a student this summer that I hadn't seen in over a month because it was summer, and he walked into my office and he was like, I need a hug right now, and I'm like, oh, okay, come here, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. And then I talked to his mom afterwards. But everything was good, thankfully, but that is what me and my office are there for. but I act as that liaison as the Dean of Students between the student and the institution. So if a student is not as comfortable having a conversation about their academic experience or having a conversation about another staff member on campus, that is what I can help out with. But I collaborate closely with our administrators. VP McMahon does it on the big level, I do it on the student level. My focus is solely on the students and making sure that they feel safe, that they feel that they have a sense of belonging, that they're getting what they need. And then, like I said, safe space for students. Our office is always open. We have a great time. It's a great way to really break your student out of their shell to come up to our office and get to know us. And then I oversee student life, which I'll go over in a second. And then I am responsible for the verified absences. Verified absences here on campus, I'll give you the lore of it, like I gave it to your students. But a couple years ago, I think it's about 3 years ago now, our faculty said, we just can't keep up with these. Students are coming into us saying they're sick and they're coughing, and then one's in the hospital for 2 weeks, and I'm giving them the same time off. And it was like, we've got to have a consistent policy. So they said, cool, give it to the Dean of Students, she'll do it. So it came to my office. So now we have a strict policy that states what a student can, grounds considered for absences and grounds not considered for absences. And it's a very, very, very simple process. Weddings, unfortunately, do not count. Those kind of things do not count for verified absences, but a lot of professors will work with them. But students just send an email to deanofstudents@fit.edu, and then me and my awesome staff go through and we start verifying those absences. We do it within 24 hours, so the notice goes out to the professor. The best thing about our verified absence process, because I will be honest, I was a little hesitant. I'm like, that's a lot for our office to do. And then what if the professor's like, nah, I don't agree with it. That is the one thing that came out of this. Once that email is sent, they cannot tell the student that they did not receive that verified absence. So a really important thing. We do not accept parents' notes. However, my friends, I always communicate with students. I like to use Trent. He's not in here. Trent is one of my lead staffers. He works with me in my office, and he did not know until his junior year that his mother and I talked weekly, okay? Weekly, Trent's mother and I talked. And then she came to visit, and we went to dinner, and he was like, why are you here, Kat? What is going on? And I'm like, by the way, your mom and I are best friends. We've been talking about you since you started. Oh, he's right there. He's so mad at me. Hey, Trent. But he did not know for a very long time because she would call and be like, just check up on him. How are things going? Please, God, don't tell him I told you anything. And I'm like, I got you. But now, look what he's done. He's amazing. But verified absences are super important. If you have, I have parents email all the time and said, listen, my kid's going through it. They need a minute. Can you please help me out? That's what we're here for. You're going to get my cell phone number too. It's going to be fine. We're going to work together to get those verified absences taken. But student life at Florida Tech is a lot of things. Most importantly, we have clubs and organizations. So we have any type of, we call them registered student organizations. We have about 120 of those. We have 6 club sports, which are intercollegiate travel outside of the NCAA experience. And then we have about 26 recreational sports. So that's the big portion of our registered student organizations. And then we have a very vibrant, very active, very wonderful Greek community that has now 15 organizations that are involved in it. We have orientation, if you didn't know, we have orientation. We have the Campus Activities Board, our wonderful student government. Student government is one of my favorite things on our campus because our administration listens. The first thing they say to me is, Kat, what do the students want? Kat, go ask the student's opinion. It's amazing. As someone who's worked at other higher education institutions, it's amazing to hear that. We also have intramurals. We have a new coordinator of intramurals who has gone huge this year with intramurals, so your students should be really, really excited. We have civic leadership, so we have a lot of volunteer alternative spring break programs. Recently, we were just given athletic engagement, so that's fun. We're very excited about it because school spirit is a little rough on our campus because your students are here for something a little bit different, and we understand that. So they said, get Kat involved. She can get 400 people out to an event. Let's see what she can do. So here we go. But we also have recreation, the large programs, homecoming, family weekend, Panther Week, all of those things. We do a really cool program, and we'll talk about it later during our student life presentation. For Trip Series, if your student came without a car, we're gonna get them bused to Halloween Horror Nights at a very low cost. Tickets now, oh my gosh, were like $150. It was crazy. We sell them for $70. We get them there and back on buses, and they get to go have fun with there. And we have a chaperone there, not like a real chaperone, like not high school chaperone, but someone that just gets them on the bus so we can have liability there. But we have tons and tons of events for them. So we have a lot going on in our office. But for me as Dean of Students, my job is to advocate for the student body in any capacity that can be. I always tell the students, And you'll hear them say, where's the adult here adult? They're always talking about me or one of my staff because they are adults. And I want to champion that and I want to support that. But I realize that in a lot of scenarios, I am there on the ground, adult here adult. So that is what they are. I am not their parent. I am not their guardian. No one will ever be any of you in this room to their student. There's no question. But I am their support, but I'm also your support for when you need it. With all that being said, this is a lot, I know, but I always like to, so my daughter, my oldest, just started middle school, and that's a big transition. I'm understanding where you guys are coming from now, because at middle school I was like, oh my gosh, she's still in diapers, she's just a baby, and we're getting to middle school. But the one thing that I really loved about the orientation they did is I got to know, the principal sat up there for 2 minutes and just said, here's who I am. I'm not some creepy person overseeing your kid and you're leaving her with me for 9 hours. I'm a real person and I have a real life and I'm a human being. And it literally after I left there, I was like, okay, she's cool. I'm okay with this now. So I was like, I'm going to steal that. So I always like to introduce myself a little bit. I am, like I said, Dr. Kat Nanny, Dean of Students. I am a military brat. My dad was a colonel in the Air Force, and my mother also worked for the Air Force as a cybersecurity engineer. My dad oversaw B-52 navigation systems and was a B-52 navigator, and then he was the bomb specialist in NATO. So I grew up in Europe, which was really cool. I moved back to America by myself for 6 months, waiting for them to get back, because I'm an only child, and I was like, where's my mom and dad? And I went to the University of West Florida in Pensacola, Florida, where I studied political science. I was 4 days away. Wait for this, guys. 4 days away from a full ride law school seat to FSU Law. And I said, hey, Mom and Dad, guess what? I want to go into higher education. They were thrilled. My dad did not talk to me for a solid 12 hours. I'm like, I have ruined everything. He likes to joke now, it worked out, look where I'm at. I have a doctorate in higher education. It was fine, but at the time, it was not fine, okay, let me tell you. But I have worked at other institutions, University of West Florida, Auburn, and I very quickly realized she does not like state schools. I don't like anything. They're too big, there's too much going on. I really like the small school setting. I am an advocate for students. I want to be there for students. I want to help them become the best version of themselves, and it's impossible at a large state school. So I got the job here. And I was so grateful to start here, and I started in student affairs, and have just been there the entire time, moving up. I met my wonderful husband. See, this is when we had football, RIP football, when we had football back in the day. But I met my husband here. He is a 3-time Florida Tech graduate of Florida Tech. He's got an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. And then while he was here, he said, you know what's really fun? Ocean engineering. So they talked him in, Dr. Swain, if anybody knows Dr. Swain, he's amazing. But Dr. Swain said, I'll pay for another semester if you want to get a degree in ocean engineering. And he's like, okay, I'll do it. So he got 2 undergraduate degrees in engineering, and then he's got his master's in mechanical engineering as well from Florida Tech. So we got married, obviously. He worked for McLaren Racing in Woking. Ever heard of him, McLaren Racing? Never? Yeah? Okay. Never. Not too many people have heard about him, you know? But he worked for McLaren Racing on their wind tunnel and engineering side for a little while. And then he moved back here, which is when we met. We have 2 little girls. That is Charlotte and Layton, if you can see them. They are tiny terrors. They are me in tiny human form, and I am so grateful to be their mother. But they are a big part of everything that we do. The students love them. They're wonderful. He just defended his dissertation a week ago. So I was doctor first. I want to make that clear. It was Dr. and Mr. Nanny for a year and a half, okay? Now it is Dr. and Dr. Nanny, but I will never let him live down that it was Dr. and Mr. Nanny. Did I have every single one of my friends send Christmas cards with Dr. and Mr. Nanny? I did. But my PhD is in higher education leadership. My husband's is in systems engineering leadership. He is also very involved in the Florida Tech experience. He was in a fraternity here. He advises his fraternity, Alpha Tau Omega. So we live here. And this year in particular is a really big year for me. I've worked at Florida Tech. This is my 17th year. And my niece, my little baby niece, who was literally a baby, is now, she's since freshman year, she's like, they're from California. She said, I'm gonna go be with Aunt Kat. And I'm like, what? From California? And she did. That was her freshman year of high school, and she is here now. She starts this year. So this has been a really big transition for me. I've been talking to some parents, and I'm like, this is real. Like, this is real. I've got my family over in California, and I want to be there, but it's been a lot. Fiona, actually, her name is Fiona. She's studying aerospace engineering. Mom and Dad had just left on their flight back to California because they couldn't be here. She's a teacher, has to open her classroom. And 11 o'clock on Sunday night, I get a butt dial from Fiona, and I'm like, get in the car, Mark. I'm telling my husband, get in the car. Oh my God, 12 hours, and I've already screwed this up. She butt dialed me. She's like, I'm so sorry. So I get it. This is a lot. I have never cried. I have been crying. I cried at convocation. This is a big deal. So I officially understand it. When my kids go to school, I'm screwed. But it is a big family. It is a really big family here at Florida Tech. We care about your student. Your student matters to me. Absolutely matters to me and matters to my staff. But again, like VP McMahon and I are saying, we don't do this alone. There's VP McMahon there. I have the top row is my wonderful student life staff. That's Carolyn Garuti. She oversees clubs and organizations, homecoming, a lot of big programs, campus activities board. We have Adam Paul Cray. That's our athletic engagement. We are so incredibly lucky to have received him. He is absolutely phenomenal, and his way to advocate for students is fantastic. Then we have Allie next. She's the assistant director of student involvement, kind of student stuff. She oversees our fraternity and sorority, civic leadership. She has a lot of leadership. She's very, very, very incredible with leadership. And then the last one over there is Jake Labashak. He oversees rec sports and intramurals, and he has completely revamped this program, and we are so excited. Down here, we also have, you probably met her maybe, Director of Residence Life, Jacqueline Zapala. She's amazing. We have our Director of Student Wellness and Support. We have Joel Hoover. Now let's talk about Joel Hoover for a second, my friends, okay? Joel is amazing. He's one of my absolute favorite people that I get the opportunity to work with, but he is conduct. So you don't want your students to talk to him or meet him, but I do promise you, from myself to you, he is a wonderful man. He will be fine, he will be kind, and he will be fair, but he's a little scary to our students, okay? He's wonderful. And then the amazing Kelsey Garrett, she oversees Title IX on our campus. She is a huge advocate. Title IX has now moved to student affairs, which has been an incredible fit because Kelsey is now helping advocate for the students in other areas like student government and stuff. And then of course, Adam, who oversees our housing. So you're not alone. We've got lots of people. But I want to repeat that this is a partnership. The college transition is a partnership. I am here for you just as much as you're there for your student, and I'm there for your student just as much as you're there for their student. But they're all here for the same reason, for the same goal, and that is to end up with a degree that gets them a good job and they make some money, right? That's what we want. You want to be taken care of, I want to be taken care of. You know, we gotta do this. We just want them to be successful citizens and contribute to our society. But that partnership includes academic success. That includes finding a community, allowing them to be themselves. The number one question I get asked from parents, and I will be honest with everyone in this room, the first about 3 weeks of classes, I have students that saw me on stage over there, and they said, you seem like you can handle my crying, so I'm gonna come into your office and I'm gonna cry. My parents keep telling me no. They're telling me, no, I can't join this organization. They're telling me, no, I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this, and they're hysterical. I wish I was kidding. It is 24 a week of our students that walk into my office and my staff and I have to deal with. You sat up there and you told me to be the best version of myself and try to be independent. My parents are also telling me, you're in college now, be independent, but that they're over there telling me, no, 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 no. So, think of that, because it's a really hard conversation to have with your students when they're told no and no, and we're also equally telling them to be adults. So that community, finding that experience, is something that hopefully you'll let them do on their own, but that is the number one concern that we always have. They will be challenged. This is a very, very, very academically rigorous school. They will be challenged, but it's going to be a challenge that's going to help them grow. My husband said it all the time when he was in his master's program. He was like, I'm just letting you guys know. He tells his fraternity this all the time, Alpha Tau Omega. He says, I was given, my undergraduate degree was a graduate degree. He was like, I took the same classes in my mechanical engineering master's as I did in my undergrad. I just had to write one more paper. Like, it was insane. So they are walking out with a degree that's going to make them the best versions of themselves. But let them meet new people, let them build lifelong friendships, all that, explore career opportunities. Look what happened to my husband. He came here, was for mechanical, and they were like, hey, you want ocean engineering? He's like, okay, cool, that sounds fun. And he got a free degree out of it, another free degree. But living independently, all that stuff is gonna be huge. And then the most important thing, and that is something that my office takes serious, is developing that emotional intelligence. It is one thing to have the brains and the book smarts and all that other stuff. That emotional independence is the one thing that we work hard to help them understand and have those conversations. So when those students come to us and they're crying, saying, my mom's telling me no, my dad's telling me no, but yet they're telling me I can't figure it out, We give them resources. We say, let's sit down. Or do you want me to call? I'll call. I've talked to many parents before about what they're scared of, because it's usually you guys, not you guys, but past parents, maybe not you guys, but past parents who, hopefully not you guys, that are just scared because they don't understand something. Knowledge is, I say that to my students all the time, knowledge is power. The more information that you can provide to make them feel comfortable, the better they're gonna be. But yeah, moving towards adulthood and independence is of course the most important thing. So my promise to you is that your students matter to me, this entire campus. I absolutely promise to respect and trust and listen to your Panther whenever I can. That is what my job is for. That is what I'm here for. And that you guys matter. Dropping your student off is hard. This has been hard. It's been hard for me, and she's just my niece. It's terrible. I don't know how you guys are doing it, but I promise to be there for your student. I promise to be there for you as much or as little as you want. And don't ever, every time I get a phone call, they're like, I'm so sorry. Don't say sorry. One, I have one singular feeling now after being a dean of students for so many years. You're never gonna hurt it. We're gonna be fine. You just gotta tell me what you need. And then let's work together for your student to make the best decision. I talk to parents all the time who call and say, my student is failing out of 3 classes. I don't know what to do to support them. We have resources available to them that can help them in ways that no other school can. So just call us, because we're gonna reach out and we're gonna contact them. I had one of my PPLs, actually, the mom called and said, I can't get a hold of, I'm not gonna say his name because he'll kill me, but I can't get a hold of him. And she was like, will you go check on him? And I'm like his house? And she was like, yeah, I need you to go do that. And I'm like, okay, here we go. So I go knocking on the door, and I'm like, you good? He was like, I am not good. I need help. I'm not good right now. So I was able to get him back, get him to his mama. That is what we're here for. We gotta work together. So you gotta let us know. But I am so excited to welcome you guys. I know it's been a crazy, crazy first start with my loud ass everywhere screaming, yelling, and getting everything going, but that is what we are. I am loud, I am obnoxious, but that is what I'm gonna help, the resources I'm gonna use to help to make your student the best version of themselves. So welcome to the Panther family, welcome to Family and Support Orientation, and I'm gonna pass it to Alex Leonard, my amazing lead staff member, who's gonna introduce the next person.
Hello, hello. Like Kat said, my name is Alex Leonard. I am one of the orientation lead staff this year. I work with Kat along with 3 other amazing lead staffers and our amazing professional staff team to put together this whole orientation program for you. Before I introduce advising, I just want to do a shameless plug. I am in charge of running our social media page on Instagram, and as you all prepare to depart campus today, I want to make sure that you are following that Instagram. We are posting updates all throughout the week of what your students are up to, and we want to make sure that you guys are kept in the loop as well. So please follow us at Florida Tech Orientation and Florida Tech Student Life on Instagram. Up next, we've got Susan Mueller with our advising team.
Good morning, Panther parents. How are we doing today? Woo! I know you guys are sitting through a lot of presentations, so I will just do a brief introduction of myself as well as the Office of Student Advising, where I hope you guys will get to know us over the course of your student being here. But my name is Susan. I have the pleasure of serving as the director for the Office of Student Advising. I have been here, I'm going into my 6th year as an advisor at Florida Tech. I've advised pretty much every single major within the College of Engineering and Science, College of Business, and Psychology and Liberal Arts. I am now working on the aeronautics, so then we can have all of the majors advised, but I now get to serve as the director of this absolutely amazing office. So we're just gonna cover a couple of things. I'll introduce you to our office, the leadership team, all of the advisors, because there are a lot of us now. I'll explain the purpose of academic advising at Florida Tech, basically what we do, why we do it, and then some best practices on how we can work together to develop your students' support team, and they can be successful throughout their entire college journey. So what academic advising is essentially a collaborative partnership between your student and our office. The advisor is going to be able to provide some guidance on the university requirements, our policies, pretty much how to navigate Florida Tech, because there's a lot of intricacies to the university and just to college life in general. So we are here to help provide guidance on that and clear up any confusion, answer any questions they may have. That way the student can then take autonomy and have that informed decision-making skills to be able to take responsibility for not just their academic progress, but their holistic journey and development through college. Our ultimate goal is to empower your students to reach their full potential by fostering those critical thinking skills as well as those informed decision-making skills. We're not going to be telling your students what to do. We are going to be guiding them on what the pathways are that are open to them and give them those resources so they can make those decisions themselves and provide those steps to success. So within our office, every student that's coming in since fall of 2023 is assigned to an advisor within the Office of Student Advising. It's based off of major, so we do have a couple of advisors that work with each major, but each student is assigned to one of them as their primary advisor, and that advisor is going to be working with them through their registration advising, helping answer any questions they may have, and helping them with that transition, not just from high school into college, but throughout each of the years until graduation. So these numbers are as of July 2025. I did look at them this morning, and we're about 50 to 60 more students across the board, but this is our current advisee population. You can see, depending on the major, depending on the college, we have difference in advisors. So as of right now, we have 4 advisors that work with our majors in the College of Aeronautics. We have 1 that is working with the College of Business. 12 of them are currently working with the College of Engineering and Science. Can you tell which college has the most majors? And then 2 that are working for the College of Psychology and Liberal Arts. With the College of Aeronautics, here are our 4 lovely advisors. So show of hands or just cheer. How many of you guys have your students in COA? Woo! Awesome. So our current advisors are Rebecca Babcock, Kamla Persad, Miguel Moore, and Adriana Perry. One of them will be assigned to your student. They're able to look this up in PAWS, in the hub. There's various places that they can find out who their advisor is, and they're going to be meeting with them pretty much every single semester, at least once a semester, but ideally more than that. That way we can keep them on track for their expected graduation timeline. All of these numbers are their direct office lines as well as their email addresses. Feel free to contact them so long as you have a FERPA release form on file. If you don't know what that is, we will talk about that in just a second. Susan Popelka is our sole advisor right now for the College of Business. She works with accounting, business administration, finance, and information systems majors. She's awesome. She is currently the only advisor that we have that is off campus. She's actually located in the College of Business, which is about a quarter mile up Babcock Street, but all of the other advisors are going to be located on the main campus. And then because we have so many COES advisors, this is actually going to be broken down by majors and departments. So we have Ria Bocom, Sholay Pekamian, and Caleb Solomon as our advisors for mainly aerospace engineering, but also interdisciplinary science and our mathematical science majors. Jade Lawson and Jennifer Nesmith are the advisors for our smaller majors, so they do advise for a lot more of them. You can see we've got astrobiology, astronomy and astrophysics, biochem, biomedical engineering, chemistry, chemical engineering, all of the biomedical engineering and science and chemistry. Then we have Denise Forsyth and David Smithson. They are our advisors for the MCE department, so they work with the mechanical engineering majors, our construction management majors, as well as our civil engineering majors. For OEMS, we have Hannah Brugan and Kristen Nelson. They work with environmental science and sustainability. They work with general biology, marine bio, ocean engineering, oceanography. And for EECS, computer engineering, computer science, electrical engineering, and software engineering, we have Rebecca Cobb and Aaliyah Miner. And then I also advise for students that are in the general engineering and general science. These are a non-degree program, so it's basically a one-year intro program for students that don't know exactly what engineering or science they would like to pursue. So I will assist them for that first year, and then once they decide which track they would like to pursue, we'll transition them over to one of our full-time advisors that work with those majors. And then for COPLA, which is our School of Arts and Communication, School of Psychology, and School of Behavioral Analysis, we have both Chelsea Lewis and Terry Skinner. So it's quite a large office. We have a variety of experience. A lot of these advisors have been advisors at other universities. We have quite a few alumni. Chelsea is actually our former SGA president from a few years ago. So we do have a whole host of expertise in either advising, academics, or student life. So it's really awesome to be able to see those kinds of different perspectives and be able to give that advice and those assistance to students based on whatever they're really needing. Now for leadership, like I said, that's me. Kristen Nelson, she is our advisor, but she is also my assistant director for on-campus advising as well as our student ombuds. So she is an absolutely fantastic resource for students, especially in those first couple of weeks where students may be feeling really homesick or don't really know how to navigate campus well. She is a confidential resource. Students can go to her pretty much for anything and say, I need help with this, and she's able to provide that guidance in a confidential way. So I would definitely recommend, if you don't know her, to get to know her. And then we also have Shane Santana. We have some online advisors as well, and he is going to be our assistant director for the online programs. Why advising matters, there's a whole host of reasons. I've kind of narrowed it down for you guys, but we're here to guide not just their academic, but also personal development through building that autonomy, helping them foster those critical thinking skills and that informed decision making. We're also a bridge to connect students to resources. Just like Kat was saying, if your students come in and they have questions, most of the time our advisors can answer the question for them, but in the case where we just don't know it directly because it may be confidential, like their financial aid package, we know where to direct them to, so they know exactly who they're going to go to in order to actually get the answer. We are here to support students as they navigate college. If they are just overwhelmed with today, with test anxiety or anything like that, they can always come and talk to us. We are here to provide advice, but we're also here just to be a listening ear so they know that there is somebody on campus that they can connect with and that will be there to help them. We help with a lot of planning and decision making. Most of the time people think of our office as the office where students go to get registered, and that's kind of true. We do a lot of registration advising. That is the one required meeting that our students have to have every semester is a registration advising appointment. That way they know exactly what classes they're going to be registering for the upcoming semester. But we also help them with some decision making. If they are contemplating going on like the study abroad program, or if they're interested in potential internships but they don't really know where to start, they can come to our office and we're almost like a launch pad where we can get them to where they need to go in order to get that information. We do also encourage their responsibility and independence. We will give them that advice, but we don't tell them what to do. They're the ones that have to make that decision themselves, and we will talk about like any consequences or cause and effect actions for those decisions, but ultimately it is their choice. We are also here to ensure that no students are falling through the cracks. So the reason that all of the students are assigned a primary advisor is because we have a system where we can check in on their Canvas grades, see how they're doing, seeing if they're actually attending class, if they're going to tutoring appointments, if they're actually checking into those tutoring appointments. We're kind of able to monitor all of that on the back end in order to make sure if they are starting to fall through the cracks, we're able to catch them before they fully slip. Basically, building the steps to success so your student can ascend to their highest potential. Specifically what we do mainly is registration advising. We monitor their degree progress. We have this really awesome website system called the Hub that we use for that. We provide guidance on those university policies and procedures. We don't expect students to know all of the policies. We are here to teach them that. Their professors are here to teach them their subject material. We are basically here to teach them how to navigate the university and succeed at being a college student. So we connect them to those appropriate campus resources, those student support services. If they're needing assistance but don't know where to go for tutoring, we can connect them to the Student Success and Support Center. If they are coming to us saying, I'm really struggling with burnout, I feel like I'm burning out, we can connect them over to our Student Counseling Center so they can start meeting with a certified mental health counselor and get some assistance that way. If they're just bored on campus and don't really know how to get involved, we can connect them with student life, get them involved in clubs, in sports, in pretty much anything that they are interested in. And with that, we're promoting the participation in those activities, the organizations, civic engagement opportunities. A lot of the advisors also teach that freshman seminar course called University Experience, so we're able to connect students not just in the advising sessions, but also in the classroom. And we're their cheerleaders. We're here to support them and basically cheer them on for anything that they're doing, all of the awesome accomplishments that they're receiving. Our office also has a first-year student award that is given to students that are basically showing that they have really made the most of their first year, and they get to serve as our student ambassadors for the upcoming semester. And we were able to give out 2 awards this last spring semester to 2 student ambassadors for our office, which is really awesome. So now we're going to talk about our students support team, which is you guys as well as all of these other resources. So obviously, family, you guys are the main support system. You guys have been there their entire lives to help them, and now that they have come to Florida Tech, they get a whole host of other people and offices to support them. So we've got the student advisors, they've got their professors, they've got faculty mentors that can teach them about internships or research opportunities or post-graduation pathways of what they can actually do with their degree once they get it. There's tutoring and testing services that you'll learn about in just a minute. There's accessibility resources if your students need accommodations. There's counselors. There's our care team, which is comprised of representatives from a lot of these different offices. The library staff. There's personal library liaisons that work with each individual major. So if a student is a mechanical engineering major and needs help on this research project, they know they can go to Bill Bowman over in the library, and he's going to be the one to be able to assist them with that. You've got your Res Life staff if you have students living on campus, your RAs, your RDs, Student Life, obviously, our Dean of Students, Outreach, Conduct. You just saw all of their wonderful faces on the last slide. And there's now going to be peer mentors, not just within university experience. There's peer mentors that are out in student life where students can connect with them, their older college students, to be able to see the student's perspective on how to navigate through Florida Tech, as well as like new security office. So, couple of things, right? Main thing is FERPA. This is the biggest thing that comes out of our office is that we'll get parents that contact us, they'll call us, or they're emailing us and they're like, hey, I wanna know about my son's grades. I wanna know if they're going to class. If we don't have a FERPA release form on file for your student, unfortunately, we are not allowed to talk to you about their information because once they are here as an active student on campus, their academic records, their grades, their schedules, basically anything that we would need to use their student ID to look up is going to be confidential. So in order for you guys to have access to that information, we do need a FERPA release form on file, and we would love for you guys to have that on file because we want to talk to you. We want to be able to provide you that reassurance that yes, your child is doing amazing in classes, or maybe they're struggling a little bit, they missed the last week of classes, but we are reaching out to them and getting them connected to those appropriate resources, getting those verified absences, getting them into tutoring, and so forth. But unless we have that FERPA release form on file, unfortunately, we're just gonna have to say we can't talk to you about it. So if you know that your child hasn't submitted a FERPA release form, I would highly recommend encouraging them to do that before you guys leave for orientation. Next tip would be just to encourage autonomy. You guys are going to be hearing this in a variety of different presentations, but if you can help us by encouraging the students to make their own decisions, let them take the lead on doing their meetings with their professors, scheduling their advising appointment, because it is important for them to understand the cause and effect. If they don't schedule their advising appointment, they don't get their registration pin, they're not going to register on time, so they may get stuck in 8 a.m. classes, right? And if we could resist the urge to fix the problem, I know that is kind of counterintuitive to ask you guys to take a step back from assisting and from being there for them all the time, but this is really going to help them build their own confidence that they're able to navigate adulthood. It's also improving their own well-being, their social adjustment to college life and to the campus, and it shows that you trust their judgment, whether their judgment is actually sound. And with that, normalizing struggle and growth, right? We all make mistakes. College is an adjustment. It's a huge life transition, not just for you guys, for the students as well. So it's okay if they're feeling overwhelmed at first. It happens every single year. Kat was just telling you guys how many students come into their office within those first couple of weeks. Kristen, as the ombudsman, also gets a lot of students that come in with that overwhelming feeling of, you know, I'm just so nervous that this is a huge transition, and there are not just our 2 offices, but a whole host of offices and support services here to help them with that, right? And again, setbacks, they're all a part of the learning process. We've all made mistakes here, and it's impossible to assume that they're not going to make mistakes, so letting them know that mistakes are going to happen, but they are a part of that learning process, they're a critical part of that learning process, is going to help them adjust a little bit easier to college life here. Last thing, encourage your use of resources, right? Advisors are a great resource, but there's so many others on campus. They've been listed through here. You guys are going to hear presentations from all of them. But basically just help them view asking for help as a strength, not a weakness. A big thing that we've noticed in our office is a lot of students don't come to us until it's well past the point where they need help, where they're like almost at the point of failing out of the university, because they thought that asking for help was a bad thing. And we're here to tell them, no, it's not a bad thing. It's actually really encouraged because it will help you grow. And we are here to help. So if you'd like to contact us, our general email is advising@fit.edu. We do have a website that breaks down all of the advisors, gives you guys all their contact information, their current office locations. I do want to let you know that about halfway through the semester, we are going to be moving, so all of the advisors will eventually be located in a new advising center that will be located on the second floor of the Evans Library. And lastly, thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting your students. Thank you for listening to all of these presentations. I hope you have a great rest of your orientation.
All right, up next, we're going to have some representatives from the Student Success and Support Center talk to you about student support and accessibility.
Good morning. I hate being behind the desk. I like walking around and really doing it, but I know they're recording some of this too, so I can't just yell at you, which I would do because I'm very loud. Oh, excellent. Oh, this is nice. Excellent. Thank you very much. So that being said, my name is Rod Newcomb. I'm the Executive Director of Student Success and Support on campus. And I'm here as another resource for your student. And I love the word resource. And that's one of the things we talk about is your student using the resources. Two of the resources who are with me today, I have my Associate Director, Mrs. Kwanda Rembert. And I have Mrs. Rachel Densler, who's the Assistant Director of Accessibility Resources. And she will follow directly after this. But one of the things I do like to talk about is the students come in and I ask them what resource is available. And they come around after I give a presentation on time management, organization, strategies, and I go, what's your best resource for student success? And they were like, you are. I'm like, good brown nosing. But I go, who else is your best resource? And after some digging and pushing, I finally get them to say, you know, their professor. And it's so funny because it's not when I ask them. I have students come to my office and say, hey, Rod, I'm really having a hard time in this. Or they'll come and talk to any of my staff and they say, we have a hard time in this class. And I'll say, okay, that's cool. We have reviews for that. We have tutor one-on-ones for that. We have supplemental instruction. And I said, but have you talked to your professor? And they look at me like I'm crazy and I have two heads. Now, I'm the first to admit I'm a little off. That being said, it's a valid reminder. And I have so many funny stories I'm not even going to get into about talking back and forth. But that being said, there's an old saying in real estate that says there's the top three important things are location, location, location. What I tell students is that the most important things about when you're being successful in school is go to class, go to class, go to class. It's so easy to skip a class. Your freshmen tend to have more classes where they take roll. And some have very strict rules. That's another thing to keep in common. If they say, I don't have to go to class, say, make sure you check your syllabus. Because some you will start losing grades after a certain amount of classes missed. But as they go along, there are going to be a lot of classes they can easily skip and go to the beach. That doesn't mean it's helpful, you know, and they think, oh, I can do this, it's okay, there's no roll. Go to class, go to class, go to class. And you will find the students that tend to go to class. Imagine that, they have better grades. So we talk for time management, we talk organization, we remind them, ask for help early and often, and we talk about timing of doing their assignments. And you said, if you know, when you get a class, you've just sat through it, they went over the problems in class, and they say, and they walk out of the class going, oh, I understood that, I got that. And they have 20, 30 problems they have to do maybe in 2 weeks. So this is beginning, they haven't started really lining up all their assignments, and it's easy to start saying, oh, I don't have a lot to do. And they'll tell you that. Oh, the first week is easy. There's nothing to do. But then they come in the second week and they're like, oh, everything's come due. And they're like, well, I can't talk now, I'm so busy. And they're like, well, all this surprised you? I'm like, oh yeah, they just came up. And it's like, Yeah, well, that's been on your syllabus, and you knew that these 4 classes, all had assignments due over the next week and a half to 2 weeks. And you kind of tell them that if you start now, maybe do a couple assignments to work it out. You have 20 problems, do 5 problems a day, like they did in high school, like they were reminded. But the more they can organize their time and get themselves and do that, the easier life will be, the more less stressful it'll be. And you've told them this, and they know this somewhere, but coming to school and having to figure it out, some of them have a little rough first couple weeks. But if they do that, they'll be so much better off. And I told the student, you understood it. Go back to your dorm or the library, try 1 problem. Try 5 problems, whatever. You have 40 problems, whatever. Just do 1 or 2. And you get back and then you try it and you're like, okay, cool, I got this. Or, that wasn't as straightforward as I remember him doing on the board. Now they can go talk to the professor, talk to USA, come for tutoring. Use the resource they have early and often instead of waiting until Sunday and it's due on Monday morning and they start doing problems and like, oh, I don't know how to do half these problems. That's where it's a good reminder to come in. So again, if they're going to be sick, they're going to ask for help, communicate, talk to your professors, they don't like talking. They'll talk to themselves, but they don't want to ask for help. But they forget that this is one of the easiest ways is to go find your problems and then seek guidance to fix it and get help.
Thank you. Well, hello, everyone. Again, my name is Kawanda Rimbert, and I am the Associate Director for the Student Success and Support Center. So my main responsibility, I recruit and manage all of our tutoring staff. I make sure that we have tutors, tutoring staff for all of our 1st and 2nd year courses. We do have tutoring, of course, for our junior and senior years, but it just sometimes become a little more difficult to have tutors for every single course for those classes. Those advanced level courses. But that's where your student needs to be advocates for themselves and reach out to our office to me specifically and say, hey, I noticed there's not a tutor for this particular class. That's when I work with the departments and try to identify someone for that little unique class that I may not have a tutor for. But tutoring is free. We really want to encourage our students to use it. We really want them to get out of the mindset that tutoring is only for students that are struggling, students are not smart or whatever. Just as Rod said, they are very shy and intimidated to ask for help. So we really want to try to encourage them more to utilize the center. And in fact, I'll just tell a quick story. Just yesterday afternoon, a student came in to visit me, was interested in a tutoring position. This student was a rising senior. And when she came in my office, I was like, I've seen you before. I've seen you so much. I said, have you used the center? She was like, oh my God, I lived here. So when I checked the hub and looked at her classes, she had all A's. And it's those students that frequent the center the most that really just stay on top of it. They get in a rhythm. She mentioned that she came every day or every Monday between classes. So once they, develop a schedule, it'll be easier for them to just have a rhythm, just have a consistent schedule. Free peer tutoring, we also offer supplemental instruction. Supplemental instruction is a great way to get extra practice. And often, Rod and I will tell our students, when you go play a sport or you play an instrument, you go to practice. So think of your academics as practice. So our supplemental instruction allows students to come in on a weekly basis and get review of what's being taught in the course per week. So our supplemental instruction leaders audit the course a lot of the times, and they know what's being taught each week. And they come to our center and run a session, several sections. For chemistry, in fact, we have 16 sessions per week for Chemistry 1101, and a little fewer for Chemistry 1102. We do this for physics. You may see it for Calc 1. The resources are unlimited. We just really need the students to utilize it. We also do review sessions, especially for the math. So our Calc 1, our Calc 2, our GSAs are very good about doing review sessions before the exams. Your student just has to come and utilize the service. I want to leave you with something. And this is my 3rd time telling this story. So can you believe we've had parents yell at us in the past? It's hard to believe, right? I laugh too. So and I have 2 daughters, so I know the game. But your student will tell you, oh my God, I've tried so hard to make a tutoring appointment. I've called, they never have anybody available. Every time I try, I just can't find anybody. You see my face, right? So the parent will call. If there's a FERPA on file, I'll look and I'll say, your student has never stepped foot in this building. We track every person that comes in the building. Now, if your student is calling on Thursday, trying to get an appointment on Thursday because they have a Calc 1 test Thursday, now it might be a little difficult. And that's why we need students to utilize time management. You know you have a test on Thursday, make an appointment on Tuesday or even Monday. But I guarantee for the math, we always have available appointments. It may get tight sometimes right before an exam, but that's why we have review sessions, so that we can meet many students at one time. So I just want to say, okay, so just, please encourage your student to, make an appointment often, make an appointment ahead of time, and to really utilize time management. And if there is no one that just doesn't fit in their schedule, have them come talk to me. My tutors love money. All I have to say is, hey, you want some extra hours? They're like, yes, by all means. So it's very easy for me to provide more resources if we need it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kwanda. We have a lot of resources, including writing instructors. I have 3 writing instructors that'll cover any kind of writing, from undergrad, essays, papers, and help them fix the mistakes they've tried doing in AI. And help them make sure that it's in their own writing, that they've cited correctly, and that the resources they put in their paper are actually real and not made up by some other software. But that being said, we talk a lot about student success every day and offering them guidance. Like, we talk about assistance. Some of the conversations I have are very basic. Like, there's 3 parts. If you eat healthy, you sleep well, and you exercise, you're likely going to be in a better position to do well. And this is something very basic, but it's a conversation that we have. We teach a class called Strategies for Success that we'll cover this in depth and have about 10 weeks of all these different subjects on how to do well. Generally, the students take that class, have had messed up a semester, or they've been academically dismissed and come back. So that's negative, but that's the kind of resources we offer all the time. They don't have to wait till where they're really in trouble to use the resources. We have, if you want to take a shot of that real quick, there's our information about contacting us. The hub.fit.edu is our app that we use for making our appointments, testing appointments, tracking all the things we do, and the students load this along with Florida Tech app, and they can use this to make appointments. We are open Monday through Friday, 8 to 6 during the school year. Yes? Sure. That one? All right. Okay. We have some brochures down here, but we also have 2 information sessions this afternoon. How long does it take a camera? Come on. You guys need to learn more from your students here. This is quick. Boom, boom, boom. Go back.
No, that's what they want.
All right.
Is this
All right.
it?
All right. All right.
You're in the way.
Okay.
They want you gone.
Yeah, I know, right?
They want you gone.
Well, yes. That being said, you got it? All right. And we do it. It's good for you to remind them. That's great. But that being said, we are there. Even though our hours 8 to 6, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 5 on Fridays, we do have hours. We'll do on review sessions, supplemental instruction, or on evenings and on weekends before midterms and finals. We put this up on Engage, which is the university calendar, so they can find it at the hub or the university calendar. I want to jump this next right to Mrs. Densler, so she can go over. She's got a few minutes left, so she can talk about accessibility resources relating to accessibility services. Use your 5. You can do this one, this one.
I want this. I'm staying in my lane. I'm going to be right there. I feel like singing a song. No, I just have to click this black button when I go. This? Right there. Okay, cool. Can I give you this? Awesome. Hi, I'm Rachel Dinsler. I am the Assistant Director for Accessibility Resources. So what is that? I coordinate accommodations for students with disabilities. Background for me, I spent 16 years with the Maryland public school system. I was 8 years in Baltimore County and 8 years in Carroll County. I case managed 504 plans, I case managed IEPs, I was on the teams. So I know a lot as far as being somebody who's worked through that process if you've worked through that with your student. In addition, as a parent, one of my kids needed to go through that system too and have a 504. She has dyslexia. And so I know as a parent how to go through that process and how sometimes it can be a little frustrating to say the least. So I try not to make it as frustrating here. I am alumni of Florida Tech. My husband is alumni of Florida Tech. Both of my sons were here. My last kid, the one that I worked with, she just graduated from a college up in Maryland, summa cum laude. So for somebody who's had to go through some academic challenges, she did her job, so I'm very proud of that. So just to give you an idea, 94% of high school students with some disabling condition receive assistance, but only 17% take advantage of it here in college. And that's where my concern is. You've done everything you can to get your students through high school, to make sure they're successful. Every support there, but then only 17% utilize the support in college. So that's why I speak to heart as a parent to another parent. If your students did receive some sort of assistance, some sort of plan, it might be good to think about utilizing it here, making sure they have all their resources. This is a good school, but you earn your degree. And so you want to have everything in place. With that being said, there may be students that didn't have a plan in high school, wherever. They may have had anxiety or depression, but completing tests on time are very difficult. But you see, they do have that documented disability. It might be worth looking at that for college. And also to keep in mind, anything that's through my office is confidential. It does not go on a transcript or anything like that. So you don't have to worry about, oh wow, are they going on a job interview? Are they going to know that they had extended time? Or are they going to know that they had anxiety? Not unless they disclose it. So I just wanted to keep that in mind for people if they're, to just kind of give you a background. So Americans with Disabilities Act, I don't want to go over too much, but it basically says that colleges have to give reasonable accommodations for students with documented disabilities. A lot of what you see, what we have a testing center in that Student Success and Support Center. They proctor students who have testing accommodations. They may need low distraction or extended time. Preferential seating is another one. Even though most students in college, if you see them walk in the classroom, they sit in the back. So there's always seats in the front, I'm telling you right now. So what do? I assist students with accommodations. I help in implementing those interventions, and I just coordinate. I coordinate between the student. I do a lot of talking with professors, students, just problem solving, figuring stuff out. So we work at it as a team. I do have parents that contact me. Like you said, you have to have the FERPA completed. I can't talk to you unless the FERPA is completed, but I do help parents out too and help them navigate as well, because I've been there as a parent. I know what it's like. So documentation. I just need documentation from a qualified provider. It could be an assessment that was done. It could be a psychological and educational. It could be a letter from their provider stating, yes, they have ADHD and they need extra time. They need low distraction. It could be things like that. So a qualified provider or an assessment that might have been done in school. The steps, so they have to complete our request form. It's online. I have cards down below here. I'm also going to be holding cards. I'm talking to your students after this, but that completion of that request form, and like I said, that documentation, because we have to have basically proof that there is a condition. This is my location. Like I said, I'm staying in my lane, so if you need to get that information, that's how to contact me. And I am in the Student Success and Support Center. Like I said, I am going to be part of those breakout sessions that we have this week. There are 4 of them. And feel free to reach out to me, contact me. I'm here to support your student. I'm here to support you. Thank you very much.
All right, up next we're going to have some representatives talking about student health and wellness for you.
Good morning. Welcome, Panther families. How are we all doing? I'm probably not going to make you laugh like Rod. Just letting you know, I'm not as performative. My name is Deanna Perez. I am the Director of Student Outreach and Support, and I work in the Student Affairs Division. And our short presentation is going to be about resources and programs that are available on campus for health. So show of hands, how many of you believe your student in their time here at Florida Tech will come down with an acute illness or a chronic illness? So quite a few hands. Okay. How many of you think that your student during their time here will have a mental health situation? So not a disorder or diagnosis, I'm talking overwhelmed, stressed, homesick, and depressed. All right, okay, a little more hands actually. Okay, so that's why this presentation is so important, right? We don't want our students to feel alone in their dorms if they're suffering academically. It absolutely can impact their health, which I love that slide that Rod did about, eating and sleeping and doing all those good things. So I wear a couple of hats. My favorite one is being the care team chair. So the care team is comprised of several individuals from staff that represent different departments on campus. The reason this team is so important is because it allows us to know which students could utilize our resources and support, even if that's helping a student write an email. I've done it many, many times. Sometimes they're nervous. They're suffering a little bit academically and they don't know how to approach their instructor, but we can't help them if we don't know that something is going on. So we encourage parents, peers, I'm going to tell the new students over there in Clemente the same thing, to submit a care form. And you can do it anonymously if you don't want your child to know that it was you submitting it. The concerns can be mild to severe, it does not matter. So if you even have an inkling, like they're having a roommate issue and it's impacting their overall campus life, please submit a care form. The next hat I wear is the program manager for student health insurance. So this year, we decided to go with a third-party broker that is serving as the waiver portal administrators and enrollment portal administrators. But after the fact, if your student does enroll in the student health insurance program, they will advocate for your student. So they don't have to call United Healthcare directly. They can call Haler and they will advocate, help them find specialists in the area, help them with claims, etc. How many of you believe your student or you have taken action? So have gone to the portal and either waived with current insurance. Okay, great. That's a great show of hands. You still have 10 more days to do so. I encourage those who want the insurance to enroll now. That way you have access to your ID card. Otherwise, they will be auto-enrolled if they fall into this category at the top. They will be auto-enrolled, but not until the portal closes. So gosh forbid something happens between now and that date, they won't have any of their insurance information. Let me move on to some contacts really quick, and that way you guys can get to the good stuff, which is all of our health centers. I am located in the Denia Student Center. That is the bookstore on the second floor. You can find Residence Life, Student Life, Title IX, Student Conduct, myself, and the Vice President of Student Affairs. This is a great phone number to have. I highly recommend memorizing that one. We actively answer that and have someone on the phone to direct you to where you need to go. I know that some of the other lines are a little more generic and third party, so that's a great number to have. And I'm gonna pass y'all over to the health center. Thank you guys so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brittany Collins. I'm a nurse practitioner with the Holzer Health Center here on campus. The health center, as Deanna said, many of our students will have some sort of health or medical concern while they're here at college, and we are here to help them. So our goal is to provide optimal healthcare that promotes healthy habits, not just while they're here, but over a lifetime, and help them get to what they're trying to achieve academically. So the Health Center is available to all registered students. There is no fee to come in and see one of the nurse practitioners. So if your student is feeling unwell or just not sure what to do with a medical concern, we highly encourage them to schedule an appointment, come in and talk to us, because they can see us and we do not bill their insurance. Now, if we need to run a strep test, a flu test, do anything like that, that's when your health insurance comes in. So we will bill any in-network insurances. We will talk to students if they are out of network, but that's when we start looking at those types of things. So when charges occur, they can choose to use their insurance or pay out of network, or self-pay. We offer a wide range of available services. By far, the most common things that we see are going to be for the acute and chronic illnesses. We see a lot of orthopedic injuries. We can offer allergy injections when serum is provided. But you can see here a long list. First aid, if they fall down, scrape their knees, those skateboards tend to bring in some customers for us, so they can always come in and see us. We also work closely with the Student Counseling Center, who you'll hear from next, but we offer the medication side of the psychiatric services. So we have a board-certified psychiatrist in our office here weekly that sees patients by appointment. He does accept the student health insurance and has very reasonable self-pay rates for other outside insurances. If your student wants to establish with him, we do ask that if you could bring any records, that'd be very helpful to have good continuation of care for them. So really what we want your students to know is that we're here. We are here for them if they're feeling unwell, if they have questions medically. We know that this might be the first time they're seeking medical care on their own. We'll help them through that process. So we are located in the Sunrise Center on the second floor, along with housing in the Student Counseling Center. Our hours are listed here. Please do not hesitate to put our phone number in your phone, and we will tell the same to your students coming up. So we look forward to meeting your students, hopefully for well issues, but if they need us, we are always there to help. All right, have a wonderful day, and next you'll hear from Dr. Tapley with the Student Counseling Center.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Robin Tapley, the director of the Student Counseling Center here at Florida Tech. And we provide mental health services to all of our main campus students that is free and confidential. So it's a really nice service for your students during their college experience. One thing that we do share with your students is that we partner with Talk Campus, which is a 24/7 peer-to-peer support program that they can elect into. It's very easy, it's app-based, and they can connect with resources and peers from across the world in multiple languages, and if needed, have additional clinical support. So that's really helpful in the 3 a.m. panic mode, or if they're just wanting to connect with other students. As far as our services, our most utilized service is our individual counseling services. They are free and confidential. Our records are not part of the student record or any other records that students have here on campus, so it is very similar to going to a therapist off campus, with the exception of no fee. We don't file insurance as well. It's just a free, confidential service. We also provide crisis intervention and management because we recognize students might not are able to or want to wait for the next appointment. So we do offer walk-in crisis management at the time that they might need it. In addition to our counseling services, we do provide outreach and consultation, training, so your students might see us in certain campus events and classes to talk about our services as well. And then our website has quite a few self-help resources and apps and links to other places that students can go to for support. One thing that we're excited for is this year we're doing Wellness Wednesdays. It's a group or a workshop that we're going to have every Wednesday from 4 to 5 at our counseling center beginning Wednesday, September 10th. So it's a couple weeks to get started. And it's really nice because it's a small group. We're going to have the first 1 or 2 groups on anxiety management and adjusting to a new college environment. And then it's going to move on to motivation and focus, executive functioning challenges that students might face when they're feeling overwhelmed. So we have a different topic each week that we'll be promoting to your students. It's also a free service that they can step in at any Wednesday they're interested. More information will be on our website and Engage and other areas that students might be going to. We do understand that your student might be in crisis and need a higher level of care, so I recommend to students as well as to you all to keep campus security, program it in your phone if you have not already been told so. You never know when you or your student might need it, and it is the campus entity that is open 24/7. We also promote the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline and the Crisis Text Line. And then on our website, we have additional crisis resources, including the nearest local medical hospital and mental health hospital. If you are concerned about your student, we encourage you to express concerns, offer that listening ear, that open line of communication, because you've got that established relationship already with them, and we're working to establish that relationship. When you have that open line of communication, find ways to share the information about the resources that are available, especially if you are from far away, that they feel supported here on campus. And if needed or if desired, reach out to the services that you think your students would benefit from. Consult with a staff member at that. We get calls all the time, and consult with them on how we can all work together to best assist your student. Our contact information is here. We are just down the aisleway as the Student Health Center, so it's really nice. We partner very closely with the Student Health Center. Our hours of operation, how you can find more information is listed on this slide. I appreciate everybody's time. Take care.
All right, with that final presentation, we are going to release you guys to go to your academic unit meetings. If you did not get a copy of that schedule, we will have them out in the lobby for you. Please note that for my aerospace engineering people, you will be in the Clemente Center, not in the Hartley room as listed. And for my College of Business people, we will have a representative out in the lobby to guide you to the shuttle to get you to the College of Business.
I have my slide deck on here if we need it. All right. Can I set it up? All right. Whose account is this? Okay. I don't think my slides are here. So, is there an HDMI cable I can just plug into? And does this clicker have a connector I can use? Yeah. Oh, it is? Okay. Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me get the slide deck open. That's fine. Test. Good morning, everyone. We've got a couple people coming in. We'll get started in just a minute. If you're outside in the lobby and you're waiting to come in, please head on in and we'll get started in less than a minute. All right. That looks like about everybody that's coming in. We'll get started. Well, welcome to Family Orientation, everyone, and welcome to the College of Aeronautics. So today we're going to go over a little bit about us, our college, our faculty, our programs. We're going to talk a little bit about some documentation that your students need. We're certainly going to get into a little bit of flight training. I know a lot of your students are in that degree program, and we're going to talk a little bit about what those rules are and maybe paperwork that's required there. And at the end, I'll have the opportunity to answer any questions that you might have. So with that, I'm going to get started by introducing our dean and our faculty. First up is Dr. John Deaton. I'll invite Dr. Deaton to come up on stage and say a few words and welcome you to the college.
Again, I second the welcome to the College of Aeronautics. We're really glad to have you here. We know that you had options in terms of where you wanted to go. And I know, as a parent myself, one of the questions I'd be asking is, did I make the right choice? The answer is simple. The answer is yes, you made the right choice. I've been at Florida Tech now for 25 years, so I've seen the program grow, both the flight and the non-flight program. I've looked at other programs in the nation, and believe it or not, Florida Tech is way up towards the top. We have some of the best faculty. Our faculty have real-world experience. They just don't teach out of a textbook. They bring what they've learned in their occupations to the classroom, which is the best benefit for our students. I also want to point out, as a parent, you would be concerned about issues of safety and so on. And again, I want to point out that Florida Tech, for the last 10 years, has been giving the highest award in maintenance and safety in the nation. So we're a very safe school. Sometimes the students get a little frustrated because they'll say, hey, I can't fly today. And our response in some cases is, well, you know, there's a hurricane out there. You're not going to fly in a hurricane, okay? So with all that said, again, thank you for coming. Welcome to the College of Aeronautics. Our faculty are over there. You can see they're all smiling, they're all friendly and everything else. So don't hesitate to have your student or yourself if you want to meet one of our faculty in the future. Thank you.
So my name's Dr. Rian Mehta. I'm the Associate Dean of the college, which means I oversee all academic programs. Most of you would have met me when you're doing your new student tours and deciding which college you're going to go to. My background is in human factors, and I do teach some of those classes as well, but primarily my job is to support your students. My job is to ensure that your students are successful. And so if there are things that I can do for you, for your students, I'm your point of contact to make that happen. I want to go on to introducing our faculty, and so I'll have each one stand up. You get to see them. After we do the faculty introductions, I'll let them leave so that they can get back to getting ready for classes next week. So first off, in alphabetical order, we have Professor Adam Abouid, who's an instructor of dispatching. So Professor Abouid teaches all of our dispatch program courses, which can lead to your students becoming licensed aircraft dispatchers. We hold an FAA certification to do that. Oh, a little far. There we go. Oh. Next is Dr. Meredith Carroll. Dr. Carroll is not here with us today because she's at NASA presenting her research, and so she runs a very popular lab for a lot of our undergraduate and graduate students called the Atlas Lab, and she performs a lot of human automation research. So if your students are interested in that area, they can get involved with research as well here at the College of Aeronautics. Next is Dr. Debbie Karstens. Dr. Karstens is here. Dr. Karstens runs our HF Assist Lab and also does a lot of FAA research. She has a ton of experience in human-computer interaction, has also had an extensive career at NASA. She's also the chair of our graduate programs. So as your students are thinking about what's post-bachelor life, that's where they'll interact with Dr. Karstens as well. Professor Ali Choi. Professor Choi primarily teaches a lot of our flight training courses, so she'll teach a lot of your ground school courses for your students. She has an extensive career as a pilot, drone operator, as well as some airline training experience. Professor Charles Everett. Professor Everett is our newest faculty member, just joined us last week. He comes to us from an extensive career as the Director of Aviation at the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, has a military background, airport management background, and will be teaching a lot of those courses in aviation management, airport planning, airport design. So we're very happy to have him join us this year. Next is Dr. Greg Fox. Dr. Fox has a career as an airline pilot, but as well an airline safety regulator working in Canada, the Caribbean, the United States in safety operations. So he teaches many of our safety management system courses. Professor Lenny Gartenberg. Professor Gartenberg is a mixture of an aerospace engineer and a pilot, and so he teaches a lot of our aviation physics and aerodynamics type courses, as well as teaching our pilot ground school courses all the way up to your students when they're learning to be CFIs. So he has that dynamic background of both sides of the equation of the operator as well as the engineer. Professor Jim Guida. Another one of our engineering background faculty who teaches a lot of our, again, aerodynamics as well as pilot ground school courses. He's been a CFI for many years and so teaches students in both of those areas. Professor Anna Marin. Professor Marin comes to us from the airport consulting industry. So when your students leave the program and they're looking at jobs in their aviation management careers, she has a ton of industry connections for internships, for job placements. She teaches a lot of the airport planning and design courses as well, and she gets to bring that real world experience into the classroom. Oh. Dr. Aureen Jones McKinney. Dr. McKinney is one of our former deans, so she was the immediate past dean of the College of Aeronautics and decided that she missed teaching so much, so she went back to being a full-time faculty to teach. She has had an extensive career, again, in airport planning and design at Atlanta Hartsfield, one of the busiest airports in the country. So she teaches and is one of our lead faculty in that area. So she has a unique, again, experience of running our flight school, running our college, and she now brings that back to making sure that the classroom has that same exceptional experience. Professor Doug Morris. Professor Morris is not here with us. We can still clap for him. Yeah, absolutely. Professor Morris is an active 787 pilot for Air Canada, and so he's off flying right now. He texted me this morning and said he's coming in from Shanghai, so he'll be here tomorrow. Professor Morris has written several textbooks in meteorology. He's, of course, a current airline captain, and so he teaches both our flight classes for our advanced students, advanced systems. He's capable of teaching in that area, but also teaches mostly our meteorology courses. Dr. Korhan Oyman. Dr. Oyman's not here with us, but again, one of our former deans of the college. Dr. Oyman has had a career as an airport manager all around the world. Primarily in Turkey, but then as well in several different areas as a consultant. He teaches mostly in our graduate programs. So when your students are getting to be juniors and seniors and potentially thinking about fast track programs, which we'll talk about in a couple minutes, he'll be somebody that they interact with closer to their junior and senior year. Professor Jordan Poole. Professor Poole, again, comes to us from the airports industry, teaches a lot of our planning and design courses, teaches general aviation operations, security, a couple of different courses in our programs that all students would take, not just our airport students. And so, again, has that industry experience to bring into the classroom. Professor Sean Scott. I'm not sure if Professor Scott's here. Professor Scott is a retired pilot, a retired military pilot, worked on aircraft maintenance, so has a bunch of different experiences around aviation, teaches a lot of our systems-based courses, teaches law classes. He's currently working on his doctorate in his JD, and so he is, again, going to be somebody that your students see as early as freshman year, but then again, as they get closer to senior year. Dr. Vivek Sharma. Dr. Sharma is primarily one of our faculty that teaches statistics and research design type courses. He's got an extensive research background, but again, an important person for your students to know because he's just started as the division director for undergraduate programs. So he'll be working very closely with me on, student paperwork and student issues and as they go through their degree program. So he's the chair of those undergraduate programs as well as our online programs. Professor Michael Splitt. Professor Splitt is our lead meteorologist, has been with the university for several years. He's our hurricane go-to person, and so we'll be leaning on him as we go through the next week or so to see how things are developing. But he's also got an extensive background in research, in AI and machine learning, and how those tools can be used to make better predictions in aviation weather, and so to make things safer in the aviation industry. He's doing a lot of great research with the FAA as well on things like that. So primarily teaching our meteorology courses all the way from freshman year, which all of your students will take, as well as the senior and graduate level meteorology courses. Dr. Ursoy Subasi. Dr. Subasi is our chair of our doctoral program. So again, not somebody that your students would see very soon, but if they were to stay on for postgraduate careers, Dr. Subasi would be their main point of contact. He has a background in programming, machine learning, financial mathematics, so is a very well-rounded research person, and so teaches a lot of our graduate level research and statistics courses. Professor Matthew Taylor. Professor Taylor is a retired military pilot, military instructor pilot, has had an airline career, has taught in business colleges, and now comes to us to teach a lot of our pilot ground school courses as well as some of our aviation business courses. So Professor Taylor will see your students again all the way through their career. Start at freshman year, and then as they go on, they'll have classes with Professor Taylor all through their 4 years. Dr. Tolga Turgut. Dr. Turgut's not here with us today, but again teaches a lot of our aviation business courses. So our air transportation management courses, teaches our business simulation courses, has had a career in tourism, marketing, as well as working all around the world in terms of setting up airports and ensuring they're operating efficiently. Professor Margaret Wallace. Professor Wallace is our air traffic control faculty lead. She works primarily on our FAA CTI program. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but she teaches all of our air traffic control courses as our lead point of contact with the FAA as well to get your students hired into the FAA. Dr. Brooke Wheeler. Dr. Wheeler has a background in environmental science, teaches a lot of our, again, research-based courses, but again, teaches environmental science courses, runs our environmental science minor, and does, again, several research projects with the FAA, has the opportunity for students like yours to get involved in research, and in her research course, they perform a task from start to finish of the semester. They do an entire research project, and many of them have gotten publications out of it, gone to present at research conferences. We're more than just a flight school. We're a full-blown academic institution, and your students will get that exposure to do all different kinds of things when they're here. Professor Andrew Whittall. Professor Whittall is a retired 777 captain, teaches a lot of our Aeronautics 1 and Aeronautics 3 courses, which are our ground school classes for your students in their flight programs, but also can teach advanced aircraft systems, taking his 777 knowledge and showing students what it's like to transition from a single-engine airplane to a multi-$100 million aircraft. He also works as a volunteer check pilot for the Civil Air Patrol in the local area. So an active pilot, still flying, still keeping in touch with what's going on in the industry. And last but not least, we have 2 visiting faculty members. Both I don't think are here with us today, but visiting faculty are, again, visiting because they come and go. First is Professor Shem Malmquist. Professor Malmquist is a current FedEx pilot, FedEx captain, has been flying his whole career at FedEx, and so is currently out flying the line, but he gets to bring what's happening day to day in the aviation industry back to our classrooms. So he teaches, again, our advanced aircraft systems, advanced aircraft operations courses, as well as some accident investigation and safety analysis courses. And Professor Dave Worrells is our faculty that retired a couple of years ago and then missed teaching, so wanted to come back and teaches a lot of our general aviation operations, aviation law, aviation security type courses for our students. So both are visiting faculty, but your students will see them as they get closer towards the end of their careers. More importantly are our staff members who keep our college running. And so I want to make sure that we call those people out because they do such an incredible job in keeping our college operating. And they're the people that your students will interact with a lot when they need help. So first is Ms. Stacia Young, who's our administrative assistant. She's our front face of the College of Aeronautics. She's the first person you see when you walk into our offices. Next is Ms. Tamara Gray, who's the assistant to the dean. She's the primary point of contact if your students want to get hired with us. So we have, we have federal work study positions, we hire college role positions, so we have a couple of different job openings for students that, and she will be their primary point of contact there. And last but not least is Mr. Elijah Ryans, who's our student coordinator. He works primarily with me and does a lot of the student paperwork processing and ensuring is that helpful point of contact for your students when they need to get some administrative work done through my office. With that, I will allow the faculty to get back to their day-to-day work of getting ready for classes. Thank you. The next group of people that your students will be interacting with and will be very important for their success over their time here are their academic advisors. Their academic advisors are professional staff advisors. They are not faculty members, but they work very closely with my office, and so they are responsible for keeping your students on track, helping them identify what classes they need to take in the following semester, helping them build their schedule. If your students are struggling, they can help point them in the right direction of where to seek out different support services. So they're very important people from the perspective that they have the ability to help your student, but only if your student asks for that help. So these are the 4 staff advisors. Your students will be assigned to them somewhat randomly, but they will stay with that person then for the entirety of their career. So I would not be able to tell you which one of your student is assigned to, but they all work very closely together. So I want to talk a little bit about what Dr. Deaton said as to what stands out at the College of Aeronautics and Florida Tech, and why we think you've made the right decision to send your students here. I know today is an exciting day, but it can be a little bit stressful as well. You're leaving your student here, you're leaving them with people you've never met before, but I want to assure you it's my job, it's our job to make sure they have the most amazing 4 years they can. It's my job to make sure all of them feel happy, safe, and are successful here. So if there's anything we can do to make that happen, we will do that. The College of Aeronautics is a very welcoming place. You've just seen the breadth of experience that our faculty have. They come to us from all over the world. They get to bring in those different points of view, and they bring in decades and decades of experience into the classroom. While we have been growing, it's no shock to see this entire auditorium filled, we've been hiring to make sure that our class sizes don't balloon. If I did this presentation, and I did 5 years ago, we had probably half the faculty size because we were about half the college size. So we are maintaining that ratio of student to faculty interactions. We don't want to see very large classes. We don't want to see your student just be a number in the crowd. There are very few exceptions, one of which is held in this room, is a career planning course where we have 200 plus students. The only reason for that is because we bring in an industry expert from the outside to come and talk to the students about their career. It is an opportunity for your students to meet with several different industry leaders. And so those are the only times we have large classes because we're bringing in somebody from the outside. If you're talking to a faculty member and you have a class with them, it is very rare that you'll have a class that's larger than 40 students. There are a couple of double sections here and there because of timing, but that is only to accommodate students' flight blocks. We have a very multicultural learning environment. The aviation industry is global. Your students are going to fly all over the world. They're going to interact with people from all different cultures. And so we have that in our faculty. We have that in our student body. We also have a very dedicated alumni network. The College of Aeronautics, unlike, I think, other places, has the most engaged alumni. We have alumni coming back to campus almost every week. We have interactions for your students to meet and get mentorship from these people almost every week. We have student clubs that bring in alumni. We have the alumni office that bring in alumni to do guest talks and to help students. We have alumni that help with resume prep. So we have an extremely engaged network because the aviation industry is very, very tight-knit. And then the last thing that Dr. Deaton said is the money that you're investing here, right? This is an expensive program. On top of Florida Tech being a private education, you are also investing a lot of money if your student is going to do flight training. We understand that. That's why it's our responsibility to ensure that they are successful, and when they go out into their career, they have that incredibly high return on their investment. When our pilots leave here, they're leaving to six-figure pilot jobs at the start of their career. The tail end of their career can be, we don't even know what it's going to be 25, 30 years from now, how high it could grow. But even for our non-flying students, the industry is growing, and so also are the pay scales. So there is a very high return on your investment here. Moving forward, These are a couple of points that I will talk to your students about tomorrow. They will get primarily the same information, but if your student is interested in a work-study position and wants to earn a little bit of extra money, I do hire anywhere from 10 to 15 students a year to work in a couple of different labs on campus. I have the air traffic control lab, I have the basic attitude training device lab, which is a sim lab, and then I just hire a couple of students to work at the front desk and interact with, answer the phones and things like that. So we have several different positions at the college. Ms. Tamara Gray, who's the assistant to the dean, typically hires those students. So the next thing that is very important, I think, for this presentation, and some of you that have taken tours with me would have already heard this information, but I want to reiterate it. The College of Aeronautics, and by design, our faculty, along with me, have decided that this is the way we want to operate our college. We know that a ton of your students, and we can do a raising of the hands, how many of your students are here for flight training? It's a vast majority of the room, and I get that, and that's great. That's plan A, and we want you to go at that with 110% effort. However, we don't want you to be only educated as a pilot. We don't want your bachelor's degree to be in piloting. We want your bachelor's degree to be something where you can go out in the aviation industry and be an aviation expert. All of us have bachelor's and master's and PhDs in aviation. And so we can go out into the industry and do all these amazing things. We want your students to be able to do that too. And if they want to go out to be pilots and that works out great. That is plan A, and that is awesome. But we want to ensure that your student has a plan B. I'm an example of that. I'm a commercial pilot. I don't fly for the airlines. When the industry took its downturns, and it's taken downturns several times over the last several decades, some of us couldn't find our way to an airline seat. And so we pivoted to different careers. That can happen. And so if you plan for that, if that day comes, it's not a stressful day, it's not a disappointing day. And so you can have an amazing career outside of the airplane, and that's what our degree programs really award. So I want to talk about what those degree programs are. First off, you'll see that there are 8 degree programs, 4 with flight and 4 non-flight. The with flight part is identical for all 4 degrees. When you go out to the airport to fly the airplane, they have no idea which degree you're in. They just know you're a with flight student. And if you are a with flight student, only 4 classes that are 2 credits each, 8 credits of your entire 120 credits are flight training. The rest is academic education. You're going to get an education in one of these 4 areas. And so what are those degrees that we offer with flight? The first is aviation meteorology. I start with that because it tends to be the smallest program. We tend to have less students interested in that program, not because it's a poor degree, but because it has the most amount of math and physics, and that can scare some people off. And I'll be the first to admit, it's a very amazing program, but I wouldn't have picked that if I were in school right now. I'm not great at that, right? I know my strengths, and that's not it. I'm a psychologist by trade. I do, flight deck design stuff. So the meteorology program, but we've had students go on to work for NOAA, go to work for the Hurricane Hunter Corps, the Coast Guard. And then we've had students leave those government jobs and go on to work at places like SpaceX, where they're a meteorologist supporting rocket launches. And so there are great careers to be had in that program if your students want to pursue that. You basically are able to be a licensed meteorologist. We've had some go into broadcast journalism with meteorology as well. The next one that I'll talk about is something obviously very dear to my heart, which is human factors. Human factors is the study of man-machine systems. How do we design the flight deck to be more user-friendly, to be more efficient, to be safer for the pilot to operate? How do we ensure that that interaction is useful? When you think about how your phones are designed and the operating system, and is it easy to use? Is it intuitive? Those thinkings and those design projects are what help make the evolution of aircraft better and therefore safer. So we teach a lot of different courses in that area. The next 2 are the ones that I would assume most of your students are enrolled in, probably encompass about 90% of our college, and that is aviation management and aeronautical science. primarily because those are the two degrees that lead to what is the commercial aviation industry in the United States, airports, airlines, and things like that. So the aviation management degree, and as you saw, we have several faculty in that area, unlike the name that suggests management, and you see a couple of business classes, I get a lot of students thinking, oh, this is a business degree. Well, there are a couple of business classes, but it is a very technical Bachelor of Science degree. You're going to get a degree that is going to teach you about airport planning, airport design, airport calculations. You're going to do AutoCAD drawings of different airport layout plans. How are we going to add a runway? Learning about construction management and how do we design an additional runway? How do we do the space separation for the airspace? How do we do the noise abatement if we're going to add more airplanes? How do we ensure that it does not create excessive noise? There are a lot of technical software and calculations that your students will learn to do in that. So most of our students go out to work in the airport industry. They either work for an airport or a consulting company that works for airports. We've had students go be airport managers, and so they work their way up to amazingly high-paying careers. This is, I think, another big important point for students. It's not just the pilot jobs that have great pay scales. There are amazing careers to be had in the airport industry. The aeronautical science degree will lead you to all of the operational kind of surroundings of the National Airspace System. And what that means is we'll teach your students in classes like air traffic control, aircraft dispatching, drone operations, which is really the future of aviation. We have classes in autonomous air taxi and eVTOL, electric vertical takeoff and lift. How are we designing those airplanes? How are we going to integrate those airplanes into the system from an air traffic management perspective? There's all these different careers that can be had now in the aviation industry for the next several decades. You know, a lot of people ask me, and I've worked on flight deck designs looking at, what is the future of aviation? And they say, well, are pilots going away? In your traditional airline sense, it's unlikely to happen in our lifetime. But there is going to be this new market of autonomous air taxi and remote pilots and drone operations and all of these different things that your students can learn to do while they're here at Florida Tech. I mentioned when we were talking about graduate programs, these are all of the advanced degrees that we offer. So we offer master's degrees as well as PhD degrees. And I mentioned that to say I know it's 4+ years down the road, but those 4 years are going to go quick. And so I want your students to be thinking about what they're going to do next. Primarily for those flight students, it's very unlikely that your student is going to finish at 4 years and go off to the airlines. All right, so for those of you that are familiar with it, we have restricted air transport pilot rules in the United States, which means your students need 1,000 hours before they can go to the airlines. Your student is going to graduate with about 200 or 250 hours, depending on what track they choose. So they're going to most likely become flight instructors, teach students like yours how to fly, and they're going to build time from that 200 to 1,000. That's typically going to take a student, if today, this week, they're starting, never having touched an airplane, they'll graduate with about 200 hours, and they'll be in here another 2 years as a flight instructor, so you're looking at about 6 years before they go to an airline. It's about 6 years before all the free flights kick in. So just plan it out now. You can book the vacations and everything. So it's 6 years from now, right? If your student's coming in with a private pilot license, that can accelerate things down to 5 and so on. But let's talk about where that connects to this. You're here for 6 years. Yes, you're working. Yes, you're a full-time flight instructor, but as we just mentioned, there's weather in Florida. You're not going to be working 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every single day. You're an hourly flight instructor who's going to fly maybe a couple of hours a day, which means your students are going to have time in the evenings, in the mornings, to do graduate school. And we have online graduate school as well. So if you're here for 5 or 6 years, utilize that time. Make use of that time so that when you're leaving here in 6 years, you're not just leaving with your 1,000 hours in a bachelor's degree, you're also leaving with a master's degree. That can really set you up for life because we don't know what's going to happen. What if you have a medical issue 5, 10 years into your career? You have a master's degree to fall back on. Pivot to something else in the industry. Pivot into a leadership position at your airline. Maybe you want to stay at home more with your family and you want a desk job, that master's degree can unlock those opportunities for you. And the cherry on top is once you are a full-time flight instructor after you graduate, you're a full-time employee of Florida Tech. Full-time employees of Florida Tech get free education. So your master's degree is free. So I don't know how you can get any better than that. You're here for 2 years, you have the time, and it costs you nothing other than effort. And so I'd highly encourage you as parents to make that case to your students. I make that case all the time, but after 4 years of homework, it's hard to convince a student to now sign back up for more homework, right? But it is an investment in their future. So we have degrees in airport development, aviation human factors, and aviation safety, and then we have the same programs online as well. And then if they're truly interested in research and education, they can go on to a PhD, which is something that I ended up doing several years ago. Along their way to their bachelor's degree, they can also pick up certifications and extra education along the way. So we have associate's degrees and minors that students can do along the way. Our associate's degrees are typically in air traffic control and dispatching. So like I mentioned, our aeronautical science program will be very easy to get there, but if our aviation management students also want to do air traffic control, they can swap, they can do that. You can earn an associate's degree along the way to your bachelor's degree. The other element to consider is that we also have minor programs. So your minors can, again, give you a much smaller introduction to these different areas. So human factors, meteorology, we've got all these different areas, safety, drone operations. You can pick up a minor along the way to your bachelor's degree at any point in your career. Obviously, if you leave it till senior year, it becomes a little more challenging and you gotta, fit everything into the end. But these are opportunities that we want to make sure our students are leaving here as well-rounded aviation experts. Online education is another opportunity here at Florida Tech. So a vast majority of our courses are offered on our main campus here in the classroom. But we understand that sometimes life happens. A student has a medical issue or a family emergency and needs to take a semester off. We have several classes of our degree programs that can be taken online. So a student can build out their career where they take a semester off and do it online back at home. Now, obviously, flight training doesn't happen online, but if there's a medical issue or any kind of personal circumstance, we can work with your students to get them to do online education. And sometimes when you get to senior year and you missed a course and you need to go back and it's not offered, we can fit that in with an online course here and there. The other policy is students taking education at another institution. So we allow that, but we'd allow a maximum of 3 classes. So a student can take, maybe a math class or a humanities class at a local community college in the summer if they're going home. Those are, again, opportunities for you to take credits from outside and bring them back in to help you maybe accelerate or catch up, whatever the case may be. So I mentioned earlier that we'd talk about air traffic control, and this is where I want to hit on that. We are a CTI school. CTI stands for Collegiate Training Initiative. There are only about 25 or 30 schools in the country that are approved to do this. And so CTI allows us to train your students to be air traffic controllers. To be an air traffic controller, you have to go through 11 weeks of training at Oklahoma City with the FAA Center. If you come out of a CTI program, you are exempt from the first 5 weeks of training. And on top of that, you get specialty hiring pools. So what I mean by that is if they are looking for 100 air traffic controllers, they'll put out a bid for 50 air traffic controllers for anybody in the open public, and then 50 only for graduates of CTI schools. In the open public portal, you may have 5,000 applications for 50 slots. In the CTI application, you may have 100 applications for 50 slots. So you have a lot better odds of getting in. So our CTI program is very, very popular for students as they're what I would call backup plan. A lot of pilots do our air traffic control associate's degree along the way to their bachelor's. They get the certified letter from us to say that they're CTI trained, and if flying doesn't work out, they can pivot to the air traffic control industry and have, again, an amazing career as a controller. We talked about money, and it's expensive, but there are a lot of scholarships out there. The College of Aeronautics alone gives out 10 or 11 scholarships every spring semester. So there are great opportunities for you students to add more scholarships as they go on. Right now, you're coming into college and you've been given your typical award packet. That is the basic general scholarships from the university. We have individual College of Aeronautics scholarships that come out, but then again, we are also members of trade organizations that have hundreds of scholarships. I'm on the board of trustees for an organization called ABI, which is the Aviation Accreditation Board. I'm an industry member of the University Aviation Association, UAA. UAA puts out a collegiate aviation scholarship guide every year, and it has over 700 different scholarships. Now, your students aren't going to be eligible for all 700 of them, but they might be for several hundred. You know, we have some for women pilots, we have some for minority groups, we have some for international students, we have some for helicopter pilots, which again, we don't do here, but they are there. And some of them are small, they're $500, $1,000, but if you apply to these and you get a couple of them, you can add up a pretty good chunk without realizing it. I had a student, when I first started teaching nearly a decade ago, I had a student find scholarships that nobody had applied to, and she applied to probably 500 scholarships. She ended up funding her entire senior year self-paid out of pocket through scholarships. Now, it took a lot of effort. She wrote scholarship application after scholarship application. She worked her entire spring semester before her senior year to do that. But it paid off. She didn't have to pay a dime out of pocket. So it is possible. I often get emails to say, nobody's applied. Can you find a student to apply, please? So encourage your students to read those emails when they come out. I'll be honest, I send a lot of emails through the university portal. I have Stacia, my admin, send it out to students daily. And the often response I get from students is, oh, I just ignore those now, but there's too many of them. Well, there are scholarships in there. You're ignoring $1,000 that you could have had. So I'd encourage you to have them keep an eye on those things. All right, let's keep going. So we've talked about what's important from their academics, but I want to talk about their extracurriculars. There's a lot of importance that needs to be placed on this because, as I mentioned, this is a very small community in aviation. There are alumni that are very passionate about these different groups, and through these student organizations, your students can interact with some of these alumni and potentially get internships, scholarships that they didn't even know were open to the public, right? So being a well-rounded student, having built up your CV to show all these extracurricular activities is a very important thing. Right now, and over the last 5 years, the industry has been doing incredibly well. Students are leaving here with minimal effort to look for jobs. They're basically getting offer letters before they even graduate. And I get that, and that's great. But that has set maybe a little bit of an expectation that I don't need to do all the extra stuff. But my argument is when that downturn happens, you want to be prepared for that. And by doing all the extras, you're building yourself up into this well-rounded candidate. And the day they need to differentiate between candidate A and candidate B, the one with all of the extras is going to get the job. So yes, the industry is doing amazing right now, but plan for the day where you need these things. And so we have all these different opportunities outside of the classroom for students to be a part of. The first one is the flight team. So just like big schools have football teams, we've got a flight team, and I'm their coach. So, and I'm not kidding. I travel with the team, we go to our competitions, and we compete. We compete against all the big schools in the country. So we're in what's called Region 9. We're kind of the southeast United States. So we compete with Alabama, Georgia, Florida, that kind of schools. And so we compete with all of them in landing competitions, air navigation, message drop, we've got ground exams, we've got aircraft recognition exams. So we've got a whole bunch of different opportunities for students to participate and be on the team, and then I take about 16 of them to the competition. Assuming that we do well in our region, we qualify to go to the national championships, and we have, over the last 3 years, we've gone to the national championships now. So the flight teams are really great opportunity for your students to take their flight training and progress that to a much higher level of precision. We've got clubs for almost any interest that you have. ISASI is our safety organization, so they do a lot of great opportunities. They do tours of different airports. They got to participate in the simulated emergency at Melbourne recently. So every airport has to do a simulated mass casualty exercise. Assuming an airplane crashed, how would the airport respond to it? So our students got to participate in that, learn about how they would deal with that, and so they get real-world safety experience that way. Collegiate Aviation Business Executives is our AAAE student chapter. AAAE is the American Association for Airport Executives. So this is an international organization for, it says American, but there's also Canada. It's North American, basically. So we've got a lot of different associations that our students can be a part of. And so CABE goes and tours different airports. They get to meet different airport managers that are Florida Tech alumni and get to learn about things, get mentors, get internships at different airports. So they have a great opportunity to be a part of all these different conferences that happen every year. We also have Women in Aviation. Again, not only exclusively open to women, open to all genders. However, the mission of the organization is to support women in the aviation industry. We have one of the largest student chapters here, and they attend the Women in Aviation International Conference. They end up getting scholarships. So these are, again, great opportunities for your students to be a part of. Alpha Eta Rho is a professional aviation fraternity. Unlike necessarily social fraternities that your students may join in Greek life, Alpha Eta Rho is a co-ed fraternity, males and females, again, dedicated to students' professionalism, dedicated to helping students in their careers. The next one is, again, a very good mentorship opportunity, which is the ALPA ACE Club. ALPA is the largest pilot union for all the airlines. And so it represents thousands of different pilots across the world. They send a pilot every month to come talk to the students. And they pick a new topic every month. They teach the students about what they can do in their career. They talk to them about things like union contracts and what's going on and how you would navigate the industry when it comes to difficult decisions. So these are, again, intangible things that your students get to do here. It's not just how do I turn an airplane, how do I land an airplane. It's also the operational side of the industry that they get to experience. We have a National Gay Pilots Association student chapter, so they're part of the international organization. They're, again, get to go to all these conferences. They're eligible for all the scholarships and awards that come with that. So again, great organizations for your students to be part of. The next one is the Drone Club. So they participate in a lot of cool events. They got to do a demo of a new drone delivery package system. They got to get invited to a drone race. So they get to do a whole bunch of cool things around campus. We invite them to do videography for different events. So they get a lot of cool experience as part of the Drone Club. And then the last one is Human Factors. This is the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, probably our largest trade association for human factors. They've gotten to do tours at NASA's Human Factors Lab. Dr. Carson's is their chapter advisor, and so she takes them on all these different kinds of excursions, gets to meet different people, includes them in research projects. So a lot of great things that your students can do. So I'll end, not my entire talk, but end my general discussion on the College of Aero on a couple of things that I would impress upon your students. Some final do's and don'ts. Work hard. Definitely work hard, but have fun. Our industry is filled with people that are excited about aviation, excited about airports and airplanes. It is a fun atmosphere. When you get into the classroom, you're getting into a classroom with a person that loves what they do and just wants to teach that to you. And so there are all these opportunities to have fun. And if you don't take advantage of that and you just focus on how high can I get my grades, it's not going to be this well-rounded experience. We want you to have this awesome time when you're here. Attending classes is a mandatory, and I don't say that as a teacher kind of trying to preach to a student. We have FAA rules that other majors don't have. The FAA mandates that if you are going to get these licenses, you have to attend 100% of your classes. And we literally have to sign a document of attendance of every single student on every single day. Did they attend? Yes, no, and we sign that form at the end. The teacher does. If they miss a day, and yes, you can have excused issues, right? You were sick and things like that. Those students have to make up that time. So we will try our best if it's an excused absence to make up that time. But if they're not, your student has to go out to the airport, pay a flight instructor to make up that lesson, and so that we can retroactively correct that training log. So it is going to cost, and it is most likely going to cost you more money if your students don't attend classes. So impressing upon that to your students is very important. The scholarships thing is another thing that I would highly encourage you, and this is my plea to you. As a parent, I know what it's like to try to tell your child to do something and they don't necessarily want to do it. I get that. But these are things that are going to help their careers. Not only is it going to help them get more money and more aid, but it looks great on a resume that you were able to win a very prestigious scholarship and an award. Meeting with their advisor and tracking their progress is another important thing. Flight training is a lot more complicated than a typical major in any of the other colleges. There's a lot more intricacies that go into it. And so meeting with an advisor who can guide them so that they don't misstep is important. We're going to talk a little bit about the flight side next. But the last thing that I'll say from a parent's perspective, I said this at the beginning and it holds true. I am here for your student and for you. I am more than happy to help in any way I can. However, there are laws about FERPA, and if your student does not release me to talk to you, I cannot talk to you. I will get that frustrated phone call. My student's failing all their classes. What's going on? Where, why is this happening? I'm sorry, your student has not released me to talk to you. There's a FERPA documentation release. Only then can I discuss their academic progress with you. So I would have that conversation with your student that if you want access to their personal information and their grades and things like that, they have to sign that paperwork. Some fun things that I think are important. This QR code will take you to our Instagram account for the college. So I'd highly encourage you to join that and follow us. We post a lot of fun things that are happening. It's a nice way to keep up to date with what's going on in your student's college. So this is our primary Instagram account for the College of Aeronautics. So I'll let you take a picture of that or scan it. This is also my contact information, another one that you're welcome to take a picture of. I also have business cards that I'll leave up front so that at the end of the session, if you'd like to take a business card, you'll have my contact information and you can reach out to me at any time. This is my office phone number, but my business card also has my cell phone number. I am here to make sure your students get everything they need. You need me, that is my job to be here. So at this point, I'll take a pause and say, if your student is not a flight student, which is not a lot, you are free to go. This next bit of information is primarily for flight students. If you would like to sit in and listen, that's great. If you'd like to grab a business card before you go, I can put that out here, but then we'll continue on with the flight side. What's that? Yep. All right, so let's continue on with the flight training side of things. So we have several managers out of the flight line that are solely responsible for just the flight training. So yesterday, if you were here or your students attended flight orientation, they met with several of these people. These are, again, people that are relevant to your students' success as they go through flight training. So first is Mr. Arsaman, who's the Executive Director of Flight Operations. He primarily oversees the overall business and the operations of the entire flight school. But the person that you're more likely going to interact with as it goes about your students' flight training, your students' progress, and student success is Mr. Owen Gibbs, the Chief Flight Instructor. And then he has 3 deputies, the 3 assistant chief flight instructors, Mr. Robin Aubrey, Mr. Akash Sudarshan, and Mr. Nigel Marias. They are the 3 assistant chiefs that are typically working on a day-to-day basis with your student's flight instructor. They'll be the primary point of contact when you have questions about, why is my student kind of falling behind, or how can my student get ahead? Any questions that you have related to flight training, these will be the people that you would start with, and then moving up the line to Mr. Gibbs. So all of these people kind of operate under the College of Aeronautics, so they are responsible solely for their flight training, and then your flight training feeds into your larger academic program, which is obviously what I oversee. So let's talk about some of the big things that are going to happen this week with your flight training. If your student is never touched an airplane, they're going to start flight training next week. They're going to go through their ground school, get a couple of basic instruction going, and then in a couple of weeks they'll have their first flight. However, there will be a large percentage of you that are in the room that have had your student have some flight experience. So I want to talk about what are the ways that we're going to deal with that. So the first thing is, if you're coming in with your private pilot license, that's fine. Everything is kind of easy and seamless. You'll go straight into our Flight 2 program and you'll continue on. However, we know that there have been delays across the country. Some of you it's weather, some of you it's a pilot examiner shortage and you can't get a check ride done, and so your student is coming here basically having finished all their private pilot training, but haven't actually gotten the check ride, gotten their license, right? And so what do we do in that situation? The first thing is that we will find a solution for you, right? There is a solution to all of these issues. The first thing that we'll do is try to have your student finish their private pilot license as soon as possible, whether that is booking a flight home to their local flight school and doing the check ride next week, the week after, whatever it might be. That is probably the fastest and most efficient way to do it, right? Because we're just basically 2 or 3 weeks late at that point. We will retroactively transfer in the private pilot license, give your student credit, and then if it's late August, early September, we'll see what flight blocks are available and give them something so they can start Flight 2 in September. The other option is that your student can transfer all their training to another school in the Melbourne area. We do not do Part 61 flight training for students that are partially through. We typically have a student go to any flight school in the local area to do their check ride there or do any missing training. A lot of times I get the question, which school should I send my student to? What school do you recommend? And my answer is, I cannot. We cannot recommend another school because we have no control over their quality or their safety. There are a lot of schools in the Brevard County area. I would recommend that you Google it, research it, figure out which one fits your student the best, go talk to some of these schools, and if that school makes sense for your student, then you can finish that private pilot license outside, and we will again retroactively transfer that in. Now that can be next week, next month. We will accept that private pilot license all the way in November, December, the end of the school year. We want to transfer that in so that your student can at least start Flight 2 in January, other than, instead of starting in the fall. And so depending on how far off they are from their private pilot license, it might take a week, it might take a month, it might take a semester. But we will transfer that in retroactively, and then we will give you that credit and you can start flight training as of January. Like I said, where do you complete it? At your local flight school or in the flight or local flight school in the local area. If you are coming in with having done private pilot ground school only, but are going to start PPL flight training with us, there is another caveat here that we need, and we will explain again to your students, and we'll work with them one-on-one. But the FAA says that if we are going to do their flight training, we also need to do their ground training. So even though they may have come in with their private pilot written exam, their PAR, right? You've done the actual ground school and taken the exam, but you've not done much flight training, so you're coming in to do flight training with us. We have two ways that we can do a retroactive grade for your ground school. So what that means is we have to issue you the ground school. Even though you've taken the exam, we need a training log that we trained you for the ground school portion. So we have two options. We have a GLIME course online package that we can sell, which is a $250 package. Your student does the course on their computer, on their own time, and they provide us a completion certificate, and then we have that to add to your private pilot license. And so when you're ready to do your private check ride, we have your ground school training log. The other option is, even though they have completed their private written, which would be the equivalent of Aeronautics 1 ground school campus class, they can audit Aeronautics 1 again. Even though they've passed the exam, they can audit the course to get the ground training log and the proof that we trained you. So there are two options for your students. One is to basically sit through Aeronautics 1 again, but not for a credit option, or two, the GLIME Ground School, which is a self-taught, self-paced online program. So these are the two options for your students if they're coming in with their private written, but are doing their PPL with us. Pathway programs become another great opportunity here that we have negotiated with several different airlines to give your students the opportunity to have great careers. A pathway program is basically a recruitment tool from the airline. They allow for them to pre-select the best students so that when those students have reached that 1,000 hours, they're ready to be hired, no interview needed, they've already got a conditional offer letter. So a pathway program can be an amazing tool for your students. Now, there are pros and there are cons, right? There are a lot of pros. The pros are that your kid has a conditional offer letter. There's no stress when you get to that 1,000-hour mark that, oh, I've got to look for a job, I've got to interview. They've already got all that done as maybe a junior. So it's just waiting for them. They also try to incentivize you to pick their airline over another. Right? We've got 11 different airline partners. So if you want to go to Delta, we have the Endeavor STEP program. If you want to go to American, we've got PSA and Envoy. If you want to go to United, we are a flagship United Aviate school. So we have pathways to almost anywhere you want to go. Low-cost carriers, JetBlue, Allegiant, Spirit, Frontier. We've got all those partnerships that you can go anywhere you want. They will try to incentivize you to pick their airline over another. Some will be scholarships, some will be free flight benefits for the student, some will be tuition remission. They're all different flavors of the same thing. Now, what that means, though, is that they're giving you a benefit with the contract when you get to that 1,000 hours and you've signed up with Endeavor, who's based on the East Coast, and you say, oh, well, I want to move out west. Well, they don't have a West Coast operation. And so you're locked in now. You've signed that contract. You're locked in to stay with that airline. So there is a bit of a con there. But the other pro that I would say is that when there is an industry downturn, when there's a slight slowdown in the hiring, and not everybody is getting hired, the people that they will choose first are the ones in their cadet programs, the ones in their pathways. Because they've already pre-vetted the student, they've already invested in that student. They're gonna, if they've only got 5 slots, they'll give it to their students before they give it to others. So from that perspective, getting into a pathway can be a lot of security, especially with how volatile our industry can be. So I would encourage your students to start learning about these programs. There's not gonna be a decision that needs to be made this year even, right? This next 2 years, really, most of the airlines will not interview a freshman or a sophomore. So those first 2 years are just getting to know what the airlines are about. What are their perks? What are their promotional offers, right? What are their sign-on bonuses? What makes sense for me and my family? Which part of the country do I want to start my career and live in? Right? And so all of those factors play a role in which airline you're going to pursue. When we get to the registration process of how your student is going to kind of go through things, we have 2 different stages where you're going to have registration for flight courses. Flight courses are rolling registration. Unlike a regular math class that starts in August, ends in December with a final exam, flight courses are not like that. Flight courses are designed to start whenever you finish the previous flight course, get into the next one, and roll on. So if you're starting a new flight course, like many of your students will be this week, they've got to do 2 things. They have to complete a registration form for their academic credit with their advisor. Again, these are not things your students have to do, but they have their advisor do it with them. And they must book a flight block. So there's a key difference here. You have the campus registration, which goes into your transcript and you get a grade and everything for it. And you get a flight block, which is your reservation, if you will, for an airplane out of the flight line. The flight block goes into a separate piece of software that schedules all the airplanes, and it tells the student, this is the airplane you're going to fly at this time. So a flight block is, let's say, Tuesdays and Thursdays from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. So that flight block means that the system will schedule an airplane for your student on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 10 a.m. And so that flight block needs to be done every semester. If you start private pilot school this fall, you're not going to be done by December. You're going to go into the spring. You're not going to need to re-register for Flight 1 in the spring, but you are going to need a flight block, a reservation to hold an airplane for you in the spring. So if you're continuing that flight course into the next semester, you only need a flight block, no registration form. So that is the kind of distinction there. This is, again, a little bit of details in the weeds, but I will go over this with your student. If they are doing the paperwork at the beginning of the semester or prior to the start of the next semester, they will follow this procedure where they'll meet with their advisor, identify some options, and then use the online tool to pick their flight block. If they're doing it in the middle of the semester, they will email the flight line and give them their top 3 or 4 choices, and they will assign them a flight block. So it's basically, are you doing it ahead of time or are you doing it in the middle of the semester? Right? And so our typical registrations open in October and November for the spring, and they open in March and April for the fall. So that's the distinction there, that if you finish Flight 2 in November and you want to start Flight 3 immediately, well, you're going to have to email them for a Flight 3 block in November just for those last few weeks. All right. Come on. This is a very important slide that we presented yesterday to your students. We will present to you today and to them tomorrow. This is a major financial decision slide. And so I want to make sure that you are fully aware, because this involves a contract with the FAA. It involves your student making a selection and a choice that will impact the rest of their career or impact the rest of their flight training career. And once you make that choice, the FAA says we cannot switch those choices. So we have Flight 1, which there is no choice needed. Everyone does the same thing. When you're doing your commercial pilot's license, you can do it as a single-engine pilot or a multi-engine pilot. And so we offer 2 tracks. The top track, or track 1, is the single-engine version. So here, this is called commercial stage 1 for single engine, and then commercial stage 2 and 3 for single engine. So here you see the codes are different, 2002 instead of 2102. This is done in a multi-engine airplane. A multi-engine airplane is about double the price of a single-engine airplane. And so this track can be significantly more expensive. Now, what ends up happening is a student has to make this choice for here all the way at this point. So when they start their Aeronautics 2 course, so typically a student that is a freshman, never touched an airplane, they'll start Flight 1 and Aeronautics 1 this fall. In January, they'll move on to Aeronautics 2, even though they haven't finished Flight 1. Aeronautics 2 is the ground school for Flight 2. At that point, they have to select and enroll in one of these two versions, single or multi. Now, what are the pros and cons of each? The single engine track means that you have never flown any other airplane other than a single engine Piper. Our degree requires that if you're going to do this track, you have to go on and either do a multi-engine add-on or become a CFI. You have to do some advanced flying to graduate. If you choose the multi-engine track to begin with, you can stop and you have met the requirements to graduate. So this track is shorter. It is one less flight course. This track is longer, however, it's cheaper. I say it's cheaper because, like we talked about, you need 1,000 hours. A student that gets their 200, 250 hours at this point, even though it's in a multi-engine airplane, they're more than likely going to still want to be a CFI. Even though they don't need to graduate, they can graduate and do, another career. If they're going to be a CFI, they're going to end up doing multi, single engine add-on, and then CFI. So you're ending up doing the more expensive version as well as the CFI course, because that's the best way to get to your hours. So a lot of students end up choosing the single engine track. The downside, though, is if you choose this track and do CFI, you've never flown a multi-engine airplane, and you need some multi-time before you go to the airlines. And you can do that down the road by renting an airplane, etc. But these are two big decisions. There's pros and cons to both. Inevitably, track 2 is more expensive. Inevitably, I get a student that chooses this all the way at this point, and then 2 years go by and they're at this point, and then I get a phone call from the parents saying, I'm on the hook for double the amount of money I thought I was. And I cannot do anything because your student, who is an adult, signed a piece of paper that went to the FAA and said they have chosen to do this track. So it is something you need to have that conversation with them about what makes sense. And we can certainly talk about that when we get to questions and answers. We're running low on time, so I'll quickly go through the next 2 or 3 slides. I only have a couple more. The next big one of rules that we have at the college is the flight GPA. It is a privilege to fly an airplane, and it is an expensive airplane. And so we want to make sure that our students are focusing and putting in that effort. And one way we do that is ensuring that they have a good GPA to fly airplanes. The minimum GPA to fly an airplane is 2.6. So if your students fall below that, they will not be eligible to fly airplanes the following semester until they bring their GPA up. We give a little bit of a grace period their first semester on campus. So this semester, we drop that minimum requirement down to a 2.0. As soon as next semester rolls around, it jumps back to 2.6. So we've had the situation where a student was at a 1.9 their fall semester. They got dropped down, no flying in the spring. They brought their GPA up a bit and went to 2.5. But in that time, the minimum GPA also jumped to 2.6, and they're still blocked off from flight training. So my point here is, if you fall below that 2.0, it becomes this very difficult task to get back, and it can take some time to get back. So it's important, we understand it's the first semester, students are transitioning, but a 2.0 and a 2.6 are really not unachievable targets for a student in our program. So we just want to make sure that they're putting in that effort and they're aware that these restrictions are going to be coming. And so we want you to also encourage them that while they can have a lot of fun here, there is a big responsibility looming. The next thing is typically for international students. These are for non-English speaking students. We evaluate students on their first few lessons, and if they're having a hard time communicating in the airplane, talking to air traffic control, that can be a safety hazard, and we don't want to have them put in that pressure situation until they're comfortable speaking. And so we'll kind of transition them to an English-speaking program for aviation specific, and we'll have them do an ICAO level test. And so that will ensure that their level of English, aviation English, is up to par. While they may be able to communicate fairly easily on the ground, in a split-second decision-making situation, it can ramp up to be a very high-pressure situation. The last thing that I will say is safety and the responsibility as a student. So this is where it gets a little bit heavy. Your students are flying $500,000 airplanes, and the money aside, their lives are at stake. Our flight instructors' lives are at stake. This is different to a math degree, a psychology degree. This is a very professional setting, and we need to ensure that your students are acting that same way. And I say that because we've all been in college. We've all had that pressure of what my friends are doing, and your students are going to feel that. Their friends in other majors are going to be playing video games till 2 in the morning. And I'm not just talking drugs and alcohol, I'm talking fatigue. I've flown an airplane fatigued, and it is as bad as if you were drunk. It is a dangerous situation. We've done research on the impacts of fatigue. Students think, oh, well, I'm not doing anything illegal or dangerous. I'm just staying up late hanging out with my friends. Well, if you're staying up on a Friday when nobody else has school on Saturday, but you have a flight block at 6 in the morning, that's a dangerous situation. And so it can be difficult. All your friends are going out. You have to go to bed at 9 or 10 o'clock. And that can be something that leads to peer pressure. And I need to impress upon that with you and with your students, that if your student is put in that situation, they need to have that mental strength to say, I can't do this right now. I have an important task the next day. And so they're not the same as all the other students on campus. They are professionals in training. They're not students anymore. And so they're going to be responsible for their lives. They're going to be responsible for expensive, heavy machinery. But again, I go back to, we want to make sure your students are happy and safe here. And so impressing upon them that this is a very professional setting, and safety is fundamental to everything we do here. Safety before everything. And so it's your students' responsibility to be that pilot in command, to be the one that is, nobody's going to be able to tell them these things. Nobody's going to be there at 2 a.m. on a Friday telling them, all right, it's time to put it off, it's time to go to bed, right? They're responsible for it now. They're not living at home anymore. They're responsible for what's going to happen. They also need to be proactive. There's going to be a lot of bad weather days. There's going to be mechanical breakdowns, right? We understand that. We operate, how many of you have ever been delayed on an airline flight? It happens, right? More than we would like, but it happens. That's the nature of operating a lot of machinery. And so it's going to bubble up some frustration points. You have a 2-3 day a week flight block, and the first day was weather, the second day was mechanical, and it's now snowballed into a week or 2 weeks, and you haven't flown an airplane. That's going to be frustrating. I get that. Come talk to us. If you tell us, if you're proactive about the situation you're facing, we can fix it. If we let small problems develop into big problems, that's when we start to have a harder time to fix it. But we can fix small problems every day. If you email me and you tell me that there's a problem with your student emails me and says, there's a problem, I haven't flown, help me, we could probably solve that by tomorrow. But if your student comes to me and says, I haven't flown in 6 months, well, where were you, right? What happened? Why are we here? We've got a lot of flight students. We're not tracking how many times that you were delayed or canceled on every day or every week. So we put it on you as the student to tell us what we can do to help you. So they're responsible for their education. They're responsible for their flight training, but we are there to support them. We are there to help them. So a student that reaches out and says, I need help, what can I do? Those are the students that succeed. And so that's the last thing that I want to impress upon you. We are here for you. You're leaving them with us. We don't take that lightly. They are my responsibility now. I am the head of this college. They are my responsibility to make sure they are happy, safe, and successful. Thank you for coming. If there are any questions, I'm happy to stick around and answer them. But that concludes my presentation, and welcome to Florida Tech. Can you, oh, all right. I can take some questions, and maybe it's the same question as others, so, anybody that has questions? Yeah, sure. So everybody does commercial. It's commercial single or commercial multi. So commercial multi, they would do commercial multi, single engine add-on, and then CFI. No, track 2, but also do those as electives in track 2. Yes. Yes, as an elective, not as a mandatory. Correct. Right. Yes. Okay, so total cost of each flight course is on our website. If you go to tuition, just go to Florida Tech's website and type tuition. Under that, there's a section for flight fees, and it breaks down every single course, how much is the estimated total. Estimated total, I would say, for all the courses over 4 years, assuming you're not coming in with a private, is about $80,000. So you'd minus about $18,000 out of that. Yeah. For multi. Correct. Yes. Yeah. Well, the multi is double the price of single. I'll come down because there's a lot of people. All right. So, yeah, I guess we can just start shooting questions. All right, go ahead.
So my question is, we're going to choose track 2.
Yep.
What is the price difference between choosing track 2 versus track 1?
So I don't have that. I can pull it up on the website, but it shows you the total for track 1 and the total for track 2. It's about 60 versus 69. I don't know the exact decimal points. Yep.
What track is preferred by the airline?
It doesn't matter because ultimately they care that you have 1,000 hours and you have X amount of requirements. As long as you have those requirements, they don't care how you got them. And a lot of students say, it's very common to say we should do CFI, but I had a student go to New Jersey and banner tow up and down the Jersey Shore to get to 1,000. You don't have to be a CFI to get 1,000 hours. I had a couple of students a few years ago, 4 of them pitched in together, bought an airplane, and just flew it around until they all hit 1,000, sold the airplane, and then went to the airlines. So there are other ways of doing it. As long as you meet the minimum requirements, which is usually 25 hours of multi-time, there's no added benefit of more or less. Yeah.
What's the student ratio per CFI?
Right now it's about 1:8. So every CFI is about 8 students.
Okay, and then when there's a weather delay, what are the chances of making it up that week?
So we operate all 7 days. There are flight blocks only through Saturday, so Sunday is a good makeup day for a lot of students. It's much easier if you are a solo student, so flight 2 is very easy to make up on Sundays. Different courses, you've got to ensure your flight instructor is available on Sunday because they have maximum duty time as well for fatigue regulation.
Do you have shuttles at 5 a.m. flights?
Yes, we do have shuttles to accommodate the first flight block.
How about the last?
Yes, we do have, and they can call. If they're not there, they can call, and the shuttle will come for them as well.
What time does the shuttle head?
I believe it takes the last student that's back, so it waits for that last student. But you can find the shuttle schedule online as well. The flight line has it posted. The flight line always, if you're coming back late on a late night flight, you're not coming back to an empty building. There's always a staff member there with you. Yeah. Yeah. No, they'll get it tomorrow. Yesterday was only pilot information like this. These are what pants to wear. This is how you get your login account, all of that stuff. Yep. Yep, their flight instructor, it kind of works as a chain of command, if you will. Their flight instructor always has the ability to do a little bit of things. If they need the next level up manager, it would be the assistant chief pilot, then the chief pilot, and so on. Yep. Yep.
Who can my son discuss single engine or double engine? Is there somebody to help guide him with this?
Yeah, so we did, the day they have to sign that course, we spend probably an hour kind of talking through the different options, talking through the pros and cons. But ultimately, we're all here. They can ask questions. Their faculty member who does the form with them will talk to them. But oftentimes they'll ask us, what should I choose? And we can't make that decision. It's a decision between you and the family member. Yeah, pretty much. And I did a little bit of it here. I'll do that again tomorrow with your students. So that'll kind of be the first time they hear it. And we'll try and reiterate that every time. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Yep.
Is that something like the parent can contribute into, or it has to pay solely into that?
No, the parent, so the way it works is the parent can pay, just like you're paying the tuition bill, you can deposit money at Florida Tech. And if there's a surplus after your tuition bill is paid, the student just goes to student accounting and has that moved over to their flight account. Yep, yep. And so they also have the ability for a parent direct deposit, but then you have to set out an account with accounting and all that. So you could do that with them, or your student can help you set that up.
Is that something you can do online?
Yes. No, you can do it online. Yep.
Can you pay ACH, or it has to be credit card or debit?
No, I believe you can do bank transfer. Yep.
If you come in with your PPL, is it possible to do the CFI and the multi-engine add-on?
Yes, it is. It just obviously depends on time availability and whether you're doing it before graduation or not. But yes, it is possible.
Yeah, because I'm figuring they're already a year ahead.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You had a question? Sorry, I can't hear you. Yep.
So if our son that already has this PPL, he's already registered for flight 2.
On the first day of Aeronautics 2, the teacher will give them the paperwork.
And then they have to decide immediately?
First day of school.
How would they
So the teacher,
more information prior?
so we do that now. So we do that today with the parents, we do it tomorrow with the students, and then the teacher will basically do that whole first class session with them. So if they're coming in with a private, they don't have a lot of time to make the decision. They need to make it next week.
So is there anywhere to get more information on the different tracks that we can have a conversation with them?
So there's not necessarily any website to go to. You'd want to talk to one of us, and so we can set up a meeting to talk about it in a little more detail.
Can I hang while you're done?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. And we can also have a phone call another time to talk, yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
So my son, he's going to flight 2.
Yep.
But he trained on Cessnas,
Okay.
Pipers.
Yep.
And he's in the flight block in the evening.
Yep.
And he obviously has flown overnight at times.
Sure.
But not familiar with the plane or the landscape.
So we won't release a student to fly solo unless we're confident that they're capable. So those first few lessons in Flight 2, even though they may not necessitate it, we will do more of a in-dock SOP training of how we fly, how our airplanes fly, give you a couple of lessons under your belt before you and the student and the flight instructor feel comfortable. So, when you see the cost for Flight 2, because your student needs a little bit of extra transition training, it might be a little higher, but we will not let them just fly off solo, having never been in Melbourne, never flown our airplanes, etc.
And is it common that someone comes in with their flight
Yep,
1
it is.
Cessna versus a Piper?
It is, but I don't think the transition's very hard.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I would equate it to if you were used to driving a minivan and then got a truck.
Okay.
They operate slightly differently, but they operate very similar. Your student has a single engine land certification. Yes, there are some differences, but not a lot. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Go ahead, yeah.
So you said that there is the attendance scenario with athletics. How do you manage?
So yeah, what I would say is flight training is already a secondary add-on to a typical college career, right? A bachelor's degree is a lot of work. You can add on extra things like athletics, but then flight is also one of those add-ons. So to do your whole bachelor's career, athletics and flight training, it is going to be a little bit of a challenge. It is possible, but ultimately, if it does become overwhelming for your student, we would say they'd have to make a decision of where their priorities lie, right? And so for some students, I understand the scholarship from athletics is the whole reason they're here, so they can't let go of that. But then again, it's a scholar-athlete model. You're a student first and athlete second, right? And so my opinion would be, as obviously biased as an academic, your school should come before the athletics.
But then there is adjustment of like makeup classes and those kind of things.
Again, it is a FAA mandatory requirement that they are in class. So if they're missing class for athletics, they have to pay their own way to make up those class times. Yeah.
Do airlines require you to have multi-engine to fly?
Yes.
So basically everybody has to go to multi-engine?
Not necessarily, because you can always do a multi-engine instructor rating later on, and that can be different after you're a CFI. So you can get multi-time in track 1 later down the road in those last 2 years. Yeah. Yeah.
Several quick questions.
Yeah.
So, if son has PPL and has a Monday flight block,
Yep.
does that mean that if he has the passport, all the documentation ready, would he be flying on Monday?
Not this Monday, because so our lesson plan is ground lesson, ground lesson, ground lesson. We're not going to just put them in an airplane day 1. They don't even know what's what. So it's a couple of lessons, probably the first week and a half, 2 weeks, that they'll do lessons before they touch an airplane.
Even with the PPL?
Oh, I thought you were saying in the PPL. No, with the PPL, it'll probably be 1 ground, and the first lesson will be dual. We'll evaluate them, and they'll be flying pretty quickly, probably first week.
10 p.m. flight block?
Yep.
Is there any chance for him to occasionally get a daytime flight?
There are 600 plus students, so every block is assigned to a student. Now, on Sundays, there are open opportunities. If there are cancellations, there might be open opportunities, but it's not likely that it'll be every week you'll just take somebody else's block. Now, if a student doesn't show up, and this week we've got 300 some students, and maybe some don't show up, then those blocks will be taken away next week, and then there may be opportunities to slot into better blocks.
There might be?
There might be, yeah.
So who would he need to speak to?
So the assistant chief flight instructors manage the flight blocks. They can always work with their advisors as well. So any one of those people can help them.
And then at what point can two pilots share the time of flight so that they can both get the time that they're
So typically not in any of our lessons, right? Because our lessons are not designed as cohort lessons. If they were, students can observe different lessons, but they won't share cost. So we don't do a cohort system. We used to, but not anymore, because the lessons are either solo lessons, which you have to do with nobody else in the airplane, or they're dual lessons with you and an instructor. So there are not very many opportunities for dual lessons, other than potentially in a sim where students might do a swap out and observe and things like that. But that's not very common.
And I'm so sorry, last question. So with the PPL, already has PPL,
Yep.
at what point will he be, will he be flying solo very much?
All of Flight 2 is pretty much solo flying until it's your cross-country time building. And so once we're stable with them being in the airplane, they'll be pretty much doing most of their flights solo in Flight 2. Yeah.
So there was a comment yesterday about if you're supposed to be there at the flight 30 minutes before, 28 minutes before you're going to be
No-showed.
No-show. Was that there's no kids here? Is that real?
Yes.
You mean it? So it's
Absolutely.
28. Okay.
If
Son tends to be late. He's like, oh no. So
no, that is 100%. It's a scheduling thing. Once,
please drive
as soon as, because again, if you don't leave on time, you're not going to come back on time, which means the next kid can't fly, and that just snowballs the whole day. And then we're just, it's never going to work.
So if they're scheduled to be there at 9:30 p.m., he needs to be there before 9 o'clock.
Yes. So again, if your flight block is 10 to 12 or whatever it might be, your flight will be scheduled on ETA at a certain time. So you need to be there half an hour before that which is shown, not necessarily a half an hour before your flight block. Yeah.
And ETA, we can't do that until he meets with Jenna.
Yes, they won't. Yeah, Jenna sets up their accounts. Yeah, at the PAS office, Pilot Administrative Services.
By when do they need to make a decision on which track?
First day of Aeronautics 2.
Which is next week?
Next week, whenever their first class session is. If they're coming in with a private, it's next week. If they're a freshman coming in with not doing PPL, it'll be next January. It'll be this January. So, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So when my son enrolled, there were no more flight spots left. So we
Okay.
enrolled in aviation management, but he was told he'd be prioritized for flight in the spring.
Okay.
How do I formalize that request?
What's your student's name?
Mateo Fontaine.
Okay, so I would have them email me because I keep a running list of the non-flight majors wanting to switch over.
Who is them?
What do you
said
mean?
you had them.
It's
you
your
and my
student.
son.
Your
Yeah,
student.
so
Yep.
email you.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
So I keep a running list of who could not be given a flight slot because we were full, and we determine based on how many people don't show up whether we can give you a slot in the spring or not.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Tomorrow, your academic meeting, department meeting
Yep.
with the students tomorrow.
Yep.
Is that going to be recorded or streamlined? I only asked if my son's flying home.
Okay.
You just like that.
No, it's not going to be recorded, but it's almost identical to what I just did today. It's the same slide deck.
Even though it's like much longer. Yeah,
It is a half hour longer just because of questions, but it's not longer slide deck. I went through every slide. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, we will, assuming there's space, but yeah, it should be. Yeah, no, you're fine. All right, yeah, sorry. It's a lot. Go ahead.
Any scheduling considerations for students that are forced to take flight as a minor because of the EA requirement?
Yep, nope, they will be treated just the same. It's just coded on their transcript differently. When it releases for scheduling and all that, they have no idea that they're a minor. Not a single thing. Yep.
I think my son is dealing with this, but his flight block and his registered course, the times don't match.
Okay, what do you mean?
So like he was given a flight block from, I think it was 3 to 6 flight block.
Okay.
But in his registration for whatever the course number is,
Yeah.
it shows it as 8:30 to.
So your student is potentially in one of those situations where we gave them a different flight block just to get them registered, because when did your student register? I'm assuming in July at some point. Yeah. So the students that registered late, because we opened in May 1 and then we ran out of blocks, so we opened new blocks for students to accommodate them. So we gave them flight 3 blocks for flight 1 students, so the times don't match. Right, but we mix and match to make them get availability, so the schedule is different, but it should be. When he logs into ETA, every day it will tell him what time he's flying. So the night before he's flying, he will know what time to be there. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay. All right, I'll start there and kind of go around. Yep.
Someone chooses the second track.
Yep. Multi-track.
Yeah, the multi-entry.
Mm-hmm.
There are students at the end of second year, something like that, if they are coming with their.
No, so I would say if you're coming in, so if you've never flown an airplane, it will take you 4 years to graduate with all your flight ratings. Flight 1, 2, 3, and 4, 4 years. If you're coming in with flight 1, you'll start with flight 2, it'll take you 3 years. That's kind of a very rough estimate. That you should be done with flight training by junior year, and you can start flight instructing potentially by senior year. It doesn't matter. Those will both be the same length of time because the multi-track has more lessons and it takes a little bit longer than the single track because you're learning to fly a whole new airplane, a whole new certification. So even though it looks shorter, it's a longer course.
So in the 4th year, they are still learning something.
Yes, if they're coming in with their PPL, it'll probably be year 3.
So what are they doing on the 4th year?
Flight instructing.
Taking the course or
No, teaching it.
But they are not taking the course first.
But So if they don't choose to take the CFI course and they're doing multi and they want to stop, they don't have to do any flying in their senior year.
But if they do?
But if they want to, they can flight instruct their senior year.
When do they take the CFI?
Sorry, yeah.
It's the same question.
Yep.
How are they accumulating the necessary hours to get to the 1,000 if they're stuck, finished at 250?
So then they would have to get their CFI license to then flight instruct. Only route here, or they could go outside of Florida Tech and rent an airplane for 1,000 hours, banner towing, skydiving jobs. They're basically graduated at that point. Yeah, I would say it's difficult. If you're going to work while in school, the best place to work would be a CFI job because it's in the local area. But it is possible if you found somebody locally to do hopping planes for on the weekends. Yes, it is theoretically possible. There's a skydiving school in Sebastian you could drive down to if they wanted a pilot. So there are options. It's very rare that students use those options. 95% of them become CFIs.
So can someone become a CFI, commercial multi-engine track 2,
Yeah.
and CFI in their 3rd year? If they come in with a PPL?
It's tough. It would be tough, but maybe I would say by the middle of senior year it's possible. Maybe the summer after junior year. It just depends on how fast your student is progressing. Right? That would be hard to predict at this point.
We have 2 kids, 2 boys coming with PBLs. Let's say tomorrow they want to rent a plane, both kids in the same plane. Do they both accumulate hours?
No. PIC accumulates hours. So you can, you can split the hours, but you cannot.
You can split the hours.
Right. So if you.
Meaning you land and the other one sits and then the other one goes.
You don't necessarily have to land, but yes, you would. If you rented an airplane for 2 hours, one can log 1 hour, one can log 1 hour. But you can't both log 2 hours. You can't do that. That's illegal. Yes, you can do 1-on-1. Yes.
Or you get CFI.
Sorry?
If my daughter's going to be coming in with a commercial.
Oh, okay. Very different situation.
Very different situation.
Yep.
Hey,
Allison?
Yes.
Okay. I know Allison well.
Will she still be able to take part in one of the pathways?
Yes.
And 2,
Yep. If you're a student at Florida Tech, you're eligible.
And 2, to continue on with her multi-engine add-on and her CFI training, will there be a way to do it here since she's not?
It's yes and no. Yes, it's possible. I told Allison this. We're going to be very slammed in the fall, so it's going to go on priority. We have to solve the students that are flight students get priority. If there's space available and we have an airplane sitting, then Allison can fly. We graduate students in December, and I don't take in new students in January. So January becomes better, and then summer becomes even better. So yes, at some point, but then again, if she's waiting till January or May, she might be faster somewhat.
But if she goes somewhere else and gets her CFI, it's still possible to get
Still possible, yeah, absolutely. We take the best students no matter where they trained.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, questions?
I know that from the reading of the materials yesterday, they get a Panther card that they swipe at.
Yeah, it's their ID card.
Isn't that digital on their phone?
It can be both.
So they can swipe their phone after each lesson?
It's a tap to pay, like Apple Pay type thing. I mean, I could show it to you. It's just, it's on your wallet. So that's my ID card.
Oh, so they can
So you just tap that,
I
yeah.
was thinking they had to have a physical.
No. And then the physical cards also tap.
Okay.
Yeah, they have both. Yeah. That's a Jenna question. I'm not 100%. I don't deal with the paperwork stuff because
Or passport.
it's Yeah, I would check with Jenna. I would check with Jenna just to make sure what they can do because I'm not sure of what they are allowed to do with the record keeping. So I would check with the pilot services office. Yep. Other questions? Yeah.
Somebody asked a question earlier about funding the account. I didn't catch all the answer of the question.
So it was basically, can we keep funding it every few weeks? Or?
How do we initially make that deposit?
So whatever money you've paid to the university, you can do it the same way, and your student can move it, or they can physically go in and add money as well.
So I would bring to the account.
Yep.
Set up another separate account for that.
Yep, exactly.
So if we just pay, the tuition already, he can actually
If there's leftover after the bill is paid, then that can be moved over.
So we can just add additional.
Yeah, keep moving it, yep.
Yeah, but if you're on the payment plan,
Yeah, then that's also a possibility.
so, no, we have a payment plan for tuition.
Tuition,
So,
then you would add the extra money on the side.
but after the, can it be, because I still owe money even though the
Yes.
payment's not due yet?
Yes, yep. Yep. Other questions? Yeah.
What's the benefit of track 1 if the child wants to do commercial aviation and CFI versus track 2?
What's the benefit of track 1 versus track 2?
You still need basically
We need
multi-engine.
So-
CFI and we need multi.
So yes, the benefit of track 1 is it's cheaper initially, and then you can do the multi-time as a multi-engine instructor. So if you do CFI, CFII, and then MEI, which is multi-engine instructor, you can build your multi-time that you need for the airlines by getting paid to do it rather than paying for the multi-airplane. So that's the benefit.
So in that case, track 1 is better.
Again, it depends on the way you look at it. Yes, track 1 is more popular. I would say better is subjective to your student. But in your situation, it would sound like track 1 is better.
Would they have to take like a multi-engine course before they could?
The MEI is a course. Yep. Well, an MEI is a course where somebody will teach you how to be a multi-engine instructor and give you the rating. But again, we need multi-engine instructors, so from time to time, you're already an employee, so we will give you the MEI at a lower, at cost. So that way you can become an MEI for cheaper and then get multi-time that way, rather than becoming a multi-engine commercial pilot.
So you're already an instructor.
Correct.
And then,
You can't be an MEI without being a CFI.
right.
Yep.
So you're a CFI, and then you're a multi-engine instructor, but you can do it
Through us. Right. But again, that's at a lower price, yeah.
You get the CFI, I'm sorry.
Yep.
You get the CFI first and then the multi.
CFI, CFII, and then MEI.
So multi is the
Last one, yep.
So you
And which,
Last instructor rating we offer. What's that? No, that would be well after graduation. Yeah. I mean, unless you're coming in with a bunch of ratings and you're like the other family that was here, they could be an MEI by senior year, but yeah, that's not normal.
so if we're coming in with PPL, we would have to do MIE after graduation or still within?
Again, it just depends on whenever they finish CFI and MEI, but yeah, it would most likely be after graduation. Yeah.
How many CFIs do you hire at the school where they can stay on and do their masters at the same time?
So it just depends on how many CFIs quit at that month, right? So when students reach their hours, or CFIs reach their 1,000 hours, they put in their 2 weeks notice and then they leave, and then we hire more instructors once we are seeing a lot of people leave. Like for example, right now we hired 10 in the August class. We do a class date every 3 months. 3 months ago, we didn't hire anybody because we didn't lose anybody. So it really just depends on how fast the industry is hiring, dictates how fast we are losing CFIs.
And if they are CFIs for you, then they can do their graduate degree for free.
Correct.
How many flight students are there in total?
I will find out next
This
week.
year or
Yeah.
this year?
I would not be able to give you that answer because they've not given me.
Oh, like 800, was like that sound like.
Oh, so I would anticipate it's about 600. I think we had about 250 to 275 come in this week. We graduated about 150 in the spring. So we were at about, I would say 400 or so, 375 in the end of the spring. And we're expecting about 275 this week. I haven't been told how many of the students actually showed or not, right? So I'll find out later this week or on Monday. But yeah, about 270 should be coming in. 250, 270 should be coming in.
And you knew some new planes? Did you guys add any?
We just bought 8 brand new planes last year, so we have enough airplanes right now.
How many total planes?
48 aircraft, 41 single engine aircraft. Yeah. Yes. Yep. Yeah. Sorry, there was a question? Yes. Other than the one aerobatics airplane, which is an American champion. But yeah, everything else. Yeah, absolutely. Everything else a Piper.
So if we're going the quicker, we want to do it like in 3 years, try to do it in 3 years, do we have to choose the second path, the multi-engine?
No, I would say the faster track is probably the single track.
But then he doesn't get his multi-engine,
Correct.
which
Till
is not-
later.
That's not good for us. So just
Okay.
to go back for the flight numbers, 275 roughly new flight students. How many of them have their PPL roughly?
100, maybe? Could be 85 to 110, but I'm going to say 100 to be rough. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So we talked a lot about already having their PPL.
Sure.
Our son does not.
Yep, that's fine. That's the
Okay,
typical.
I'm thinking of that slide that you had up that said you'll go to an outside.
Yep. So if your student doesn't have any flight experience and they're coming in, right? But that's. Yeah. I would say that's a new student. No. It's for students that have basically did their whole private pilot training, were signed off to go take the exam, and then the weather kept getting delayed, and they were in New Jersey, and they don't have the actual paper, so they need to come here without it. Your son's not in that.
Janae's saying at the tour in the spring, saying he would prefer a blank slate, so he doesn't have to unteach what he
Sure.
taught in a different way versus
Sure.
your way.
Yep.
Or what you guys.
There's pros and cons to both, right? So one can be faster, but then we see a little bit of retraining some bad habits. Yeah.
All right, got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Sure thing. Yeah.
I just have the track kind of
Yep.
question. So he has his PPL, so then this fall semester,
Era 2, first day of school, he'll sign that paperwork.
he'll sign that paperwork. Okay, and then could be possibly at flight 3 in the spring of freshman year?
Possibly.
Okay, which would then leave
So flight 3 will probably take 2 semesters.
flight 3, okay.
So flight 1 takes a year, flight 3 takes a year, flight 4 takes a year. Flight 2 is the only one that probably takes half a year.
So if he was doing flight 2 in the spring, or flight
3
2 in the fall, flight 3
in the fall
spring
and fall. Yep.
Right, the spring and fall.
Yep.
Or, now, is that okay for him to leave in the summer then, in the middle of instrument?
Yep, it is. It's fine. I mean, it's, when he comes back in August, there'll be a little bit of shaking off the rust, but yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Or he then could look into the summer thing.
Yep.
So if he was going with track 1, he would get the commercial single engine, and that would take 2 semesters?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay, and then, which would basically kind of put him only halfway through junior year. And what you were saying with the CFI, the CFII, are those separate courses, or those are just different ratings?
Those are separate ratings and courses, but again, this would only require him to do CFI. CFII and MEI are not required. He can get multi-time as an MEI, or he can do multi-time some other way.
In theory, if he was CFIing his senior year, would he be able to then get the multi-engine rating while he was here in that course?
Could be, yeah, on the side, but again, you'd be doing both. That's the multi-engine course, and that's the CFI, so you could do both if you wanted to.
No, but like if he had the CFI and was working.
You'd have to do CFII and then MEI.
Okay. So that multi-engine rating that's the MEI? But
No,
that's the
multi-engine
instructor.
is, so multi-engine pilot is your commercial pilot.
Correct.
MEI is with your CFI. So anything with an I is an instructor, and anything else is on an add-on to your commercial pilot.
So if the dream is to become the commercial pilot,
No, the dream is to be an airline pilot. Commercial pilot is a totally different thing. Airline pilot is air transport pilot, which is ATP. Commercial pilot's on the way to that. Commercial pilot is, when you do the helicopter tours and the scenic Grand Canyon tours and that kind of stuff.
So
That's a
the-
commercial pilot.
the goal is to work for United or
Right.
whatever.
So
What's
the
the best way to get there?
so the cheapest way to get there is probably track 1.
Okay.
Is it the fastest or no? It looks like the track 2 is the fastest because you have multi, and then you can get out and go into the, and just.
I would say the track 2 is probably slightly faster, but it's a more expensive way. But ultimately, Track 2 is more expensive, but probably slightly faster because you can finish your graduation and then do CFI outside. You can do it outside, yep. Yep.
Cheaper in terms of Florida Tech tuition. but
Cheaper
not
in terms
cheaper
of Florida Tech, but then long
run.
run, it's a different decision. Right. Because then you have to do single add-on and then CFI after the multi.
Regardless.
If you have to do single engine to do the CFI if you're a multi-engine commercial. You can't be a commercial multi and then straight to CFI. You have to do single engine add-on and then CFI. Yeah.
If you walk in here with your PPL,
Yep.
and you're a first-year student, and you take track 1,
Yep.
because you've done that 1 year, will you have enough time within the 4 years to get your multi-engine?
In track 2, yeah, absolutely. You'll probably be done by.
Track 1.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Because you'll still do, if you do track 1, you'll do single engine and then CFI,
Yes.
or single engine and multi-add-on, all within 4 years. And then CFI, you wouldn't do multi before you graduate, but then you're anyway a full-time employee, so you would do CFII and then maybe MEI by that point. Yeah, absolutely. It just depends, right? So it's not a...
Makes more sense your way. Not only that, but you also said because the school might subsidize or give you at a better rate when you're doing your multi as well. Going through
Right, but it only depends on if we need it at that time, right? So it's like, if we have enough MEIs, then we wouldn't do that. So then you would have to do it on your own. It is, right, yep. Okay? If there are any other questions, I can take probably one more, and then I gotta run to another meeting. Yeah,
Who can we talk to who can help us figure this out? We're coming in as a sophomore.
yeah.
So the goal is to get out in 3 years with as many of the appropriate licenses as possible. Who can help us map it out? Is it his advisor?
It would be, but again, they're not going to be able to make the decision for you. You'll have to.
Just give us option. All
Right,
talk
so-
through the pros and cons. We just
yeah.
asked 5 the questions about the level 1, level whatever, the
Right.
one,
It's
and
complicated.
every time we just find out the new information,
Yeah.
like, oh, now we go with the second one. Oh, no, wait,
Okay.
now we're going further.
Yeah,
just a
so-
little more time, not time constraints.
Sure. So it would probably end up being me, because the advisors obviously report to me, and I would say
They'll
that
come to
I'll
you
have
with
a
the questions.
yes. So so we can, if you have my card, we can set up some time, maybe tomorrow. I think.
Tomorrow we fly.
So we fly out,
Okay.
fly back home today in a couple
Can
of
we
hours. So
grab
is it-
you today?
So I'm in a meeting until 2:30.
Okay, we're happy to come here at 3.
So my office is in the College of Aeronautics. So if you go to the College of Aeronautics second floor, we can do that.
At 3 p.m.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. We'll be there.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Just a quick one.
Yeah.
This PPL was all in a highway assessment.
Okay.
What's the transition like for
It's a
hyper-
couple of lessons, quite frankly. I don't think it's a big transition for most people.
So it'll be something he talks about with his instructor, I assume, and then
They'll go through his first few days. We'll just be getting used to it.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he also, before he came here, he fractured his wrist.
Okay.
He has a brace, but
Yep.
he can move his fingers and use his hand and everything.
Okay. That'll be a decision, I guess, with the flight
Him and his
instructor,
instructor, yeah.
and they'll have to figure that out
Okay.
on whether he's cleared to fly or not.
Okay. Like it's removable and he's able to use it and everything now,
Okay.
but he was just throwing it out there.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you
Very
for all
nice
the
to see you.
information.
Yep, absolutely.
Hello? Hello? Whoa. Test. Test.
It's ready?
Power is ready for you.
Hello.
Hello again. Hi, friends. You haven't heard from me at all. I'm sure you're super over it, but I do a lot of things on this campus. So I am so excited to get our second set started here after your lunch. I hope you had a great lunch. And we are going to talk about how to get your student involved while they are here at Florida Tech. It is found in all studies, my friends, that the more a student is involved, the more likely they are to stay and be excited about their experience. So like we always say in my office, we want your student to be engaged, get involved, to stay invested as a Florida Tech student, as a Panther. I also just realized, hello again, Kat Nanny, Dean of Students. I think everyone knows me at this point, but I realized I didn't do that. But we really want to work with you and work with your student to get your students involved. The number one question my office gets regarding their student is, will they have time? And math, that I did not do because I don't believe in it, is there to show that you can, in fact, get it done and get it done well. You can get it involved very well. So 24 hours in a day, 7 days a week, there's 168 hours. After sleep, class, studying, hygiene, eating, family or relationship, 15 to 20 hours of work. If they're federal work study or if they're college role, it's physically impossible. They will not work more than 5 to 6 hours. We have, 40 positions, 35, 40 positions open in our office. And our students, I don't think I'm supposed to say this out loud, but a lot of them do schoolwork during their time that they're working for us because there's maybe something we don't need at that time. Or they'll say, I can't come in this week. I'm too stressed out. Great, cool, no big deal. You do what you got to do. You're here for school. It's what matters. But as you can see, there's 31 to 36 hours of extra time per week. If you kind of minus some of that, because they ain't going to sleep 42 hours a week. You know they're not going to do that. They will have tons and tons and tons of extra time to get involved while they're here at Florida Tech. There's lots of reasons for them to get involved as well, and we like to take a few minutes to go over those. Obviously, it's to meet new people. They're probably going to be, the people that stand next to them on their wedding day will probably be the people that they are meeting while they're here. And that's crazy, but I think you as parents know, you made a lot of friends if you went to college or university, so that's what happens. And to have fun. This is an academically rigorous school. We want them to have fun. We want them to relax, and we want to give them a minute for that emotional and mental health break too. And then of course a higher GPA. Every study will show you the more involved they are, the better their grades are. And that is because they know how to time manage and they know how to do the things that they need to do to get those things done. Our fraternity and sorority community has a 0.2 GPA higher than the average average university of all university students. Our athletes are at a 0.1 or 1.5. They are very, they got it together with academics. Also to serve others, we are very civically engaged here. We have an incredible, Allie will go over that later, a great civic engagement program here. To learn something new and find their passion. I shared with you guys before, look what happened to my crazy husband. He came here and he was like, I am mechanical, I am gonna work for McLaren Racing, and yes, he did those things, but he also really loved ocean engineering, and Dr. Swain said, how can we merge these two? When he was here for his master's, he actually was hired by Dr. Swain in the ocean engineering department as the mechanical engineer for a project that they were working on. So you can find your passion. I was talking to a wonderful, incredible set of parents who were saying their student is excited about their major, but what if it's not the right one for them? Then get them involved in an organization that could be up their alley and could be something that they're excited about, where they can still focus on their major, but also do the other things they're excited about. Prepare for their career and network. You will not find another university who is better at career placement and networking for your students. There are so many people who will come here and meet with your students. Our faculty, our staff, our alumni are phenomenal with coming to campus. My husband does presentations all the time for people. These guys are all alums. I think almost all of them are alums. Yes, they are, except for APK. But they will come back and do presentations. All of our orgs, some of our orgs are BMES, our Marine Biological Society. They every week have an alumni speaker. Every week. Think about the engagement that's happening from those alumni. That's incredible. And then most important, to build their resume. That is a really big thing here. And I'm going to I blame my husband because he's the one that's in engineering, and that kind of makes a lot of sense based off compared to what we do here. But When he now works for Northrop, he's a manager at Northrop, and he hires Florida Tech students, not Embry-Riddle, right? He does not. He does not. You know what? We joke about it, but he is actually fully blacklisted. He said they are not prepared. They come here unprepared. They don't know how to work in teams. I can't get them written on or off programs because they just don't get it. He's like, they're just not there. Florida Tech students, instantaneous hires. We can move through it. But what he always says all the time, he will get resumes all the time, and he'll have a 3.5 student from Florida Tech that was involved in SGA and worked for Joel in the conduct office, because I'm looking at him right now, and then was in a fraternity. And then there's one with a 4.0 from MIT. He's like, I don't even got to meet him. Give me the 3.5 student, because I've got to have somebody who can work in teams and that will flow emotionally, intelligence-wise into what we are doing. I don't even got to meet him. So building their resume is huge for getting involved. Impacts, we always get parents asking us about this. We like to say it's like adding an extra credit hour to their coursework. So you saw the 31 to 36 hours. It's like adding an extra course. And what we tell our students, just so you guys know, what we're communicating to your students is if you are 3 hours in a class, if you're 4 hours in chemistry, if you're 4 hours in calculus, you are also studying at a minimum 4 hours outside of that. So it's like an 8 credit hour. So when we say it's like adding an extra credit hour to their coursework, it's that in meetings, as you can see, the meetings and events and programs, it's that 1 hour of the classwork, and then outside of it is the fun stuff. It's an hour or two here and there. If they're gonna join a club sport, a rec sport, fraternity and sorority, SGA, it is more like adding a 3 credit hour class, but again, 31 to 36 hours. They got tons of times to do it. But they get massive opportunities for being involved in those. We have conferences, leadership experience. I will say Allie in our office really loved my PhD is in higher education leadership. We love leadership. We believe in leadership. We believe that leadership is something that everyone owns. You just got to find how to get it out of them. And we talk about it constantly. So any leadership experiences, any leadership programs we can find, we are throwing at your students, literally throwing it at them. But networking both on and off campus, they're going to get that through the clubs and organizations. And then most importantly, personal development. They're going to really become themselves in their own world, and it's really special. And again, finding their passion like we've talked about. But my favorite thing, and why I have worked here for 17 years and I will not leave until they pull me out of here, is because our students, everything I do, every single thing I do and I said this before, but with our staff, everything we do, we're like, what does the students want? What do the students need? What are we gonna do? How can we, what does the student, go poll the students. We have you probably heard it, the event check-in system. We use that data to the nines, because if we're seeing an event that had 500 people at it one year and the next year there's 20, we're like, well, they don't want it anymore, move on. What do they want to see next? We are constantly changing what we can do to make it for the students that are currently on our campus. And that goes to influencing the administration. President Nicklow, VP McMahon, Dr. Kiss, our provost, they care so much. Every conversation I have with Nicklow is, what the students say, Kat, poll the students, Kat, do that, students. They care so much. To be able to influence your administration like that is outrageous and incredible, and I'm so grateful. And then of course, campus networking, because they know so many people. So there are a million ways to get involved, and we are gonna relatively quickly go through all of them. I will be honest, it's a lot. So if you hear your students say, there's nothing going on campus, they're lying, okay? They are lying to you, they're lying, they're breaking my heart. Every single Monday, they get a This Week in Student Life email, and it's got 4 to 5 big things that are happening, and then a gigantic list of everything available to them. So you just call me, and you say, they said there's nothing going on campus. I will forward you said 14 emails, and you can say, now say it to my face. There's always something, always something going on campus. But we are gonna get started with the most amazing human, Bryson Noble. I'm gonna, wow, he almost just fell. Our SGA president, I gotta tell you guys about Bryson, and I'm gonna embarrass him because I love embarrassing Bryson. Bryson hit the ground running being a freshman representative. He's gonna talk about freshman reps in a couple seconds. He hit the ground running, and now 2 years later, he's our SGA president. He is absolutely phenomenal, and one of your students will be standing up here, probably a little more excited than Bryson. He's a very calm guy, so very calm guy. But he is fantastic, and I hope one day your students will be in his shoes later. Here you go, Bryson.
All right, good to see everyone again. So I'll just quickly go over how your student can get involved with the SGA as a freshman. So we have 40 Senate seats. 10 of those are reserved for incoming freshmen, so they'd serve as freshman representatives. They can find information on our Instagram. They also all got an email last night from us on the steps and the timeline of how that's gonna happen. So over the next 2 weeks, they'll be able to apply, they'll be able to campaign, and then elections will open. We have 10 winners, and then those people will be involved as freshman representatives. The time commitment, we meet every week, Senate and General. So Senate is the 40 representatives plus the exec board. General is, there's a representative from every campus organization that meets with them. And then whatever committee they're assigned to or they choose, they'll also meet once a week for them. So other than that, another really important campus organization that they'll see a lot of that puts on all these different events. I'm gonna hand it off to Carolyn, who is the advisor. Oh, never mind, Emma's here. Emma Brown, the head of programming for CAB, will be going over that stuff.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I'm a student in the Department of Psychology, so my parents were here 2 years ago. I'm really excited to be speaking with you today. Like Bryson said, I'm the head of programming for CAB, our Campus Activities Board. I'm biased, but CAB is the best way for your student to get involved on campus. We do a lot of large extracurriculars. We actually have one going on for them this Friday. It's called Big Night Out Bingo. They can win all of the stuff they may have forgotten for their dorm. So if you forgot mattress toppers, cooking utensils, things like that, everything they need, we have it. We do a lot of other stuff throughout the year. We have an activity almost once a week, definitely multiple times a month. We do things like goat yoga. We have other bingos like Lego bingos. What else? We have Renaissance Fair every single year. We have a lot of fun. So your students can get involved by coming to our events. They can also be on our committee and plan the events with us. So if they have ideas, if they like to event plan, or if they want to learn some leadership skills, we meet every single Tuesday. It's a lot of fun. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Garudi. I'm the Assistant Director of Student Life here at Florida Tech. I oversee all of our clubs and organizations on campus. That is separate from rec sports and club sports. You'll hear from those guys in a few, but I oversee our academic organizations, our honor societies, our civic organizations, our arts and entertainment organizations. We have so many different categories of organizations. Your student is going to find something to be involved in. I just told them I challenge all of them to join at least one organization in their first semester, whether that's a club sport, a rec sport, a Greek organization, or one of the ones that I oversee. It doesn't matter to me, I just want them to be involved. So join something. They will be at the Student Life Fair. Your students will be at the Student Life Fair on Thursday, where they will get to meet with over 100 of our student organizations from all these different categories, and they can connect with the leadership of those organizations, find something to get involved, and if they leave that organization fair and they're like, I don't see what I want, they can come talk to me, we can start an organization. We started about 15 last year, so we are always expanding our list of student organizations to get students involved. I have 3 degrees from Florida Tech. I was a student here, and I was hyper involved on campus because your life still exists outside of the classroom, and it helps you get connected to the university the more involved you are outside of the classroom and inside of the classroom. So being involved in these student organizations is extremely important for their experience here on campus and for keeping them engaged and just connected to the university. So when things get hard, they have other people that are going through the same hard things they are, and they can kind of connect and feel grounded. But they can always come see me on the 2nd floor of the sub. I am here to help them find something that they want to get involved in, and if they can't find it, we can get it started for them. I'm going to pass it off to Allie, who's going to talk about our Greek organizations.
All right, hi everybody. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the concept of a fraternity and or sorority. For those of you who are not familiar, it is a group of students that come together to join this organization where they share similar values. They have the opportunity to live together in their chapter houses. They make lifelong brothers and sisters, and we use that term seriously. I'm getting married soon, and all of my bridesmaids were from my sorority. A lot of us up here are in fraternities and sororities, especially at Florida Tech, and I do want to kind of talk about the stigma behind fraternities and sororities and clarify that that's just not what it is like here. I'm sure a lot of you have realized already, we're very small, we're very nerdy. Most of our chapters they range from like 30 to 40 people. You get to know every single person in that organization, and it is an absolutely incredible time. Hazing does not happen here at Florida Tech. we don't have time for that. We're focused on studies. It's very illegal in Florida. We take that very seriously here. So I just wanted to clarify that. Over the next 2 weeks, we will have our recruitment events and all of our info sessions for it. We also do have 3, soon to be 4, professional co-ed fraternities, so both girls and boys can join, and they are professionally focused. We have Alpha Eta Rho, who is for our flight and aviation focused peoples. We have Theta Tau, which is an engineering STEM type co-ed fraternity, and Alpha Kappa Psi, which is brand new, and they are a business focused fraternity. All of them will be available at our student life fairs, and yeah, it's just a really good time. Another thing is if money is a concern, if your student is going to be paying out of pocket for dues, like Kat said earlier, we do have a large amount of positions open in student life, and a lot of our employees are Greeks that use the money they earn in office to pay for their dues. We don't want that to be a concern for anybody. So if your student is expressing concerns with that, they can talk to us at any time, and we can try and help them work it out. But that is our Greek life on campus. We also have civic engagement. I oversee this as well. We take it very seriously on campus. We record all of our service hours that our students do. I'm sure all of you witnessed everyone at Move In helping you guys move into your residence halls on campus. Those are all service hours that our students earned. Everyone on the orientation team is getting service hours, and we help them log all of that. Every single student that is in a first-year experience class will learn all about civic engagement and service hours in the first week of October. I will come and visit their classes, and we'll do a fun little service project. But yeah, civic engagement is a really good time, and we very heavily focus on it on campus. Now, I am going to pass it off to Jake, who's going to talk about intramurals.
All right, before I start, I'm sorry everybody, I lost my voice, so I might take a second here. But basically, I'm the coordinator of student life and intramurals. My name is Jake Labishak. Intramurals here is just a way for your student to get involved and just do something physical. So intramurals is kind of the first level, you know, just go out on a weeknight, have fun, play a game of soccer, play a game of basketball, something like that. Along with that, we also have rec sports. So those rec sports are a little bit more competitive. They go out to compete. And then on top of that, we have club sports, which Adam will talk about when he comes out here soon. But yeah, basically everything with intramurals is I just want everybody to be able to come out, any skill level. If they have a good time, they could just come out, play the game, and have fun. Along with that, I have a couple referee positions. So if your student has any history in sports or just is interested in general, please have them reach out to me, and we could definitely look at them for referees. And like I was saying, along with that, we have rec sports, and that's the level that's a little bit more competitive. So a couple of our standout ones, we have sailing, we have surf, we have the tennis club, which is really up and coming, trying to get there, and then volleyball is another big one that we have. So if your student's interested in any of these, please reach out to us, and we can point them in the right direction. I'm gonna pass it over to Adam real quick to talk about club sports.
Hey guys, my name is Adam Paul Cray. I work in athletic engagement on campus. So basically anything athletic on campus, I'm the guy to go through. We do have varsity sports as well as club sports and intramurals, which Jake was just talking about. The last 2 years, I have worked in athletics. I was in partnerships and promotions, so I do have those connections. If your students are wanting jobs in athletics, just send them a quick email over to me, Adam Paul at Florida Tech. It's very easy to look up, very easy to find, 2 very generic white names, so Adam Paul Cray, so we're good. Anything else regarding club sports and intramurals on campus, you're gonna be working with me and Jake. It's gonna be right on our campus and right on our website as well, so please look that up for your students if they're interested. We do have organizational fairs that they can look up for jobs as well as those club sports as well. So if you guys are interested in that, like I said, please shoot us a quick email or have your students do so. But yeah, next up, but least, I think we should be on student life and programs. Back to Allie.
Yay! All right. So we've kind of covered a lot of our very large initiatives that we have underneath the student life umbrella. However, we very clearly do a lot, infinite things. So some other things we offer, trip series program. We do discounted tickets to local things and events around our area. So we have discounted Universal and Disney tickets all the time. However, we do run events where, like in October, for example, or September. I lied. It's in September. We'll be going to Halloween Horror Nights at a discounted price, and we will be providing transportation for that. We also have Aquatica coming up. We'll be doing Medieval Times, Orlando Pride soccer games. We have Solar Bear. Oh, is it storming? Ooh, good thing we're inside. Well, that was fun. Aside from that, sorry guys, we're chilling. We're chilling. Classic Florida, you know. We have our alternative break programs. These are civically focused trips that we go on. We'll take students out to, this coming year, we're gonna go to Tennessee, I think it is, and we will spend a week in a national park helping clear the trails and just having a good time there overall. We have leadership training programs and conferences on campus all the time. We have our Panther Peer Mentor Program, which your new students might be interested in. Basically, we pair a new student with a upperclassman for a variety of reasons, whether that be they're a little nervous, they're shy, they just want to have a friend on campus. It could be academically or network focused. I have a lot of really awesome mentors this year that are doing some really cool things internship-wise. We always try to pair based on major. So if your student is in aerospace, we're going to try and get them with an older aerospace student. They can tell them what kind of classes to take, what professors to maybe take, if you know what I'm saying. You get it, you get it. It's a really awesome program. Please tell your student about it. We will be at the Student Life Fair as well. We have Treat or Treat, Relay for Life in November. Panther Week and Homecoming Week are kind of similar week-long celebrations that we do on campus. They also coincide with family weekends, so you guys can come back and hang out with your cubs. We have Space Week, Casino Night, Founders Weekend, Career and Health Expos, Geek Week, Greek Week, Earth Week, so many other fun events and programs that are just happening constantly. Like Kat said earlier, if your student says nothing is happening, they are lying to your face. We also have Residence Life. Our RAs are awesome. They are an awesome program that we have on campus. If your student is interested in that, I highly encourage them to get involved. Student wellness and counseling, I believe I already talked to you guys. We have amazing research, internship, and hands-on experience opportunities at Florida Tech. That is something that we thrive and excel in. We have our orientation team, which you guys have experienced. They're an amazing group of students. We love them dearly. We have our Panther ambassadors. They're the ones that give the tours on campus. Like I said earlier, we have college roll and federal work study jobs, our sports teams, and our cultural competency certificate, which I'm going to have Trent talk about right now. Goodness gracious, the weather.
Clearly, it doesn't want me to speak. All right. So, my name is Trent Page. I am the graduate assistant in the Student Life office. I work directly under Kat Nanny. I work very closely with the rest of the Student Life office as well. So if any of your students want to work there, I'll be there. And I always love meeting new people. My entire thing is I run the Cultural Competency Certificate. What is this? In very short terms, it is an amazing way for your student to get introduced to the global workforce, especially with how the world is nowadays. It's very, very important that they're able to work on a global scale, especially if they want to go into larger, a lot of engineers in particular want to go into larger firms, stuff like that. It's very, very important. It's an awesome program. It's up there in the Student Life office. I'm going to keep this really short so we can get out of here, not keep you guys too much longer. But please tell your students about this. This is an amazing way if they're trying to really make their way up in the global area. And with that, I will pass it back to Allie. There you go.
All right, Student Life is almost done. How you and your Panther will know what is going on. We put everything on Florida Tech Engage. I will say a lot of the events we have, we set the visibility to only students and staff. So this is primarily how your Panther is going to find out about the events that we have. It is a really, really awesome website that we use. It is also available in the Go Panthers app. If your student has not downloaded this app yet, it is imperative that they do. This is their hub for literally everything. All right. For you guys specifically, these are the dates for our family weekends. Our first one is October 15th to 19th, which coincides with homecoming. Please check out this website. You'll be able to see the family weekend schedule soon. I just got it solidified. Hopefully good to post within the next couple of days. You can send a care package to your student through Student Life. And we just really ask that you guys encourage your student to get engaged, get involved, and stay invested. All right, thank you guys so much.
All right, up next we're going to have Chief Iannone from the security department talk to you about campus safety.
Thank you. You got it. Good afternoon. How you guys doing? All right. Wow, that light. Come on out here, guys. Yeah, thanks. There's two people here I'd like to introduce. First is Lieutenant Bonnie Rink. She is in charge of our investigations. She's the lieutenant. And Staff Sergeant Justin Babcock, who oversees some of our training that we'll do with the students, faculty, and staff here, which I really will encourage you to have your students take advantage of, please. We do a lot of that. All right. All right. Some things. Our mission, our number one mission, obviously, is to keep your students safe, keep this campus safe and secure. They have a very heavy load of academics, and the last thing we want them to have to do is worry about their safety on top of that. We're here to support them. We're here to take care of them. I am the grandpa here, so my kids have been through this. Grandkids, not yet, but I'm here for them. I'm going to give you our numbers, and we have them. Please put these numbers down. All of the students we talked to earlier today, we encourage them to put these numbers in their phone. Hopefully you will do that as well. The 8111 number is our emergency line. The 8112 number is our non-emergency line. If you're concerned, you haven't heard from your student in a while, you want to check up on them, 24/7, 365, that phone will be answered, okay? Our dispatch will answer. If you have a question, I feel you, give me a call, okay? Call me, ask me, I'll give you whatever information I could possibly give you to ensure that your student is safe, okay? We are here to look out for them, and we will step in and take care of them. Some of the things we do here to ensure safety on campus comprehensively, we work with the Student Counseling Center very close. We work with the care team. We work at the Title IX office. You'll hear from these people if you haven't already. We conduct active threat assessments on a daily basis, not only with our state, local, but also our federal partners. So if there's something kicking up in the area or in the country that might affect higher education, we're put on alert, and we'll let our officers know, and if it requires something more than that, maybe a notification to the campus, we'll put that as well. I will let you know a little bit more about that in a minute. We have a very robust camera surveillance system here. We've made great strides in the last few years, and that really acts as a force multiplier for us. Our number one thing is our visibility. Our visibility really deters people from coming on campus that want to do harm or bad things. But the cameras really help us out as well. Our dispatch, we have cameras pulled up, and they can also dispatch us to areas that might be of concern. We have our alert system, which now includes a public address system for students that are outside. We will be testing that. They will probably, if you want to check on them, we'll be testing that in about 2 weeks so that all the students can understand what it is, and they will be used to it when they hear it. Our training, we provide numerous trainings every semester. We put it out constantly for the students. We really need more participation, all right? We do safety trainings not only for on campus, but for life, okay? For off campus, just life in general. And if they participate, we play a very good role, active role in that. And if you can encourage them to take part in that, that would be great. Those trainings will come out, you'll see them. We encourage everybody on campus, especially our students, if they see something, not to hesitate to let us know. See something, say something is so important. I can't stress it enough. I stress it to your students earlier today, and I pray and I ask that you can do that when you talk to them as well. Let them know. They see something out of place, something that makes them feel uncomfortable, contact security. 24/7, 365, we'll get an officer to check out whatever the issue may be or whatever makes them feel uncomfortable. How do we ensure safety? All of our officers are certified security officers in the state of Florida. We're all armed. We continually do in-service training, not only here on campus, but we work with our local agencies and work very closely with them on training in the event of an emergency. We are available 24/7. We are the one number that you can call here on campus if you need something, you need to get a hold of your student, or you have a concern that will be answered, okay? We provide resources on off hours for the entire campus, okay? Plumbing, air conditioning, you name it, we do it. So don't hesitate, give us a call. If you've noticed as you walk around campus, you'll see we have blue light phones, which are emergency call boxes, all throughout campus. We also encourage them to take note of that. Please, you know, as you see them, take note of it, maybe point it out to your student. That'll help. Big thing, I know you've heard a lot about apps. Apps are the big thing here. Our Florida Tech Safe app, we encourage every student to have this, but we also encourage family members, you know, loved ones, sign up for this app. The reason for this is anytime we send out an alert, emergency notification, it'll come over this as well. So if you're signed up for this, you'll know what's going on campus as far as security. All right, it's a very helpful app, a lot of different things in there, and it's very interactive also with your student. Okay, if you download this app, and if you enable it, you can be in contact with your student. You can actually virtually watch them walk home, all right? You have to get them to enable it, all right? They also have the choice with this is to contact dispatch. We have the map up, and we can watch them walk home as well, or walk from library to their dorm. It's very helpful. The students that do use it have really liked it. There's a ton of information on there for them, and I really encourage not only your student, but for you guys to sign up for that. Some of the things, the emergency contacts, is automatic. It's right there, pre-programmed, so the local police, fire rescue, and for our office. The safety toolbox includes a lot of different things I just mentioned about the safety walk home. They can chat with security, everything on the app that you would expect. The I'm okay is great. They can enable that. They can tell you when they're leaving, let's say the library, and they're going to their dorm, and then they can send you an alert saying I'm okay, meaning they got to where their destination was. It's a pretty good tool. Also in reporting a tip, like I said, see something, say something is very big for us, really helps us out. You can report a tip here, you know, via phone, or they can actually do it anonymously as well. That is the actual QR code. You'll see these throughout campus. We have them on some of the rolling screens and also some of the posters. That will assist you in downloading or putting that app on your phone. Bicycle safety, security. If you've driven on this campus for more than 5 minutes, you pay attention that you have to have eyes behind the back of your head, between the skateboards, the electric bikes, the bicycles. We encourage you to encourage your students to pay attention to pedestrians, vehicles, and the rules of the road. Okay, we do our very best to enforce that, provide them with a little nudge, and remind them that they have to do that. But that's a really important issue here, something that we really enforce. We don't want to see anybody injured on their bikes. Biggest crime we have here on campus, bicycle thefts, all right? Not a bad thing, right, when you really think about it. That is by far one of the biggest crimes we have here. We provide U-locks, free U-locks. We encourage, we beg the students, register your bike with security. We provide them with a free U-lock. They take for as long as they want. It's theirs. They don't give it back. We have found that since we've implemented this, we have yet to have a bicycle removed from this campus that has had a U-lock properly attached. Okay? That's how important it is. The majority of our bicycle thefts have been bikes that haven't even been locked. All right? So encourage your students, please. If you're leaving them here with a bike or you gave them money to purchase a bike, all they have to do is register it. We will provide them with that U-lock. Very helpful. We tell them, the other thing is, if they become a victim of a crime, it's very important that they report it, even if they don't feel like they want to report it. Okay? Not only are they a victim of crime, but our obligation here, our job is not only to provide them with any resources they need, but also to prevent the rest of the campus community of possibly being a victim of that same type of crime. So we really encourage them to report crimes, right? Again, we're here 24/7, 365. Hopefully they'll have the app. They can contact us. They can contact 911. But we really encourage that. We follow up on things. We want to get them resources they need. We also want to get the information out to the rest of the campus community so that nobody else becomes a victim of a crime. Okay, if you can reinforce that, it always helps. Personal safety. What do you think? The biggest thing here, and I think the biggest thing that we're dealing with in life, is people just got their head in their phone, got their earplugs in, they're listening to music, they're not paying attention to the environment, their surroundings. We encourage them. We will continue to encourage them. We have classes on it. Be aware of your surroundings, how much they can avoid if they just are aware of their surroundings. All right? Please reinforce that. That will really help. The other thing we tell them often, reminder, the legal drinking age in Florida is 21. Okay? We understand it's college. We're here. We're here to support them. We're here to help them. Okay? We're not here to hurt them. They're part of our family, and we look at it as a responsibility and a duty. And actually, we really take it to heart. These are, I hate to use this word, but they're our kids, right? And that's how we look at it. We really want to make this a pleasant experience. We want to help them so they can work on their studies. We need them to help us. If you can reinforce that, we are all over the place. Like I said, our visibility is the thing that keeps us safe here. So they are in and out of buildings all the time. They will come in contact with your students. And we hope and we encourage them to take our trainings and introduce themselves to our officers as they walk through. What else? Oh, safety escorts. We do provide safety escorts on top of the Florida Tech Safe app where we can actually monitor them via the computer. An example, the library closed at 2 a.m. and they are walking to their dorm. They're uncomfortable. Contact security. We will get an officer there and we provide a safety escort. So we do safety escorts. That would be that 8112 number. They could do that via the Florida Tech Safe app or right on any phone. We work, we're here 24/7. The RAs, the RDs, Student Counseling Center, faculty, staff, we're all here to help the students. Any one of those people is a mandatory reporter. So if your student feels uncomfortable with talking to somebody in a uniform, if they let one of these individuals know that they're a victim of a crime or they would like to report something, it will get to us. So please let them know that as well. We try it. I think you probably at this point have a little bit more influence. All right? We hope to see you again. We'll be around. We'll be in the back for a while in the lobby if you have any questions you have. And, enjoy. It's a great place to have your child. Thank you.
All right, up next, we are going to have Kelsey Garrett with our Title IX office.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kelsey. Some of you have seen me walking around. and I will be presenting on Title IX. So some of you may be aware or not aware of what Title IX is, so I'm here to give you a quick rundown and let you know what that is and how to get support for your students if they contact you before contacting me, okay? So, Title IX states that no person in the United States on the basis of sex can be excluded from participation in or be denied benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any educational program or activity receiving federal funding from the federal government. So what does that really mean? That means Title IX is a federal law. I'm governed by the federal government. It is an institutional policy, but my policy is comprised of federal regulations. So that means I am protecting your students and every student that is on this campus, as well as every faculty and staff member that is on our campus from sex-based discrimination. And so we want every student to thrive in their class, in their residence hall, walking to dining halls, even in the botanical gardens, and just want them to be protected. So that's in their activities if they're playing sports or just attending their classes. And so Title IX helps us create an environment that is of respect, a culture of consent and understanding and respecting other people's boundaries. So what does it cover? Title IX covers sexual assault, sexual harassment. It covers within that is stalking, domestic and dating violence. It covers gender-based discrimination, so that is within athletics, like I said, housing, or classrooms, and it also covers pregnancy and parenting. So sometimes you have students within master's and PhD programs that are getting pregnant and needing help with classes and going to different ultrasounds. So I help those students as well get what they need and support when attending those classes, and also starting that new journey in their life and understanding what can I do to continue my academic education, but also go on this new journey and not jeopardize being a mother, okay? And so, an example, that means if someone makes unrepeated comments or unwelcome touching to them, I'm there to support them. I'm there to let them know what are the options and give them the options that they have to either pursue something or just give them the support that they need. So, if a student experiences something that is not okay, I'm here to listen. I'm there to support them, and then I'm there to help figure out what do they want to do next. Do they want to pursue an investigation? Do they just want to be connected to counseling? Do they just want someone to talk to and document and then come back to me later, should it persist? Or do they want to handle it on their own and just have that person to be a soundboard and bounce off? I'm there to do what they want. I'm not there to pressure them. I'm there to support them. We offer things like class or housing changes, no contact orders, so very similar to a restraining order within the legal framework. We have no contact orders, and what that says is exactly what it sounds like. It's a no contact with that other individual. It is applied here on our campus and anything that is university owned, and it doesn't go beyond that scope. But with that being said, I can help them pursue a restraining order, or within Florida, it's a protection order. So I can work in collaboration with them if they want to pursue that legal foundation of a restraining order. But we do have something similar that is a no contact order, where I am working with Chief Iannone and saying this is a no contact order and this student cannot have contact with this other student. And so I'm working with professors and saying they can't even be in the same class. I need to change them out of another class. They can't live on the same floor. So it is very much like a restraining order, but it's here on our campus, and I'm helping them implement that, okay? And then other protections, even if they choose not to do a formal complaint. So there's a report, and then there's a formal complaint, and that's something I'm educating students on, because they can come, they can talk to me, and we can just simply make a report. They're just letting me know what happens and letting me know what do they want to do. That's a basic report. But a formal complaint is that next step. That's them coming to me and saying and signing a document letting me know that they wish for the university to pursue an investigation. Unless I get that formal complaint, I'm just simply there to hear them out, listen to them, and give them the support. That formal complaint is what lets a university know that I want them to do something. Everyone understand that? That's a big thing in Title IX regulations now, that we are required to get a wet signature from a student saying, I want the university to investigate. If we do not get a formal complaint for students, we cannot legally investigate anything. But we get reports. I get many reports simply saying, this person made me uncomfortable, but I would like to change classes, or I don't want to live on the same floor. That's fine. I don't need a formal complaint from that. I just need a report, all right? So your student might turn to you first. You are their parents. They've been with you. They feel comfortable with you. And so you may ask, what do I do in that situation? I'm not trained in Title IX. I'm not trained in investigation. And so all we're asking is that you just need to know who they can call or who they can connect with. You've heard things from health services. You maybe heard your confidential resources. So we just want you to know how to direct your student to the proper support services here on campus. And one of those services is me. I don't have to make a formal complaint, like I said. I'm not there to pressure your students into an investigation, but I am there to give them all of their options, okay? So, with reporting, it means they're getting support, they're setting boundaries, and they're protecting themselves and their own peace, okay? They're not getting someone in trouble, because that is what I hear a lot. It's a lot of students wanting to come to me and report and crying to me a lot, but at the end, they're simply saying, I can't tell you truly what happened, or I can't tell you who this happened from because I don't want them to get in trouble. And so my responsibility is hearing their words and understanding their energy so that I can let them know this is also about you. This is about your protections and you getting your education that you all as parents are paying for them to get. And so I'm making them understand that I'm there to support them as victims of what has happened, okay? And so with that, I want you all to also understand how they can report. So there is an online reporting form, and that is the main way that they can report, is just simply going to my page on Title IX and reporting, and it comes directly to me, because this is a private matter. These are very sensitive topics, and so that reporting form comes directly to myself, and then VP McMahon, I think you all heard them right after Dr. Niccolo, the first person that was President Niccolo that spoke. He is my boss, and he is the Title IX coordinator. He is the only ever person that puts eyes on a report other than myself. And most times he's not even looking at the reports, as I'm the first person that students are contacting. So, online reporting form is the first place. Second place is walking in. I have many students just walk into me, walk into my office. As you see, I'm a busybody. I move everywhere. Dean of Students is one of my favorite people on this campus. She is one of my best friends here. And so I am constantly moving around when she's moving around. So students know me. They know my name. I'm also a FYE teacher, so I teach freshmen as well to get my name out there. So a lot of students are welcome to my office. Right now it's decorated with Halloween because I love Halloween. I decorated on July 5th. So I was like, okay, Halloween time. So like my office is always welcoming. It has plants everywhere. I'm a plant mom, I'm a cat mom. Like my office is very welcoming because this information is hard for students to talk about. So I make it so that they are welcome to come talk to me, be that supportive person. So I tell you, if they don't want to put it on paper, come talk to me. I will do all of that, okay? And then other places that they can report are their mandated reporters, their faculty members, because as employees of the university, they are required to report back to me. They are federally required as mandated reporters to report any Title IX-ish behavior from students who confide in them back to my office. And then last place that they can report is through security, and that's the same way. As security said, they take those reports and then they will send it back to my office. So either way, those reports will come back to me, all right? So what do we want families to know? What do we want you all as supporters and moms and dads and all people within that family if your student contacts you to know? So college is a time of independence. It's a time of growth and new experiences. But with that, we know sometimes navigating those situations can be very tricky, and we want them to have that support. So the most important thing that you can let your student know is that they are not alone. We do not want them to think that they are alone in this. If anything, they will have people within our floor that can support them. Everyone deserves to feel safe. They deserve to feel safe in their class, in their home, in their residential halls, even at the dining hall and walking in the gardens. The gardens is creepy at night. I wouldn't advise it. Always have a buddy. There's big bugs. But they deserve to feel safe, okay? And so with that, if something is getting in the way of that, we're here to help. I am here to help. It is literally in my job description to help them. And I want to help them. It's a passion I have. So if they have questions, I can't tell you how many hypotheticals I get from students. I'm like, okay, this is just hypothetical days. Please walk in. Let's give me all the hypotheticals. I'd rather have a hypothetical than have an egregious case because someone was scared to come talk to me, okay? So again, confidential resources we have on campus. You've probably heard it a million times, but these are people that your students can go to. Like I said, I'm there to be a sounding board, and I'm not pressuring them to make a report, but if they still don't feel comfortable coming to me first, they can go to these people who are confidential resources to talk about the potential of if they want to pursue a report or pursue a case. And these individuals are confidential, and then they can come to me to talk about a case, all right? So feel free, take a picture of these. These are phone numbers and websites, and then once you get to those websites, you may see specific individuals as well that they can talk to. But yes, any questions? Again, you can, Oh, we can go back a slide? Yeah, more pictures, there you go. I'll get out of it so you don't see my image. You can find my office, the second floor of Denia Student Center, the sub-students. All of our resources that are there to support students were all congregated on the same floor, and that is for a reason. The person coming after me for conduct, he is my next door neighbor. BPSA, he is 2 doors down. Dean of Students, she's around the corner. We're all there on the same floor so that if a student needs help and I'm not the right person, the person that they probably need will be on that floor, okay? So just know, make sure your student knows where the sub is located more than anything so that we can get them in the right area that they need that support. All right? Everyone good on this slide? Perfect. Any questions? This is my email, and this is also the General Title IX coordinator email for any questions or hypotheticals. And then, again, where to find us, our website, and our Instagram. But yes, thank you.
All right, moving along, we're going to have Joel Hoover with Academic Integrity and Conduct.
My name is Joel Hoover. I'm the Director of Student Conduct. I oversee the behavioral expectations of the institution, anything from if students are found in violation of our alcohol policy, controlled substances, smoking on campus, prohibited items. That also includes when you go to move out at the end of the year in May or your student moves out, if there are any damages or anything that we find, they may get a bill. And I just manage that system, the system that we use in order to send out information when it comes to those charges. I would encourage you, if there are damages that you found during move-in, that you take pictures. So at the end of the year, you can show that there's some type of damage when you moved in, or if there was something wrong with the facilities or something like that, we can address that. It's also important to note, for those of you that live or have students that live in some place like Columbia Village, when you have multiple roommates, I don't always know who was a part of a party or damages, or if there's a prohibited item that is found. So what we do is we have what we call shared responsibility, where all residents of the room are going to be charged equally, and then as we start to determine who is not responsible, we will remove those charges or we will find a student not responsible. So if your student comes to you and says, oh my gosh, I'm so scared, something happened to me, it's okay, schedule a meeting with me, come talk to me, I'd be happy to talk with them and make sure that I hear their side of the story. Big asterisk on with alcohol. For those of you that have students that are a part of Flight, Flight has a 0 tolerance. So if your student is at a party, even if they are not consuming alcohol, that is enough for our Flight in order to remove them from for their major. So please make sure that you have that conversation with them, that if there are people that are drinking because they cannot, they have no way to determine were they really drinking or not drinking, and in order to get into an airplane, they don't want to risk anybody's life. So it's very important that you have that conversation with your student. When they're meeting with me, it's one thing to be able to have that conversation and potentially find them not responsible for that. But there is definitely a liability when it comes to that. For smoking in the state of Florida, it is over the age of 21, so it is important that if you have a student who vapes or has nicotine or anything like that, in the state of Florida, they are not legally allowed to possess that. That is also a violation of our policy as well. couple other things that we see, if they also control substances, again, prohibited items, that's probably our #1 violation on campus, are things that are prohibited in the two codes here. You have the student handbook, which refers to all of our students. That goes for everybody that is on our campus, regardless if they live in the residential facilities. And then our living guide, which is for those students who live in the housing areas on campus. They are additional policies or additional rules. One example might be we have a policy that says nobody under the age of 21 can be in possession of alcohol. What happens over the course of the 4 years is that your student may live with somebody who does become the age of 21. We're not going to tell your student, if they are under the age of 21, who is living with a roommate who's over the age of 21, that they have to leave their apartment while that roommate is consuming 21. What we would say, though, is that nobody else under the age of 21 who does not live there can be present while those who are over the age of 21 are legally consuming. So that's just an example. Also, what is our alcohol limit? We allow, anything that is less than a 1.75 liter bottle. So no big barefoots, no big kegs, no jungle juice, nothing like that on our campus. No punch bowls, no bathtubs, nothing like that. We also make sure, I know that Allie had mentioned earlier about hazing and that we don't have time for that. We do also have a policy. There was a big push under the last administration to get out a policy about hazing and federal mandates, and even with the new administration, what are those policies and what does that look like? We do also have a policy. So if any point in time your student is experiencing anything where they believe that something's not sitting well with them or with you, feel free to pick up the phone and give us a call so that we can talk through that. We want to make sure that we are challenging certain decisions that are happening on our campus. I understand, at least from my point of view, what it's like to be in college for the first time, to be able to have an understanding of wanting to be social, but maybe not necessarily agreeing with all the decisions that people are making. And I understand also going through that process as a student myself. I also went through the student conduct process. The irony of that, right? So just making sure that they come and talk to us, making sure that they schedule with us. If they don't, we do have a process in place that our process continues to move forward. If they choose not to meet with us, we keep going. We don't just say, hey, we're going to put a hold on your account. We're going to wait 6 months until you come back and see us. Our policies also apply off campus as well. So if people are engaged in egregious behavior off campus or things like that, it is part of our community. So we do want to make sure that we're representing Florida Tech well. And then the other part that I want to touch upon is our academic honesty policy. Oftentimes we see students that are challenged with time management for the very first time, trying to go from high school where they're in a very structured, rigorous environment, or a structured environment, and then they come to college where it becomes a lot more rigorous with a lot more open time, open sessions, and trying to fill that time with friends, going to eat at PDH, going to the RAD or Cosmic, being able to find activities that are on campus, or even trying to balance out with jobs. All of our professors are required to put in their syllabus about artificial intelligence now. It's also important that they realize that as a student, even going to a place like Grammarly and checking their punctuation or things like that, if Grammarly alters their structure, the structure of their sentence, it could flag as part of the artificial intelligence. So they should save their paper before they put it into Grammarly or a ChatGPT or anything that's going to do that. And then if they save that later as an alternative so that they can show what they really did and then what they used in order to help their structures of their sentences. We do see people that cheat or they make up their sources. We have some people who are very unintentional when they don't properly cite their sources. They don't put a period or a comma in place. Our faculty are really good in having those conversations with the students in order to make a determination of, was it something that was really intentional or something that was not as intentional when it comes to that. I only oversee the case management of the system. This is definitely an academic policy itself, but just making sure that your student knows what those policies are. They are different from professor to professor, so I cannot stress that enough. I have some professors that say, do not turn a paper into me unless you've already put it through ChatGPT and it is polished. And I have another professor that says, don't even touch ChatGPT in my class. If not, if over 2% comes back artificial intelligence, you fail the assignment. So it is important to make sure that they note that as well. Other than that, just make sure that we are encouraging academic honesty within our students, making sure that we have those conversations often and early. It is a big adjustment going from the high school to the college environment, looking for those resources. Everybody, I think, before me has talked about making sure that they ask for help, making sure here that they know about the Student Support Center, making sure that they know about the tutors, making sure that you're using those resources or at least encouraging your student to do so. And with that, I'll be out back if anybody has any questions. So if anybody needs to come out front there and talk to me, I'll be out there. Other than that, I hope you guys all have a great day.
Thank you. See, he's not scary, right? Joel is the best. We call him the Hoovemeister, Joel. He's got a lot of nicknames. We love him to death, but he is fantastic. So hopefully your students won't be scared of him because he's not. I mean, he is a little scary, but like in a respectable way, you know. Next up, we have Student Financial Services. We have the Director of Financial Aid here, James Almacy. But I do want to share, I was talking to a wonderful parent, and all of the, I believe it was Chris. I met a lot of Chris's in a row. But the questions that they were asking are actually in your presentation. So if you're out there, they're all going to be in here. They have promised me. So he will take it away, Director of Financial Aid. Oh, just kidding you. It is now officially going to be Julia Query. Yay, Julia. She's fantastic.
There you go. Thanks very much. Is there a way that I can put this up? Do I have to hold this? Can I speak into the mic? Okay, there you go. Thanks.
There it is.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome. My name is Julia Query. I'm the bursar and Director of Student Financial Services. I'm going to tell you about billing. It's so wonderful to have you all here. Our office is easy to find. We're across Babcock Street in the L3 Harris Commons building. We're open from 8:30 to 5 Monday through Friday, so please feel free to stop by and see us. Our department, Student Financial Services, is here to help you navigate your student's account. We have two key teams to support you, student accounting and account management. Student accounting is your go-to for making payments, questions about your billing, and processing student refunds. The team is available via email at studentaccounting, spelled studentacctg @fit.edu, or by phone at 321-674-8199. You can visit them in person at the cashier window. Account management can assist with setting up payment plans, Florida prepaid, corporate deferments, third-party billing, as well as questions about any holds on your student's account. You can reach them at their email spelled acctmgmt@fit.edu, or by phone 321-674-7428. You can visit them in person anytime, no appointments are needed. Your student's monthly bill is conveniently posted online through PAWS during the first week of each month. You can view and print your invoices at any time. Both students and authorized users receive email notifications, and you can even look back at up to 12 previous bills. An authorized user is specialized through the student, through the PAWS account. If you, the parent, are going to be accessing the bill and making the payment, I urge you to speak with your student and become an authorized user. Making payments is simple and can be done easily online through your student's PAWS account. We recommend paying with an electronic check if possible, because it's completely free of service fees. For credit cards and debit cards, there's a 3% service fee, and for international cards, it's 4.25%. We also accept international and domestic wire transfers, or if you prefer, you can mail a check to the address on the screen. Just be sure to specify that it's for student accounting. Refunds. Refunds are processed in the 3rd week of classes. If you have any questions about your refunds, please contact us. You can choose to have your refund transferred to Panther Cash or to Flight Cash. Additionally, with a financial aid authorization, you may be able to use some or all of your refund at the bookstore. Just ask how. We know that sometimes life can bring unexpected challenges. Should your student need to withdraw completely from the university during the semester, we have specific dates for tuition charge reversals. It's important to be aware that beginning on Monday, September 22nd, a full withdrawal would result in no return of funds, but may still be beneficial to their GPA. To help protect your educational investment, we highly recommend considering GradGuard tuition insurance, which you'll see as a pop-up window when you go to view the bill. It's minimal cost, can provide a safety net in the event of an unforeseen circumstance. I truly recommend it to everyone. We're so excited to welcome your students and start the new semester strong. A key step to making that happen is ensuring that tuition and fees are taken care of before classes begin. While the official deadline for returning students was yesterday, please know that as long as your bill is settled before the first day of classes, your student will be all set. We want every student to have a seamless learning experience, so it's important to keep your student's Canvas account and access to classes safe from suspension. If an account has an unsettled balance, the online class access may be suspended, and once the payment is settled, access is reinstated. But our top priority is helping your students succeed. So that means that we truly want to help you understand your bill and avoid hassles. We're here to help if you have any questions or concerns about your student's account. Well, thank you all for being here. Welcome again, Panthers. I hope you have a great orientation week. Up next is James this time. He's the Director of Financial Aid.
How's everyone doing today? All right. Good to be in the AC, I'm sure, for the afternoon, for a little bit this afternoon. As Julie mentioned, my name is James Almacy. I'm the Director of Financial Aid here at Florida Tech. Everybody's financial aid circumstance is really individualized. Everybody's a little different. So I'm just going to go over some high-level basic financial aid information that really goes hand in hand with Julie's presentation on getting the bill paid and how that works. Excuse me. So, as you may know, financial aid it's really any scholarship, grant, work study, loan, external scholarship that we have come in that's helping you pay the bill or otherwise cover educational expenses. My office really does its best to try and maximize resources from all sources as part of your financial aid packages. We bring in everything we can to try and make Florida Tech as affordable as we can. To maintain eligibility for these items, there's a big one, general eligibility. We have to monitor what's called satisfactory academic progress. And we do that monitoring at the end of every semester. And the baseline is, as an undergraduate student, you have to maintain a 2.0 cumulative GPA and complete 75% of all attempted coursework. Part of that too is we monitor that the student can finish their degree program within 180 attempted credit hours. If we hit a point where it's impossible for the student to complete within 180 credit hours, they go in a suspended status. And at that point, the student has to appeal, and we got to kind of work out a degree completion plan and financing plan for the student in order to continue. Failure to meet any of these will ultimately result in suspension. There is an appeal process, and that successful appeals usually involve some sort of extenuating circumstance, medical condition, death in the family, those kinds of things that we have to document. We put the student on an academic plan to get them back in line with our standards so they can graduate, and that would reinstate their eligibility. Other sources of aid can have different renewal requirements. The big ones, Florida Bright Futures, if any of your students are eligible for that. And then most federal and need-based aid requires that the FAFSA gets completed every year. You probably know the FAFSA is the free application for federal student aid. We encourage you to file every year. As I mentioned earlier, we try and maximize aid coming in from all sources. The FAFSA is a big part of that. That allows us to assess your eligibility for need-based assistance, not only from the federal government, that's going to be like your federal Pell Grant, federal work study, but Florida Tech does some need-based assistance in the form of a Florida Tech grant, and then the state of Florida has the Florida Student Assistance Grant. So we can't consider you for those things until we have a FAFSA. So if you haven't done one yet, I encourage you to do so, just to make sure we've covered all the bases and brought in as much money for you as we can. I mentioned, we see quite a bit of state aid, financial aid for students from Florida here at Florida Tech. I just want to touch on the renewal requirements there because they are different from the rest of our aid. If you're receiving Bright Futures, that's either the academic scholarship or Medallion Scholars, you have to pass 24 credit hours. It's 12 credit hours per full-time semester within the academic year. And the academic level has a 3.0 cumulative GPA renewal requirement, and the Medallion has a 2.75. Other state grants that you're probably seeing, the Florida EASE grant and the Florida Student Assistance Grant, or FSAG, requires the 2.0 GPA, and then you also have the 24-hour completion requirement in order for that to renew. Bright Futures is a little more stringent in that if you fail to meet the renewal requirements after your first year, you're not eligible for reinstatement down the line. So it's important that you maintain those renewal requirements right out the gate to ensure you don't lose that funding, because that's a significant chunk of money in most cases. Many of you are probably borrowing. Out the gate, we offer the federal direct student loans. That's something we can offer to students as a result of the FAFSA. If the student has accepted those, it's important to know that those will not disperse until we have a signed master promissory note and entrance counseling. We're in the process of chasing those requirements down now from students who are still missing them. If you suspect, if the loans aren't paying, you're not seeing them applied towards the bill, that's probably the reason. Those can be completed at studentaid.gov, and also if you have questions about that or need help with that, you can contact my office. We have staff there that are real good at guiding students through that, guiding families through that. A couple of other loan options that are borrower initiated. There's the direct parent loan. You apply for that through studentaid.gov. That can be used to help bridge gaps in cost if your aid's not covering your full cost of attendance and you need some additional help. The Parent Plus loan's a good resource for that. It is a credit-worthy loan. They'll do a soft hit on your credit. If it's approved, we can move forward with that. And then there are also private and alternative loans through private lenders like your Sallie Mae's, Citizens, lenders like that. And we have a portal on our website that can help help families make a selection on private loan options and kind of funnel them into application processes that's pretty friendly. That's on the financial aid website. Many students probably have the Federal Work Study program. I encourage you to take advantage of that if you can. It's especially great for helping with incidentals throughout the semester because it is a paycheck that they earn. You know, they apply for a job just like any job on campus. They have to interview, get hired, and then they earn the paycheck. And it's a good way to earn, $2,500, $3,000 a year, depending on how much you're working. And it's a good resource. As you move through your time here at Florida Tech, another good option to consider is maybe for the student to become an RA at some point, if possible. There are some limited opportunities for that. Our RAs, resident assistants, have their room and board charges covered as part of their service in that program. And then I also encourage you to look for outside scholarships. It's a great way. We see a lot of those through my office, and it's a great way to knock down the cost. It's some work to apply. Each scholarship agency has its own application process and calendar, and it takes some doing, some hours per week. But it's a great way to help increase your affordability. My office is open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Our phone lines are open until 4 every weekday. I have great staff continuously monitoring phone calls and emails. You can come in and see us. People always available for walk-ins as well. We're here to help you find a path to affordability. And I encourage you to communicate with us as you need to. So thank you all very much.
It's okay, we can introduce yourself. Am I talking in, is it on? Yeah. Hello, testing? All right, awesome. We are Residence Life and
Housing.
Like, we're gonna try to do a trick here. All right, raise your hand if your students are living in our housing locations. Yay, we're so happy to have them home with us, which is to build this opportunity for holistic development, opportunities to find their fit, meaningful relationships with their campus community, and engaging student experiences. You've been hearing all about that from all of the different organizations and clubs.
And their path to success here at Florida Tech, it starts this weekend, but it doesn't end. And you guys being here, supporting them, is a huge step in helping them be successful. And we and our teams are here to help them along that path and journey towards our ultimate goal of earning their degree here at Florida Tech. And we do that by having a strong, supportive environment where they can live and learn and to have a great community that they feel supported both on campus and then with their families at home. So the biggest thing that we need from you is to continue to help them reach out to us and know that we're a resource to support them on their way to the top.
Awesome, and just like Adam said, their communication with us directly is gonna help us support them. So sometimes our students will go home and they'll tell their parents on the cell phone that I don't like my roommate or I'm having a hard time in this or that. We encourage you to tell your student back, please talk to your resources to come and help you so that they can advocate for themselves. We do not know if they're having a roommate disagreement unless they tell us, so we do need to hear from them for that. Also, if they have an emergency, this is the emergency cell phone number. You guys can all pull out your phones now if you have not put in security's number. It's 321-674-8111. This will contact them directly. Security is here 24/7, and so we recommend that they do use this. And if they get locked out, which is usually why they call security the most, they can always use the 8112 number, and that will help them contact us or work with security to get into their rooms.
In addition to having the security here on staff to help them be supported and feel safe, we do have a set of community guidelines and standards that we have students follow to ensure that the community is all functioning at the sort of top and most peak performance, right? So these are all available online. They'll have meetings with our RAs to go over the main ones so they know what these policies are. And if there's something going on that shouldn't be happening and your student feels uncomfortable about it, having them bring that to a professional staff member or an RA and letting us know, we can come in and intervene. They don't have to live in an environment where their roommate's doing something that they don't like and makes them feel uncomfortable. They can let us know and we can address these situations so they're in an environment where they feel comfortable. Same thing, we have the RAs on campus here to confront noise violations, other things like that to make sure our environments are set up for your student to be successful.
We also want our students to work on making sure that they understand that their key is their access to their home. And so they should not be sharing these keys with anybody else. That's how we keep our buildings closed and protected. Also, their access, which is on their phone now, which is really neat on the next slide, can also be on their watch, is not to be shared with other people. They are meant to be taking them in as their guest if they bring another person into our halls.
To note about the access, they can either have their phone set up or they can have a physical card. So if they are using their phone right now but they don't like using it, or if they want to switch to a physical card, they can do that. Or if they started with a physical card and they want to switch to the phone, they can do that. They would just reach out to Access to Control to get that switched up.
We had a great transition from financial aid. There are RA positions. We have a very competitive program which says a lot about the experience here on campus. But that process starts in November. So if you are encouraging your student to get involved on campus, this is a great first step towards it. And we have a big interview process. And it's also 65 new friends that you work on staff with.
The biggest thing is we'll find mid-year a student has been living in their room without a light bulb because they never told anyone, right? So if you hear your student saying, hey, I got a drippy sink, my lights burn out, let us know. We have a facilities team on site that will come and address things at all times a day, depending on the severity of the situation. So if a room's getting really hot because an AC went down, call security, we'll get someone out here right away to get it addressed. All right, but a student can submit these requests on their own by going online and going to the facilities website. The one thing we really encourage with students submitting the requests on their own is that they'll get updates on what's happening with that job, as opposed to telling an RA, and then did the RA submit it, did they not submit it? We don't really know. If they do it themselves, they'll get those updates on what's happening, if a part had to get ordered, if it's been approved, if the job's been completed because they weren't around. Submitting it themselves is really big and making sure that it gets fixed in a timely fashion.
Light bulbs. All right. There's also a way to stay engaged with us. You can see on Instagram, if you have that, that Florida Tech Res Life has that. All of our clubs and organizations, and Student Life has an Instagram account as too. I recommend that you do follow those. You can do that as parents to see the awesome pictures. Again, as the roommates, RAs can come and help and mediate your roommate conflicts. Housing officially does those assignments. So we just wanted to clearly communicate as a team. If you have found another room for yourself, please don't just move your items to your new room. Have a conversation with us, and we will make sure that the room assignment is properly done so that you can enjoy your space. If a door is unlocked, that is not your new room. You need to be assigned to it. So help us help them communicate their experience. In general, we're very excited to have your students here. This weekend was a very big deal to drop them off in their new home, and we hope them the best success. Thank you for having us, and we're going to hear from dining. Evan Olson is coming up from dining, and I have to say, I've eaten on campus for 13 years. It's so good. They might need to be creative with your food, but it is very, very, very good.
little video what we do for fun and dining.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
All right, guys. Is that what PDH looked like today? Did you guys all get a chance to come and eat today? I see a couple familiar faces. It was good? Okay. It's not always that crazy, I promise you. The students came in and they were thinking, oh my goodness, this is what we're going to have to deal with every day. I already talked to the students today, a couple things that I brought up to them and I'll bring up to you, and I do want to give like a little tiny bit for Q&A because that seemed to be popular last year. So there's a number of different ways to engage with us just for fun type stuff. We have an Instagram page. We also have a dining app that's going to give you menus and things like that. So encourage them to look around and get those touch points with us. It's going to make it better for them. The app also does the allergen sorting, and that may be an issue for some folks. So it will give you the whole menu and it will sort things if you have a particular allergen. So the dining app is very important. We also would like them to know which meal plan they have. If you can pop quiz them later. I pop quizzed them before and I saw a lot of blank stares, like, I don't know what I have. The A2 and A1 meal plan. So A1 is that's the popular one. Everybody has that one pretty much, but there are a few people that have A2s. A2s do not work on the weekend. There's a little more flex credit that's built into that plan for people that are just not here over the weekends. Maybe they go home or you guys live close by. So if you kind of inadvertently maybe signed up for an A2, just have them come and see us in the dining hall. There's a number of different links on the website too. They can change that meal plan and get the one they want. And then there's also an SGA liaison who works with dining. We've had this for the past couple of years, which is pretty cool. That means it's kind of like a student person that can gather up data and information from the students that may not want to tell us that our food is terrible or that our food's great or that we need to have more of this or more of that. So have them, if they're saying to you, like, I can't eat in the dining hall anymore, they serve the same thing every single day, tell them, hey, take that information, to me preferably, but if they don't want to talk to us, that's fine, to SGA. And SGA has a communication strategy for getting that information back to us. Eric's here somewhere. He raised his hand, but he's probably in the back. There he is. All right. So I do want to do a little Q&A. We can put house lights back up if you want. But a couple questions because there's a good chance that I'm going to answer one that everybody's thinking. It worked well last year. Or is everything perfect? I didn't. Go ahead. Yes, the OZ to-go boxes. So how those work. Your student, if they want to elect into that program, they will go and tell the cashier at Panther Dining Hall, I want one of those green boxes. I want to be in that program. The cashier will take an $8 deposit on that box. They can do it out of their flex credit, or you can do it on a credit card, but most students use a flex credit. The cashier will then ask them at that point, do you want to take food to go today, or do you just want to be in the program for a later time? If they say, yes, I want to take food to go today, they're going to get one of those green boxes. They're going to go get their food, they're going to leave, and at some point when that box is empty, not washed, we don't want it washed, they can just bring it right back to the dining hall, And at their next meal, the cashier is going to say, do you want another green box or do you want a card? And it's just a little placeholder card. They'll give them that card. That's what they keep in their pocket. Next time they want a green box, they swap the card for the box, so on and so forth, until they don't want to be in the program. And then they get $5 of that $8 put back on their card when the program's done. Is that cool? It's a great program. We've been doing that since COVID, and it will never go away. It's very popular. Yes, ma'am. Oops.
What was the question?
If they lose that box, oops, they would have to pay another $8 deposit to get back in the program. But yeah, it's, and just.
They go to Joel. I'm just kidding. They don't go to Joel. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
By the way,
He's
yeah,
still up there.
don't tell Joel that we were serving champagne there either. And that, no, just not
You have a
champagne.
liquor license. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
One thing I will say, and the students know this, some of them I talk to, that at the end of the semester, if they see boxes that are laying around that are not, owned by anybody, they can collect them up and bring them in. I'll give them $5 for every single one that they gather up. Yeah. It's a good way to get those boxes back in the building. Yes. Okay, that's a good question. Okay, so the way that Flex Credit works, because we're in the state of Florida and there's tax implications, the Flex Credit part is a completely tax-free meal plan. The whole thing is tax-free. That Flex Credit has to have an end date. That end date is May commencement. So anything that you buy in terms of Flex Credit from summer all the way through fall and then through spring will roll over, given that there's something for it to roll into. So if your student buys a meal plan, and you guys, everybody's living on campus mostly, but if you have an upperclassman at some point, they're buying a meal plan, and they decide after spring, or after fall, I don't really need it for spring, and they elect not to have it, they need to use that Flex Credit, because if they have no meal plan in spring, there's nowhere for that money to go. Those accounts don't really stay open like that. So that's a great question. And we do have, there's resources for them, and this is sometimes will be on the website. I'll put this out on social media. It's on September 1st, August 1st, November 1st, December 1st, and then same thing for spring, what your flex balance should theoretically be at that point in the semester based on which meal plan that you have. That will give your students an idea whether they're spending too fast or spending too slow, because both of those can be bad things. So that's just something to keep in mind. It's a resource that we have. But it's a great question. Like one or two more, maybe. Yes, sir. That's per semester. So the A1 plan gets $300 per semester, the A2 plan gets $500 per semester. And that extra couple $100 is what, in theory, pays for all the food over the weekend, which doesn't always match up depending on what your student's doing. Got time for one more, Kat? Yes. Go for it. So we don't have a call ahead app. What we would suggest is that those students, any students that have any prescribed diets necessary, diet issues that they need to talk to us about, come and talk to us and we'll kind of explain what the systems are. You can call ahead and hope to get somebody on the phone, but typically what we do is we have all of those things in the back of the house where they're safe and there's no cross-contact issues. So when they get there, they would just have to tell somebody, hey, I need a gluten-free this or a gluten-free that. But we coach them through those things to make sure they understand kind of who to talk to. And once we get a plan going, typically we kind of work our way through those things. And did you guys look at the allergen labeling systems and the TVs and screens, and that all kind of makes sense? Okay. Yeah, the call ahead app, we have not gone that far for that. So maybe it's wishful thinking on who did that tour. Okay, so everybody come and see us on your way out. We're open for dinner tonight. Shameless plug if you want to. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Evan's amazing. I hope you get to know him. What a strange thing for campus dining, but he is very engaged with our students and he's amazing. So I hope that your students and you get involved with him. But next up is our favorite session. They are walking in like they've done something wrong. Look at them. This is my personal favorite session. This is a time for you in a safe space to ask any questions that you have for our students. I'm going to have them do a really quick introduction for you guys. Each of the students will. I will say this, I think over the last couple days, you've gotten to know me and my staff. My 3 core values are collaboration, authenticity, and transparency. They know, as leaders, that they can be as honest as possible whenever they can. So I try to get them to do a compliment sandwich. You guys know what, my educators know what a compliment sandwich is. Start out nice, say your truth, end it with something nice. But they are gonna speak their truth because we teach them to speak their truths. So they will be honest with you, don't you worry, okay? If you're gonna ask a question about how much do they call my daughter or son, they're gonna tell you, leave us alone. We love you, but leave us alone. Let us figure this out. They're going to be honest. So for every question, my lovely orientation leaders, for every question, we typically do 2 answers. And if you hear someone answering something one way and you can give a different perspective, that'd be very helpful for the families. Perfect. So I am going to start with them introducing themselves, name, major, where you're from, and anything you're involved in. They are very involved, so get ready to hear that list, and hopefully they can say it quickly. But I'm going to start with Kate, my amazing second-year lead staffer.
Hi guys, my name is Kate. I am a forensic psychology major with a minor in philosophy. I am from Hershey, Pennsylvania, and bear with me here, I have a laundry list of things I'm involved in. So I'm involved in Greek life, I'm on our Panhellenic Council. I've been involved in orientation for the past 3 years, 1 year as a PPL, 2 years as lead staff. I'm involved in Relay for Life, Homecoming, our Campus Activities Board, One Love, Alpha Kappa Psi Business Fraternity, Spirit Squad, and I also work college role, work study, and an off-campus job.
So I'm not going to top that, but my name's Landon. I'm from Tampa, Florida. I'm a junior going in for business administration here. A couple things I'm involved in: Greek life, orientation, and a couple different club sports, SGA as well. And I love getting to do a lot of different things here on campus. It's a good way to get involved and meet people. So.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Gian DeLees. I'm from a small town in Puerto Rico. My major is aeronautical science with flight, and I'm a part of Greek life, Alpha Eta Rho, aviation fraternity, Alpha Ace, and CABE.
Hey guys, my name is Adam Hammer. I'm from Cedar Lake, Indiana, studying civil engineering. A couple things I'm involved in on campus is Greek life, SGA, fishing club, and I think that's about it.
Hi y'all, my name is Alden Epps. I'm originally from San Marcos, Texas, and I'm a senior studying forensic psychology with a minor in child advocacy studies. I currently serve as the vice president of the Panther Spirit Squad, which is our school's cheer and dance team. And outside of that, I am a part of multiple different research projects in the psychology department.
My name's Roz. I'm a junior in aerospace engineering on the Astro track. I'm in Greek life, music, and Society of Women Engineers, Panther Rocket Lab, and Women in Aerospace.
Hi, my name is Piper. I'm a junior studying aerospace engineering with a dual major in astrophysics. I'm originally from Colorado Springs, Colorado. I'm involved in American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Society of Women Engineers. I'm our systems engineer for our competition rocketry team. I'm in a whole bunch of undergrad research. I'm also a student ambassador here, so if you guys have any questions, please feel free to let me know.
Hi, I'm Panayotis Vasiliadis. I'm from St. Augustine, Florida. I'm majoring in biomedical engineering. I'm a third year, but I'm going to graduate early, so I'm a senior. I'm involved in 2 different research labs, in the fluids lab and in the biomechanics lab. I'm also in the Biomedical Engineering Society. They organize trips. I'm in the Biomedical Engineering Honor Society as well as 2 other honor societies.
Hi everyone, my name is Jake Minsky. I'm also third year senior in aerospace engineering. I'm involved in Greek life on campus. I'm a member of a research lab. I'm a member of tennis club. And I have had an internship at Larson Motorsports with all the jet car stuff, if you guys have seen it.
Hello everyone, I'm Cameron Stong. I am aviation management major from Grand Rapids, Michigan, senior here at Florida Tech. And I am a part of Greek life, the beach volleyball club, and I've also been a part of IFC, rock climbing club. I'm also a CFI here at Florida Tech. Well, I'm a CFI, and yeah, that's me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lachlan McElveen. I am a junior studying aerospace engineering. I'm from New Alexandria, Pennsylvania. I'm involved in Greek life, SGA, and yeah, that's pretty much about it.
Orientation?
Oh, and orientation lead staff. Sorry, Kat.
He's so tired, he just blacked it out. He's like, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. And last but not least.
Many of you met me this morning, but my name is Alex Leonard. I am from Roxborough, North Carolina. I am here studying astrobiology as a junior. And as you already know, I'm involved with orientation, but I'm also involved with our campus activities board here on campus.
Okay, so I typically start the first question because I like to just shock and awe them with like the hard questions. But after that, you guys are more than welcome. Really feel safe in this space. Say your piece. Say what you need to ask them. So my question to you awesome humans is, if you could give yourself one piece of advice before you came to college, what would it be? What should these parents be saying to their students right now? Oh, whoa. They are ready. They got something to say to you.
Tell your kids not to take 8 a.m.s.
My biggest piece of advice is don't count yourself out. Try everything, even if you're not 100% sure. There's a lot of things that I wasn't super sure about trying my freshman year, and I ended up going out, putting myself out there, and I'm still doing them to this day.
Buy a planner, like with highlighters.
We have them in the bookstore.
My big one is learn good habits early, especially like your first semester. Just even if you think you can like coast through, like I thought I was pretty good at math and I thought I was going to be able to, because I'd already taken some of the classes, calculus, yeah. Learn those good habits early, learn how to study, because it's different. Some people have never had to study before. In college, you will. And just that way, because now I have to work my way back up to a good GPA.
His GPA is great. It's just not Minsky's. So that's what he's working towards. Any questions? Don't be shy. Oh, right in the middle. You guys are, okay, here we go. Could you pass that down pretty please?
Two-part question. Have any of you changed majors since you started? And what was your biggest challenge your freshman year?
All right. So I actually changed my major twice. I started at Aero Sci with flight. I changed it to aviation management with flight, and then I changed it back to Aero Sci. I mainly changed it because I didn't want to take meteorology too, but then I started liking meteorology, so I changed it back.
What was your biggest thing that you overcame?
The biggest thing I overcame, honestly, was not seeing my mom as much, because I've lived with my mom my whole life. It was kind of a big change, so yeah.
So I didn't change that much, but I came into school as a pre-med major doing biomedical science. I took it all throughout high school, and I loved it. And then I got here, and I kind of realized it wasn't necessarily for me. I love talking to people and interacting. Like this is awesome for me. So I switched to business, and ever since then, I've absolutely loved it. I had an internship doing insurance this past summer, and I learned a ton about the corporate world, and it's allowed me to build on myself and my confidence and meet new people. I made a ton of new connections, and it was a lot of fun. So don't be scared to change. If your kid wants to change, just help them through it and let them do what they love. Trust me, it's worth it.
So I've only changed my major once, but I have changed my minor 2 times. I was originally a biochemistry major, and I was looking to go to pharmaceutical school afterwards. However, I got here, thought I was really good at math, and didn't really end up being great at math. So I ended up switching to forensic psychology, and I found a similar path that I could still take. But my minor, I did switch a couple times, and it's okay to try something out and fail at it. A lot of the people here will get you through it, they'll work you through it, talk with you, especially the advisors. They're gonna be your biggest resource.
All right, our next question is, what is the biggest challenge you overcame your freshman year? I'll take like a couple.
Budgeting and saving money.
I came down here and didn't know anyone, like, at all. So it was really nerve-wracking for me to kind of like get out of my shell. I had 3 random roommates my freshman year living in Columbia Village, and they really became like the people that I needed, and they got me out and doing things, especially during orientation week. So the hardest thing that I had to do was make new friends and kind of like start from zero. So I just highly encourage that you encourage your students to go to everything, because that's how you're gonna, get further in life.
Yeah, building on what Piper said, the same, basically very similar story. I was very introverted and I came to the school. I didn't really know anyone. However, what I did is I met my roommates on Zeme, and there were two of them were very, very extroverted people from Long Island, and they kind of, they forced me to go out, and they forced me to go out, and I got involved in Greek life and things like that because of it. And so the big challenge of, meeting people, talking to people was very easily overcome by surrounding myself with people that kind of forced me to do so.
And now look, he is literally a sophomore president of a fraternity.
Kat, he's officially a junior, or going into a senior year.
He's just a baby. He's just a baby.
He's just a baby.
Hi, everybody. I'd like to ask you for your advice for freshmen coming onto campus with no car, no bicycle, just 2 feet. What is your 2 arms do? What is your advice in terms of transportation, both on campus and off campus?
Going to be so honest, if your roommate has a car and they are kind enough and willing, that's going to be like your go-to. I didn't have a car until last year, and I had a job off campus, so I was asking like my best friends, like, hey, can I get a ride to work? Hey, I have a boyfriend, like, can you give me a ride to work, please? It's just mainly about finding that, like, connections that are people that are willing to.
I grew up in a town where nobody drove, so I was walking 2 miles down Babcock for the first year. Didn't realize that wasn't typical, but my friends drove me a lot. You can walk, it's walkable. I've done it with groceries on my back. It's really not that bad. I had to go pick up my glasses myself one day. It was like a 3-mile walk, it was fine. But I mean, the Panther shuttle is really helpful to get around everything you actually need for like school, like especially to Panther Bay, that's always helpful. But I mean, you can walk, I did it. So, I mean, I don't know if I would make someone walk in this heat, but I did it, so.
Tell your students the first thing they should ask somebody when they meet them is ask them if they have a car. No, seriously though, the campus has a fantastic shuttling program. I know a lot of kids at the BIS College of Business that ride the bus, that take the trolley. They do fantastic. They're almost always on time and they never have any problems. So worst case scenario, if they need to take the shuttles anywhere, Panther Shuttle does a fantastic job.
Great. Another question back here.
Thanks. It sounds like nearly everybody was in a Greek organization. I'm just curious when you rushed and joined your organizations.
So I came here and I wasn't planning on joining Greek life. I didn't really know like what to expect. And it was actually during orientation, one of my PPLs was, but I saw the people up on stage and I was like, they look like they're having fun. I kind of want to get involved more, and so I decided to go to some of the Rush events they have. It'll be next week is when like Rush starts for all of our fraternities here.
And sororities.
And sororities. I was getting there, Kat. But I decided to rush freshman fall, which is pretty popular here, but you can rush at any point for all of our fraternities, I believe. They all have 365 recruitment. But what? Oh, sororities too? Sweet. Thanks for yeah. But yeah, it was probably the best decision I've ever made.
All right, so similar to what he said, coming into college, I didn't really know much about Greek life at all. But then you know, meeting all the people through orientation week and then going to the Meet the Greeks events and stuff, I realized quickly that Greek life was definitely something that I wanted to be involved in. It's been one of the best decisions of my life. Like he said, all my friends, me and Gian here actually signed our bids together. We were like unsure. We're like, wow, we actually have to like make a decision like right now. We should probably figure this out. And we're like, yeah, you know what? We've been through the whole, you know, rush week together. We're gonna stick with it, see what it's all about, and you know, we haven't looked back since then. So I definitely encourage it.
I would also love to share when it comes to fraternities and sororities, we are the lowest in the South for dues. When I mean we are the lowest, I have been here 17 years. All 11 of my fraternities and sororities have only raised by $50. They really keep the low dues for what they need to do and what they can do with the money, with insurance. So it's a very reasonable way to pay for your friends, respectfully. I'd pay $1 million more.
So my story to joining Greek life is a little different than most people. The majority of our campus joins their first semester of their freshman year, but I decided to wait because I really was not sure about it, and I wanted to make sure that I was able to handle everything before joining an organization, because it is a big time commitment. So I joined as a second-year freshman, and it was one of the best choices that I've ever made. It opened so many doors for me. It built my confidence up so much. I've been a part of our overseeing Panhellenic Council now for the past 2 years. It's honestly a great opportunity. And even if your student isn't super sure, I'd still recommend going out to the events and talking with the people, because one of the things we say here is that you don't really join for the whole like idea of Greek life. You join for the people really and the values behind the organization.
So Kate, wait, so I didn't know this about Kate, so now I'm gonna say it in front of, are you telling me that you're involved in everything you are now after you realized you could do it?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, there you go. You know you can do it now. I had no idea. Did you have a question? Yes.
So hi, so for those that don't have transportation on campus and travel home, what's the best way for students to get to Orlando Airport from the campus? Is there something in place, or do you just have a network on campus with students?
So I always ask a friend. I had Jake pick me up from the airport just last week. I'm going literally tonight. He dropped me off at 5 a.m. and then he picked me up at 8 p.m. the next week. He's a great friend. I only paid him $50. I'm going tonight to pick up an international student and bring him back. He's from my family in Greece. And I'm going in a couple days to pick up my girlfriend from the airport as well. She's coming back to move on campus. So I think always just having a friend around is perfect.
Like, there's literally always someone on campus going to Orlando at any given moment. So if you just put yourself out there and you're like, man, I have a flight next Thursday night, someone is bound to be going to Orlando that same time. Like, there's, like, statistically, it has to be 100% of the time there's a Florida Tech student driving to Orlando.
Kat, isn't there someone that, like, kind of does that often?
Yes, there's a wonderful, wonderful human that does that for our students. If you are on the parents' Facebook page, you can message in there and they will respond back for a very reasonable price. We are right now trying desperately to, is he behind me? What are you pointing at?
No, I'm saying I have a question up here.
Oh, I have one here too. Okay. I'll do this one and then I can come to this side and you do that side, I'll go up there. But we are right now trying to get him to be a contingent worker of Florida Tech so we can get him insurance through us, which would be very huge. But that hasn't been announced yet because hopefully it'll be done soon, but he is fantastic. So we'll answer this question over here,
Spoilers.
then I'll come up front, you go that side. Go ahead.
I am a local parent too. I'll be in that Facebook page offering any parent that needs a ride to Orlando.
Thank you.
This is a three-part question. Are any of y'all huge procrastinators? Have you been able to overcome that challenge? And outside of a planner, what was the way that you were able to do that?
Thank you. Do Alden and then Gian.
Okay, I did have to use a planner at first, but also I procrastinated all throughout high school, and I learned very quickly in college, hey, I actually have to study for these tests to get A's. Who would have thought? So my biggest thing was just finding friends that actually like we could go to the library, and instead of like messing around and having fun, we actually sat down and we're like, okay, we're going to time ourselves. We're going to study for this amount of minutes, and then we can take a break. Actually, having friends disciplined me a lot. So.
All right, so the biggest thing that helped me was setting alarms on my phone in 5-minute increments for like an hour straight. So it kind of like forced me to do it. But also my sophomore year, my roommate, he's the same major as me. I would just ask him like go to the library or like go to like a study room and just like cram everything out. That way I felt more motivated to go and do it.
So me and my roommates last year all took the same classes. We got all the same schedule. So we followed each other around like puppies, and we had like study sessions all the time. So it was really fun because at some point, everyone's going to class all the time because they want to be with their friends, but also like all your homework's due at the same time. So you're probably going to work like on it around each other. And it's just having someone to hold you accountable. And so just having that person in your corner, and it was like the three of us, we'd all like walk together everywhere. It was a lot of fun.
All right. Maybe 3 more questions on that side.
If you feel unwell, do you know where to go to get medical assistance? Yeah.
This is perfect for me, actually. I feel unwell a lot. Kat looked at me. I had heart surgery like 6 weeks ago, so it's been like a whole deal. But I go to the Holzer Health Center here on campus because it's 3 minutes from where I live, and they're amazing people. They're very helpful. They spoke today to the students as well, so they should have the information. But I mean, I go there, and if they say, hey, that's beyond me, they'll tell you where to go. But the health center on campus is very helpful.
My freshman year, I did not have health insurance. I had just normal Medicaid back home, and I thought that was more than enough. I came down here, I ended up getting strep. I didn't know that's what it was. So I just put it off until I passed out in the middle of chemistry class. And who knew? Strep throat was a lot worse than I ever thought it would be. So I ended up going to the ER, which was not a good idea. My roommate at the very beginning, when she first got sick, she went to the Holzer Health Center and they resolved it for her so quickly. And then for me, I ended up having a big medical bill that I had to pay. So I learned my lesson. Always go to the health center first. Their fees are going to be so much lower even if you don't have insurance. And then I ended up getting health insurance through the school. So if that's an option for your students and that's something you want to do, it is so, so helpful. I had no clue how important health insurance was until I didn't have it. So I highly encourage making sure that they are covered before they get here.
Adding on to that real quick, further than just sickness, I broke my wrist freshman year, and I went there and they checked it out. They were like, yep, it's broken, and then they went ahead and scheduled me to go to an urgent care and get an x-ray of that. They also do mental health prescribing, so if somebody has a diagnosis, they will be able to prescribe them meds straight from the school.
They are so good. I'm so proud.
Hi, so we're from a very small backwoods East Texas town, and Nacogdoches. My daughter is also on the spectrum, and she's been messaging me all day since she started orientation of how overwhelmed she is. What can I do to help her?
Okay, that was disrespectful, Kat. You just assume I have an answer. Yeah. No, Florida Tech is actually a really, really good community for basically anyone because we have small groups of people all across campus that are different clubs, different organizations, things like that. And so I'm sure that she has interests in things that she likes to do for fun, and that's where she should go. Orientation is a lot. It's very loud, very exciting. We were doing like cheers and chants earlier today. I can see how that could be overwhelming, but
after orientation, it's a lot more fun to just go out and find smaller clubs, smaller organizations. So there's like, I know people in clubs that are like 10, 15 people, and the club essentially acts as their friend group and acts as their support net, and that's really what Florida Tech does super well.
He killed it. He killed it. Well, I think she's got one back there.
Some of you mentioned having jobs off campus, on campus, work study. How much should our son involved with work study versus the options off campus, and how many hours do you work when you found that balance?
Oh my God. Okay, we're gonna, like 90% of them work for me, so I should just, we'll start with Kate and then you can pass it on.
So I have worked for CAT for the past 3 years. For my work study job, I tend to do maybe about 10 hours a week. It's really gonna depend on what that work study award is, because there is a cap that you can make. For my college role job, I do orientation as that, which I mostly work over the summer. I think I do maybe about 60 hours in the spring total for that whole semester for that college role job. But then over the summer, it's about 20 hours a week. Outside of that, I do 20 hours a week at my other job. And to be honest, college role is a great opportunity here, and so is work study. But if your student really does need money, I would definitely recommend getting a job off campus. Sometimes the ones that are on campus can be a little more convenient, and they're great to have, but I find myself benefiting a lot more from an off-campus job.
Yeah, like Kate said, I also work for CAT in the student life office, but I'll also be doing intramural reffing starting in this fall, so that's a new thing for me. And it just depends on how much they need you and your availability as well. It all just depends. I also am going to be doing part-time remote insurance from my internship over this summer, which also is a pretty interesting thing. So it kind of just depends on what your workload is. To take this how you will. I think in the first semester, it's not a bad idea to necessarily get your feet wet. I wouldn't take on too much too quickly, because then you start to sacrifice certain things, social life, your study habits, this and that. So I think it's important to kind of cement yourself in a good place, and you can kind of go from there, because from then on you have X amount of semesters left to kind of figure it out as well. So.
Hi, I'm a student ambassador here on campus. It does count as federal work study. I do a lot through that job because I'm a junior lead, so I am working quite literally 20 hours a week, if not more, at that job as much as I can because I know that I need the money. But they are really helpful when it comes to like your class schedule. Everything revolves around your schedule. You're only working when you have time to work. And there were times where I would go into work and I'm like, hey, I have an exam later today. Can I sit in the conference room and go study? And my boss she was so amazing. She'd be like, yes, please go study. Or I would have like a tour and I'm like, hey, I'm not feeling well today. Can I stay back in the office and maybe do office work instead? Stuff like that. All of our jobs, college role, anything here on campus are going to be super understanding of that. I also don't have a car. It's very inconvenient for me to work off campus. The best I have is a bike, and over summer I was going to bike downtown and go work at a couple places down there, but I found that was like so much harder, so it was easier just for me to stay on campus, and that federal work study really helps me out a lot because I don't have a separate income or people supporting me through financially through college, so that federal work study helps so much.
All right.
One more question.
Yep.
You guys do a wonderful job keeping the kids super busy during this orientation week. Like, my head is spinning. I don't know how they're handling it. But my question is, because most of you seem to be from a very far distance away, my thought is, oh boy, after this all settles, he may be really, really homesick. Did you experience that? And if so, as a parent, how can I help him through that?
I know, Gian loves to talk about his mom. It's crazy. I personally came to school and I said 8 o'clock Sundays, I'll give you a call. Otherwise, please don't call me. And I only talk to my parents once a week unless they need something or I need something. But I mean, you're so like immersed in classes and friends and everything. It's just like a completely different world. I didn't even like have time to think about missing them, really. So that might just be me, but I knew I would talk to them on Sunday night, so.
Am I answering?
All right, so in the aviation majors, you definitely don't have as much hard classes as them, so I had a lot of free time. And in that free time, I kind of showed my mom how FaceTime works. And yeah, my mom quickly figured that out and would FaceTime me every day for a long, long time. And she would FaceTime me like 5 minutes before I would go out to fly, and I had to say, "Mom, I'll call you back later." And just, yeah, and she would also just randomly come down here as well, and just yeah. Yeah, and then just take me out to lunch or something. So that was pretty much what she did.
Biggest recommendation I have for you is just find out what your student's class schedule is. What my mom likes to do is she asks for my schedule each semester, so she knows designated times that I'm free. And she'll text me, she'll call me. I'll do the same with my dad. I do the same thing with my grandparents. It's really, really easy to find a time that works for you and your student, just so you can keep in contact with them. And I also encourage you to encourage them to go out, to make friends, to do what they enjoy doing, because as they make new friends that enjoy doing what they like to do, they will start to feel more at home here, and they will enjoy their time here. They're gonna wanna come home, trust me, they're gonna wanna come home, but they will enjoy the time that they have here.
So I have a little bit of a different situation. I don't really talk to my parents all that much. We're just not really in communication. But I have found people on campus that have become my family. Kat is absolutely one of them. I think she has seen me cry the most, more than anybody else in my life. Anything I need, I can go to her and talk to her. So if your students are not super communicative with you, I definitely encourage them to go out and find people on campus that they can talk to.
I thought she was going to say something else. Now I'm going to cry. That was amazing. Thank you guys so much. You can head up that way. You have made it, family. Yes, give them a huge round of applause. They're amazing. And you know what, guys? A huge round of applause for Gion's mom, you know? Gion's mom. Let me tell you, Gian is one of the coolest people you ever meet, but he calls me all the time, and now I understand why, because his mom calls him, he FaceTimes me, and I'm like, what, Gian? Now I get it. He's taught mom, I'm the mom too, because he texts me mom all the time. But I am so grateful for them. They are absolutely amazing. Now I have the privilege to introduce you guys to someone really, really special on our campus. And we always, oh my gosh, how many years has it been, Dr. Patterson? 15? 20 years. We have always had Dr. Gordon Patterson and our family and supporter orientation. Dr. Gordon Patterson is Florida Tech. He is an institution. He has taught all of our students. My favorite is that he has taught some of our students that are now directors and deans on our campus, and it is really, really special. Yes, he's amazing. And his wife, she's here today. Listen, I was telling them how I was Dr. and Mr. Nanny for long. These are Dr. Pattersons as well. They are amazing. We call it Dr. Mrs. and Dr. Mr. in my office so we can know who to email. But they are highly involved in all of the student experiences, both inside and outside of the classroom. We are so grateful that they have given a donation to, now the Botanical Gardens is named after them. They're the ones, did anybody go on the tour? Yes, the Botanical Gardens tour. We are just so grateful. They are both absolutely phenomenal. They are also people that your students should look up, get to know, because they are a wealth of knowledge on this incredible institution. So I am going to turn it over to Dr. Gordon Patterson, the most amazing human on the planet.
Thank you, Kat. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here. Seeing so many wonderful families, seeing so many wonderful students makes me feel that kind of kinetic energy that comes at the beginning of every school year. Let me begin with a little story. I ride an ancient bicycle. That's how I get around. I walk as well, like some of our students. And I was riding my bike through the botanical garden, and I saw one of my former students, a young guy named Bill Pedersen. He's a teacher at St. Joseph's Parochial School, and he had a bunch of fifth graders, and I rode up and I rang my Fisher-Price bell. Now I've got a horn. And Bill asked me, you know, how are you doing? I said, fine. And there were two little lads standing there. And they were not paying very much attention to what's going on. And finally, one of the boys said, who is that? And the other kid said, that's teacher's teacher. And the other boy said, that's impossible because teacher knows everything. What happened in that moment for me was I realized something about those little 10-year-olds, but also about the work and the career that I'm in and us today, that the enterprise of education is fueled by trust. Trust. And I'm in a room right now with people who have given my university a great deal of responsibility. The most precious thing in your lives, at least I suspect in my own experience as a parent, is the love and care that we've given to our children. And I want you to know that we'll do our very best to bear that responsibility. The trust is something we take seriously here. These delightful young students who talked about candidly their experiences, I think are evidence that that trust was realized for them. Our university is a marvelous place. The story of its founding, Jerry Cooper, whose statue is out there in the quad, was in a bar called the Pelican Inn. And he said, well, I'm going to start a school. This is in February 1958. And somebody walked over and put down 37 cents from a bar tab and said, Mister, go start your school with that. And here we are today. It's a marvelous story. A couple of years ago, I was having dinner at an alumni event with Sunita Williams. Sunita Williams, from her long stay on the space station, was talking, and she had just run the Boston Marathon. And one of the other people at the table said, that's great that you ran the marathon. And what Sunita said was, that's not great. What was great was I was ready. I was ready to run the marathon. And that's what you have done for the professors at this university. You've made your sons and daughters ready for this moment. And I know that there is in all of us at times apprehension, because you remember the little boy who didn't know how to tie his shoes, or the little girl who couldn't seem to keep her book bag in order, but they're ready for this. And one of the challenges that we all face is the challenge of the opportunities that each day present. Now, I'm a historian, and I was thinking about another family that sent a child off to school. It's a little while ago. It was 517 years ago when Martin Luther's parents sent him off to the University of Erfurt. His dad was a miner, and he wanted him to be a lawyer. Martin Luther changed his major. The point of that story is that Eric Erickson, who's a historian, wrote a wonderful book about that called Young Man Luther. And in it, he identified something that is going to happen in these years here at Florida Tech. He called it a moment of an identity crisis. And the identity crisis is that every one of us goes through our lives trying to find out, what is it makes me unique as an individual? What is the I? But at the same time, how do I connect to other people? And it's in that forging of character that we find our way. And two other things happen during this process. The formation of lifelong relationships. And that's going to happen here. Friendships are formed that will stretch across decades of lives. And at the same time, good work will be found. And this isn't a limerick, this is a place in which there will be transformations. Transformations which will change and develop and make more of what is already the wonderful individuals you've brought here to us. Next Tuesday morning, I'll start my 8 o'clock class. I like to teach 8 o'clock classes because people sign up for them. They know what they're in for. And I look out at those students and I'll say to them, and I mean it sincerely, that every moment in their life has led up to this moment. So let's make the most of it. Not that there's some future out there, but right now, here we are right now. And that's the magic of Florida Institute of Technology. We do our best and make the most of it. I'll also write on the board 4 things. One is from a Greek Hippocrates, a reluctant student renders every effort vain. And I write that on the board because it's important for students to realize that their engagement, their willingness to take part in the dialogue that goes on in the classroom is essential. The second thing I write on the board is another Greek, Aristotle, my translation from the Metaphysics. All knowledge begins in wonder. You knew that wonder in your children, that curiosity that they had. Why is the sky blue? Why is this way? That's the spark. And education is not about filling a pail. It's about lighting a fire. And the fire, the combustible, is their curiosity, their wonder, their desire to know about why meteorological conditions are as they are. The third and fourth things are quotations from me. I write on the board, I want you to succeed. And I know in my colleagues that they want your students to succeed. Now, success is an interesting word. To succeed, those 7 letters, to accomplish an aim, to reach an objective. But originally, if you go back to the Latin etymology of what success comes from, it means a happy outcome. And that's what I'm seeking for my students, that the outcome of their work leaves them both enriched and more confident. And finally, the most important 3 words I'd say to my students, I make mistakes. I make mistakes. I make mistakes. And I say that to them because it's very important, as you're probably quite aware with your children. They want to be perfect. They want to always be successful. But we all make mistakes. There's a Japanese saying, fall down 7 times, get up 8. One of the most important things, and this is going to be hard, is you're going to get phone calls or texts in which they'll say, I don't like this, I'm unhappy, I didn't do as well. That's a critical moment. No one succeeds and is successful every time. Learning how to rebound, learning how to correct, learning how to do this. One of my students, Colleen Mondor, she owns a bunch of airplanes, she leases them, she's a marvel. She was a bush pilot in Alaska. She sent me a letter once and said, Mr. Patterson, never take on a cargo of sled dogs. I had not planned to do that, but I understand that it would be ill-advised. If any of you are thinking about that, take that as my advice to you today. She told me that when she took a class from me, the first paper that she wrote for me, she went home, or she wrote her mother and said that, Mr. Patterson was hard, I didn't make as good a grade as I wanted. And then she said, what I had written at the bottom of her paper was, Colleen, you and I both know you can do better work than this. And she said, I looked at that and I put it in front of me, and I want you to know I have done better work. That's a young woman who sprang back. My job is to try to help these marvelous young people lift themselves to the heights that they can go. I'm going to end with two things. One, I hope you've had the conversation. What conversation? This is a very critical conversation. It will save you money. I hope you have told your students about separating the dark from the light clothes when they do the laundry. The codicil to that is, I hope you will also tell them not to turn the dryer up to maximum heat. I've been a professor here for 44 years, at Maryland for 7 years, so I've done this before. The second or third week of the semester, students come into class with these oddly colored clothes, elastic falling down in their pants. This will save you money. You laugh at this. Come back the second week in September, and you'll see some very, very interesting colors in the classroom. So that's the first piece of advice that I would give you. The second piece of advice, we'll do a little yoga right now. Look to your left. Look to your right. Look around. Your in-laws are here. Those that you will celebrate the high holy days with, Thanksgiving, Christmas, they're here. These young people breed. I had had this marvelous experience, as Kat may reference some of our administrators now. But in 1991, I think it was, a young fellow from Puerto Rico sat down in Q3 by a young woman from Penang in Malaysia. They got married. Their son graduated last year, and we got together. And I can't tell you, there's for me, the pleasure of the mother and father and seeing in Darren, their son, who's working on his PhD now at the University of Hawaii, to know that I am an anecdote, that they say, is the old man still telling these stupid stories? But no, our education is really about, the word education means ultimately to coax, to draw out, and that's what we try to do, to take what you have done so much for these young people in your parenting. We try to lift and help and continue that. I'll end with this story. My son, he's older than you are. My son is bringing my grandsons for 3 days this weekend. They live in California. I was doing a gig out at the University of Hawaii, and look at me. I'm an ancient surfer, an ancient underlined surfer. If you know Oahu, on the far side of Diamond Head, there's a really nice beach. The windsurfers own it until about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but then the wind comes down, and these great sets come in. So one day, my son was just about to go off to college. We're out there on our boards, and looking around, and I see this set coming, and I said, Ben, paddle like hell. And we both paddled like hell. And we're up on our boards, and you could see this bridge there, and the sky's this brilliant blue. And I look over, and there's my boy riding his board, and I'm on mine. And I'm thinking, wow, this is it. And then he cut me off, and I wiped out. Now, there is perhaps a lesson in that. We all ride our own waves. The ride on our wave is something that is a marvelous thing. You and your children are on in some sense, your boards. They're going to do fine. They're going to make it. There may be a few moments in which they have to paddle a little harder, but there are people that'll help them. We have a student success center, a writer's den, clubs, Greek life, the botanical garden, all of those things. And tell your students, you'll see this ancient surfer, and I met my wife in the library when we were undergrads. We eat in Panther Dining once or twice a week. Tell them to come and sit down with us. I'll tell them some silly anecdote about my Fisher-Price bell, about something of that sort. But this is a university that does care. It recognizes the investment that you've made in loving your children and raising them. We take that trust that you've given us seriously. We'll do our best. Come back, stick around, we'll do whatever we can. Look forward to seeing you on Parents' Day, and when you see me, I'll ring my bell for you. So, all the best. Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming out today. We hope you learned everything that you needed. If you have any questions, we'll be out in the Gleason lobby area, and we should hopefully be able to answer them for you.
Inside